Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the second day for the ESL 1 Fall 2021 Bootcamp Edition closed qualifiers powered by Intel. I am Seeking Strike, and joining me live over from Barcelona is Mr. Avo Plus. How's it going today, Avo? Thank you. Well, that one's starting a bit later today. And it's quite the privilege, to be able to get to say it right because we've been very fortunate enough to be around here, especially casting ESL events since DPC Lower Division season number 1. So plenty of time to practice and plenty of time to get it right. So that's always real fun. And what else is real fun is getting to watch more Team Unique because we got to see them yesterday in our final series of the day. They were handed a 2-1 defeat at the hands of V Gaming. Very momentum-based series, Alvaro. Our draft already underway. If you could kind of just recall us through that series as I'll throw the draft now up live on screen.
Frankly, I think V Gaming had a really, really good series there, and I was very impressed with their movements, and in general, like they clearly show improvement. And what I'm always very impressed about V Gaming is how much variety they have for a team that's relatively new. I mean, they haven't been together for that long, and they still run it with the weirdest strats, and they play like it's normal. To be honest, Unique felt a bit weak those games. They didn't really look too great. I think the second game, which they lost because, let's be honest, they threw not for money or anything, just because tilt, really.
It was a position of a game that was won that they threw for poor gameplay reasons.
Yes, it was more of a Virtus Pro style throw, right? Where they go, oh, winning too much? Don't worry. Right? Anyway, and then after that game, I feel like Unique last game was just not good, honestly. I think they were very tilted. They just didn't have the right mentality, and then they played a pretty bad last game, and V Gaming played a good game, so they just kind of got destroyed. So I do find that I'm hoping for Unique to just get back on the horse, because until now they've been playing some really solid Dota. I think this team is very qualified to win. The only problem is that sometimes something clicks, but as opposed to that clicking and working well, it clicks and they just go down the gutter. So I hope it's not going to be that game today.
Right. That's like when you try and do a front flip, and you're like, this is easy, right? And then you hear a click when you come down, and then you kind of realize, oh, that wasn't so much a click as it was a snap, and oh no, I can no longer support my weight on my left leg. That's kind of what it turned into yesterday here for Team Unique, specifically on that FN Storm Spirit. That one's going to be burned and seared into my memory for some time, but we're on a better FN hero here as we can start acknowledging the draft a little bit more now that we're almost through it. Abba, Puck, Brew, and now this Gyro 8th pick for Team Unique is going to be the lineup thus far. It looks like we're going to last pick a support here, but I'm liking the FN Puck. I've always been a fan of this guy on the hero, giving him someone with a little bit more
5 seconds.
Mobility, escape.
Mobility, escape especially is very good for someone with his playstyle, and I do mean that in a good way, much like for Carl back with Keekfam. I think that, yes, the lows can be low, but the highs are also hard to match.
I would agree. I think FN is also unique into the limelight. I feel like I think FN kind of pushes the team to doing stuff, which I know sounds pretty played the passive game, and they were... If I had to describe Unique's forced to do much more, sometimes they played a bit...
Last pick was last pick DK. Okay, so nothing too crazy. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Now live for our second game in between Team Unique and Spider Pig. Spider Pig's down 0-1 as we get underway with our second draft. There was a very exciting pick already that I don't think you guys could hear. But Alvaro, what are you expecting? What were your expectations for this series, actually? I never got to ask you. What are you expecting out from the series before we start our second game?
I thought it was going to be Unique 2-0, honestly. I think Spider Pig is good, but I think Unique is just really good these days. And I think yesterday was a bit of a fluke. Not for V-Gaming, they played well, but I think Unique just went downhill. And because they've been playing well, I have the feeling that they have a better mentality. They're much stronger together these days, so I wasn't expecting that to affect them in the future tournaments, right? Or the future games. So I was expecting probably 2-0. I think they're a considerably better team than Spider Pigs, to be honest. So
okay. We'll see if that pans out now as we have our opening picks and bans already coming on through. So without further ado, let's go ahead and jump right away into game. Our second draft now live on your screens. And Unique, once again, with the FN puck, they've got a hold of it, and they've wasted absolutely no time in picking it up.
Yeah, I mean, I get the banning of Terrorblade. I think the Luna is not that valuable, even though Space is a good Luna. As we saw last game, I think Luna is definitely counterable with the right draft, whereas Terrorblade, not really. And you got the puck. Spider Pigs, I'm hoping there's not Dragonite for Noob once again. I'm hoping there's an offlane Dragonite and they decide a different idea, because I think Noob shines much more with heroes that are just harder. And I feel like Dragonite for Funnick is actually pretty solid, because Funnick has really, really good tactical ideas. His mechanical skill is good, but I like seeing him on these tanky heroes like Tide, like Dragonite, like Timbersaw, where he just kind of leads the team by existing. And I think Dragonite Hoodwink is probably the strongest starter of the current patch, as you have everything: push, kill, potential, hunting, like everything. It's great.
Okay. I think that's kind of a bold claim, but I see the logic there, because it's also a strong start to your draft, because it's not an easy lane to counter. It leads you a lot of opportunities for your draft to go into without having to committing to a certain play style. So I get where you're going as well. I think some people would probably just say, well, if you can just pick TV in the first round, that's your strongest start, really. And I think it's
right. But I mean, it's a combo, right? Like if you're actually picking up a combo, I do agree that there are points to be made as to maybe just TB first. This is the best thing in the world, sure. But I feel as of combos right now, things like Mars Phoenix, stuff like that are very underwhelming, and the secure combo of Dragonite Hoodwink seems to be always a good combo. That's where I'm coming from.
Okay. I think Puck Nix as well is a good combo, right? Covering a large potential opening that you could look to exploit on the Puck, which is a lot of AoE uncontrollable damage, especially when you push waves. Nix Assassin, always a hero that can catch you off guard with that and potentially set up for a quick kill. So picking those two together, don't get me wrong, not as strong as Hoodwink DK, but I also like this opening. It makes a lot of sense from Unique. And now they're going to pair it with the Dusa. I'm slightly surprised to see the Dusa first in this second phase here for Unique.
Duts is just very good here, and you don't want to let the enemy team have it because you got rid of the Luna TV, so this is the other natural hero, right? And against DK Hoodwink, you are definitely the team to abuse the Dusa, right? It's surprising they didn't ban it. And even got rid of the most popular counter to Dusa, which is the Phantom Lancer Drow. So instead of picking it 8th, you just pick it now, and you pre-ban as opposed to post-ban. It should have been obvious with Spider Pigs they were actually picking Dusa once they got rid of the Drow, but they couldn't really guess that. It was too late. So, good choice by Unique. I really like this. And they actually have a strong combo on Phoenix as well. They probably predicted this Mars pick, which is why the Phoenix came so late, or so early, sorry, because Mars against Dusa is very solid, and Phoenix is a pretty big counter to Mars when used against him. As well as they're a good combo, Phoenix just cancels him, because you want to be able to fight in the arena. Supernova forces you to get out of the arena to hit it, and the Sunray is brutal against Mars and Dragonite.
Yeah, another thing, actually, taking a look at a lot of these bans from Spider Pigs, a lot of the time, especially yesterday, Team V Gaming, pardon me, I think they committed something like 6 of their 7 bans, usually to ban Petushara heroes, right? So Spider Pigs, they've only banned 1 offlaner. That's the Broodmother. And that's what we need. We need Petushara's hero for Team Unique. He's not really much of a Phoenix or Nyx player. There's a lot of picks. I think there's 2 here for him, because we are lacking a lot of lockdown, but I think that's where Petushara exceeds. Like, I think the Pango is a must ban here, and maybe a Tide Hunter as well. But like, we just have really, really great picks still coming up here for Petushara. So this is a solid draft all around by Unique. As now Spider Pigs, we need something to deal with that egg, and we need to probably reveal a core here. Yeah, there's the Slark pick then. So Diffusal, possible a purchase here versus the Dusa. I've seen a couple of Slark games, and they're always into ideal Slark games like this one, right? Where we don't have a lot of stuns for you. You can dispel everything in the game, but just the hero feels so weak, doesn't he?
Yeah, though, I mean, in SA, they made the hero look strong. I think Slark has his place, and I definitely think this game is its place, honestly. So I like it. I mean, as you said, it's a very perfect Slark game.
Okay, but counterpoint to that, because I want to make this clear. They did make him look very strong in SA, but it was also Kostabula playing Slark mid versus a Bat Rider. I think anyone's going to make, a Slark look good.
No, not just the game. They played multiple games, so you just weren't there as Bowie. And they played a lot of Slark, actually. That's when you were gone. I mean, not a lot, like 4 or 5 games where it was pretty solid. And
so that's a lot more than I thought.
Yeah, exactly. So, like, the hero is honestly not that bad. They kind of changed my opinion on it a bit. They're now banning the biggest counters, which is, of course, the Axe and the Legion, which is stuns you can't dispel. I still think Unique can get away with the Sand King, for example, here. Pretty solid. And that's a very different route to deal with the Slark. Just out-damage him, honestly.
Yep. I think Pango's not bad either.
Pango's bad against Slark in lane. I actually don't like Pango. That is the last hero I expect you to pick.
Yeah, I didn't like this one.
It was immediate as well, so they were very convinced about this. I mean, Slark is bad against Beastmaster in lane, so that's true, because he can't deal with boards easily. Grimstroke is not very good against boards either. I mean, you can Stroke of Fate them, but it's easy to avoid if you're a good Beastmaster, which Pitushara certainly is.
Yeah. And even if you are, that
the Hawks are good against Slark, right? Because you can't get out of vision as easily.
True.
Maybe the idea that he has is a very different way of playing Beastmaster, where you, like nowadays, you play with the Helm of the Dominator, you stay towers early, which is what he's always done, but then you go with a Shard to dive bomb early, you solo crest to buff your carry, and the idea is not so much to play on your Primal Roar, so...
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, I guess your team fight is strong enough to really kind of just ignore this Slark anyway. Dusa doesn't die, especially if there's a Supernova and a Puck kind of causing havoc in your backlines. It's a pretty good Phoenix game, nonetheless. I think the Phantom's Embrace is problematic for you as a Phoenix, but not to the point where I think it's going to prevent you from getting off Supernovas in these crucial fights. I see the point of the pick. I just think that if the Slark gets a little bit out of control, this is not the hero that is going to be able to contain him, because his ulti is purgeable. So it's kind of the scary part about it to me. And that's a pretty strong lane as well. I mean, it's not strong versus Boars, Slark or Grimstroke, but it is strong versus melee strength heroes. I will say that. With the Stroke of Fate into just right clicks, right?
I mean, the combo is good as well with the Inkswell. I mean, I don't know about this game, to be honest. I feel like Spider Pigs can really win this. They have a pretty solid draft. The last game didn't convince me too much, but I think their draft is kind of better. It depends how much faith you put in the Slark pick, though.
I feel
like it's a very free Slark game.
Yeah, that may be fair. But I also feel like this is a more free Puck game as well. It's just the DK, really, is going to be the only catch you're too concerned about. After that, of course, we can pile on a Bushwhack, we can pile on a Phantom's Embrace, then we can start talking about more lockdown for sure. Beautiful animation there for the DK. Bespoke custom animation, as we'll get underway with our second game of the day. Thank you guys so much for joining us. But I still think Unique are going to be able to take this. I'm not in love with this last pick, Beastmaster. I think the lane is actually a little bit bad the more I think about it now. But I don't think they're going to necessarily find themselves struggling here in this game.
All right. Let's see if you're right. I would agree because of the way they played last one. I still think the Spider Pigs is a harder execution. They have a much better lineup than last time, though, with the Beastmaster or the Mars arena, right? Because now you actually have a team fight. But I don't know.
I don't think it's team fight that our cores care about too much. Arena for Puck is, if you can catch her, great, congrats. That's amazing.
Also catch
right?
it, but yeah, you're right.
Catch it, yeah. Catching the Dusa. I mean, even if you catch the Dusa, if she gets off Stone Gaze, GG. And even if you don't, good luck killing her. I don't know. And again, that's why I think this Beastmaster is a little bit of a weak last pick, but I think it'll still be able to get him through the game. Good positioning here, though, by Spider Pigs. My goodness. Can't catch him. Or by Unique, rather.
Yep, I would agree with that. You're right. I guess the Dusa is the only one that's bothered by this arena.
Yeah, and only if she's pushed out of position.
Yeah. I mean, it also goes. I guess this game is easier for them because there's no Abaddon, so the DK should be much more impactful. And the DK Hoodwink, I can imagine catching the puck a lot. Last game, FA just styled over them, right? And now, I don't know, because last game I was thinking, there's no way Puck gets away with this game, and he really did. And I'm not sure that was defenders just too good, or Spider Pigz was not really concentrated, or the Abaddon existed. Because I didn't see Abaddon that fought shield the puck too often that game. It was mostly Aeon Disc.
Yeah, it was. And that's kind of what I was a little bit afraid of as well. That's why I brought it up earlier when we loaded in, because, again, last game seemed like a more difficult game for FN in terms of the amount of control and lockdown with the Lion. But after, basically, the Blink Dagger reveal from Lion plus 1 or 2 fights, they didn't really get a whole lot. That was a beautiful play, by the way. Funnick bonking him into the range for the Bushwhack to connect, and we'll just kind of walk him down. Plenty of projectiles, plenty of attacks with Blightstone is going to force the super early healing self here.
I'm not entirely certain why their choice was to walk through the lane to get there against Mars and a Hoodwink, but you know, I have to feel like Battle Boys unnecessary. I think this lane should be fine though for the most part. Mars Hoodwink is strong, certainly, but Nyx is pretty great at stopping this combo. I can't imagine the Phoenix doing much against a Slark though, to be honest.
Yeah, doesn't really do anything. Even versus a Grimstroke, I think he does kind of suffer lots of magic damage. Stroke of Fate as well makes it very difficult for you to play. You can force out Icarus Dive pretty easily. And the threat of a looming Phantom's Embrace to stop you from Icarus diving away and some of these more cheeky kind of encounters you can take as a Phoenix as well makes it very difficult. Phoenix not known for his attack speed. Doesn't really have a whole lot of it. Or armor. So it doesn't want to get touched by Slark either. At least it's something the Beastmaster has a bit of, 3 armor. Phoenix, of course, I think was 0, but the stats, a couple of GG branches to start the game with, at least help you a little bit there. But then having a lot better of a start in this lane, though, compared to the last. So just keeping an eye on this one again. Not a very fun lane to watch, but this is kind of more of what I expected. Same exact build as last game, 2 points in the Breathe Fire. 1 point, however, in Phase Shift early on. Curious. Curious. I wonder why FN has decided to change it up. Last time we saw a coil even before we got to the point in Phase Shift. Now Space giving a bit of a walk around to Omar, who will be able to turn around and even Bushwhack here.
You know what Hoodwink will never expect? Hug the tree. She'll never expect that. I mean, we can totally juke her that way. I mean, they killed Phoenix. I think it's a win for Unique anyway, right? I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
Got him on the
top
carapace.
lane, though. Yeah, but Tushara in trouble. Inkswell will hit with the Stroke of Fate on top of that. I think Tushara is going to die. Oh, maybe not. Oh, well, Plum extended his claw somehow and got the kill. He has Dark Pack, so he's not going to die to the Phoenix anyway. And it's going to be a pretty big win for both carries here.
I'd expect that to happen a bit more, though, or if we see any more kills in the side lanes, which I think we will, they'll be here in favor of Spider Pigz. That's just, I think, too easy of a combo to execute. It's level 2 Inkswell rather, so they are going to be looking to go for that a bit too much, and it's just too easy. The Boar Slow is not going to be enough to stop Little Pleb, especially with Pounce. Like, I'm really kind of surprised that they picked the Beastmaster, and it was an immediate Beastmaster pick as well. I'm hoping that it surprises me in the mid game. And I can see the pick of the point of the pick a bit later on. But right now, I'm not really convinced by what I see.
Yeah, I would agree. I mean, we'll see. You know, I don't think he's got him even started yet, so let's see what Tushara can show with a Helmet of Dominator build. Well, Pleb for now is being taken for a ride, which is interesting. I'm not sure why. He's missing a bunch of glasses now in the tower. He's going for the boar instead. Fighting Beastmaster head on. Second boar. Pleb.
Yeah, this is not good for Little Pleb. They at least keep the range creep alive, so he's going to be able to secure the CS on it as LeBron pulls the creep wave through the tower to make sure he doesn't miss all the XP. Did kind of get led on a wild Phoenix chase there, and that's kind of the thing, is that if you...
What bird is Phoenix?
What bird is Phoenix? Well, it lays eggs, right? So...
must be ostrich then.
Must be an ostrich, yes. I could see it. Ostriches famously, though,
fly.
Yeah, flightless birds, along with penguins.
Also, if you light them on fire, they die. So that's important.
Don't try that at home.
Yeah, I don't know if you could try that with any bird.
I don't think so.
Anyway, I would say he could be a goose if you want to.
He's a goose, sure. Well, we'll just leave it at that. He's a goose. And he's a Ghost that will annoy the Slark here quite a bit, though. And Lil Pleb, he's not getting caught up. He's not, like, falling in love with the Essence shift in this lane versus a strength melee hero, which is really good to see, because sometimes that will happen for a couple of Slark players. They go, oh my goodness, Essence shift is so good. And then they bully the offlaner, and then eventually Pigzs hits level 6, roars you and kills you, takes your tower, and then you can't farm the jungle with level 1 Dark Path. So it's good to see Lil Pleb is not falling into that pitfall.
It's not even that. Like, I've seen Slarks destroy the lane. You're like 60 last at 60 minutes. You feel like the strongest fish, in the game. And then all of a sudden, it's 10 minutes and you're like, how did I fall behind? Because you have zero way of farming with that Dark Pact. So I do agree. I think Dark Pact is always the build these days. The only thing, occasionally, it's like Timber Saws or like very big offlaners like those. 2 points attribute shift, I think, is justified. More than that, at this point, a mistake these days. So I do agree with this build. I think the safest build is always to just max Dark Pact first, because at least that lets you take camps, and you can also go in and take some stacks. A lane we haven't spoken about, by the way, is the mid, which is going really well for FN once again. Usually the lane against Dragon is kind of difficult, not the case for FN.
Yeah, it's kind of the same as we saw last time. I think there's a couple less denies for FN with this first wagon wave. I think he was also keeping pace with 8. I specifically recall somehow that Noob also had 8 CS by the time he had his first Elder Dragon form. So pretty similar performance, but FN is getting quite a bit out of this lane for sure. So Noob is just going to look for a little bit more tower damage. Nope, Elder Dragon form will end. Bottom is going very easy for space. This is exactly the kind of start he wants. He reminds me a lot of actually like Smiling Knight, you know, put him a lot in these like really late game carries who just need a bit of farm, and he'll be able to carry you the game eventually. Lil Pleb is fighting versus Pigzs. Okay, Icarus dive in. We've missed the first Fire Spirit. The second one will hit, but it's dispelled immediately. Inkswell is not going to get Lil Pleb out of this one, nor will it find them the kill here onto Pigzs, as he will kill that Phantom. That's a level 1 fire. Sunrise, so it doesn't do a whole lot, as Slayer will be finally caught and killed down bottom by finding the Squirrel.
Alright. Still a much more major kill being able to destroy the Slark, especially pre-Primal Roar, right?
Yeah.
Oh, maybe Pigzs only plays primal things, right? Brewmaster.
Primal Split, Primal Roar. Yeah, he needs to feel the wild in him. The wild axes, right?
I think Sanking is too urban for me.
Yeah, Sand King, you know, did you know that he's actually not even a king anymore? He sold his kingdom he sold the profile of his kingdom. Now he's on the front of a bunch of coffee cups, you know?
Oh, wow, that's awful.
To me.
They call him Sand Prime Minister. It's like, what is that? Never heard of that. I can see that.
Goodness.
But anyway, the Beastmaster for now I think is working decently, and the fact that you've pushed the Slark out of the lane, so that's good.
Can you gank a Slark? I mean, I guess so, without the point of the ultimate.
Yeah, you Dream Coil him, and what happens is that once he tries to break the Dream Coil Dark Pact, you go, well, Primal Roar. And then he dies.
Well, there he goes.
Of course, like I said, he needs to chant every time where he dies. They go forward, body blocking by the Phoenix, good Dark Pact. Oh, sorry, no, bad Dark Pact. He used it before he actually broke the Dream Coil. And no Pleb is going to die. I thought it was like a precise Dark Pact, but I spoke too soon.
You did. Yeah, he pressed the button a bit too soon as well. At least the wagon does die top lane, so I don't think they quite get the tower here. That would have been really a big win for Unique. They might just get the tower actually regardless. It's going to come at the cost of their mid lane tower here, as Noob is free to just right click it a bit. Same exact build as last game here. So we'll activate that regen rune to get all the mana back, but Pigzs does get this tower, my goodness. That's what that, yeah, Helm Creep. Yeah, Helm Creep. I forgot. That thing is actually owns so much damage.
Honestly. Especially now that it's reduced to 100 gold once you kill it. It's not actually that big a deal if you can sacrifice it much more easily. When it was 200 gold, you were like, okay, this might be more valuable than my supports, but
frequently it was, actually.
Yeah, honestly. Noob is going to take the mid tower though, so at least he's doing Dragonite things, and much earlier than last time. I want to try to punish this, but there's no Supernova, so I think it's impossible. And now at least you've opened up the map somewhat, and you have a good gank squad, so the idea here is that once Noob gets Blink Dagger, you can start really ganking. You see, he's changed the idea he's going for. Now no longer is he rushing the Midas, sorry, but instead we'll be going for the Blink Dagger, hopefully, and using the Hoodwink to try to get kills here. Bottom, by the way.
Oh, first arena. Oh, Blood is here.
Can't win a war without money. Get out of here.
Needed, especially if you can take the tower with this, and I think they can at least put enough pressure. And once you do that, sweeping becomes easy, and it should be around the timing as DK getting his blink, so it's good. the Spider Pigz is playing a better idea than last game. It's just Beastmaster is much more dominant than Brewmaster is in lane.
I wonder if
So-
we need to defend mid though. I think
Yeah, against Beast you do, right?
Yeah.
Even as push and creep.
like because I just don't think we push that fast down bottom. Like we will get the tower. Yeah, you can see Mars decided to
Radiant's
TP on over,
bottom
but they've
tower
scared
is
FN
under
off, and
attack.
I think they knows that means they're not going to look to push. So Lil Pleb and Funnick will get to work it then down bottom. It'll take a while, but they'll get through it. This is a pretty big win then actually for Spider Pigz, because they can't quite too easily get this mid tier 1 tower.
Can't see.
Why are there so many new DK voice lines? She's
Radiant's
always
bottom
talking.
tower is
Player.
under attack.
He's dead.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Alright.
Radiant's
But
courier
he's
has
distracted them from
killed.
taking the towers, so it's taking them longer, and they put more pressure in the mid lane, so I think that's fine. However, if they rotate and get FN, who has no place to TP to, this is scary. FN, not gonna jump this time, he'll survive. And instead, Unique goes, what if we just push top? Because they can't take mid that easily. Good rotation by actually Spider Pigz in general.
Yeah, and this time we're gearing up for a little bit more early fighting as compared to last game. Noob directly into the Blink Dagger. He's only 500 gold away. Smoke. Oh, FN has been caught by the Bushwhack because he TPs in front of it. Shri, instead of behind it, that Ink Small Stun will still find the puck. And despite being slowed by the level 4 Fire Spirits, they still easily have a kill here. Big Num has one more Fire Spirit to throw, and actually he might. No, I think this egg, it should get off. No, Lil Pleb can dispel himself, and the attacks will come through in time, but barely. As now stuck inside the arena is Petushara. He is going to be dropped as well. That's going to be 2 permanent agi for
Dire's
Lil
turret
Pleb.
has been killed.
What just happened?
They don't push in the meantime or anything like that either. The wagon quickly dispatched by Noob.
We got 2 couriers at least with the creep, so it's not the worst, right? But definitely a pretty solid fight there for Spider Pigz. I think they're taking much better control than last game. I believe the Blink Dagger on Noob is going to help us even further, and they have a good giraffe to take advantage of this. Hopefully this is enough to give Slark space and to help him beat space in terms of farm, because Slark versus Deuce is always a difficult matchup to not get out farmed in.
Dire are scanning.
Yeah, we're smoking off of this Blink Dagger reveal. They're not going to find anyone here in the choke point, so they'll have to go a bit further. There's no tier 1 tower remaining here for Unique, nor is there the threat of a supernova, so FN, he might just be as good as dead here into the Bushwhack. Sharpshooter, the bonk is not going to find him. The blink, the Waning Rift comes through, a little bit of regen, but not enough. 4 heroes for Spider Pigz needed to take down the Fairy Dragon, but they will be able to claim the bounty here. Only 250 gold, but of course the emotional damage onto FN, and quite notably, Avo, no tips yet onto FN. No tips.
I think he played that pretty well, so I don't think you tip him. Would be considered a tip out of respect, right? You have to wait until he zeroes into 5 heroes and decides to block into it, and then you tip. That's when you tip. But Tushara is looking for kills, though. He's gonna go for the goal we've seen before with the nope. Move slow. Ray, and there's a soul mine on top of
No
it.
supernova.
Dragon Tail onto 2. Pretty good. Kill Slayer. Petushara, or kill Petushara. Slayer is capable of getting away. We don't have any supernova, so there's no point in continuing this. What I meant to say is going for the Helm of the Overload immediately, which we have seen before, so
We have,
we'll see
yeah.
how impactful this is.
I like it. I like it this game. I think you just take the Prowler again. And,
I mean, the Prowler.
sorry, the
That's
Thunder
impossible.
Hide.
That's the one thing you can't take.
No, you can't take those guys anymore. That'd be a fun one to take versus Slark, though. Just kind of root them up every single attack. I forget what other actives or passives they may or may not have had. Quite famously, of course, Zero Magic Resist.
I'm wondering.
I don't remember. It was the ensnaring attack and something else.
No, I know that. I don't mean that. I'm wondering if Thunder Hide's that useful. I guess with Medusa it's useful because you're a ranged carry. And then I really think it's Dragon again, not the.
You think it's
I'm
the
being
Granite, the Ancient Black
Dire's
Dragon?
courier has
Yeah,
been
For the armor?
killed.
Oh, that's a big courier snipe, though. FN, he's going to die for this, but he's at least prevented the diffuser from coming online. They will tip him for this, but actually, I don't know. That wasn't all that bad, really. Immediate dispel here for Lil Pleb on the Dark Pack. As Icarus Dive is going to be stopped by the
that was
Pounce.
pretty bad.
Lil Pleb, down he will go. Okay, so not as good, but...
No, that's pretty bad.
Oh, it wasn't even the full diffusal. I thought it was the full diffusal. It was just the double blade of Alacrity that got picked off.
Yeah, exactly. Courier's not worth your life there, and especially as a mid laner, especially using Supernova for that, seems a bit of a waste. This time, Spider Pigz has upped their tempo, and Unique has done the opposite, down their
Dire's
tempo.
bottom tower
So
is
it's
under attack.
it's tough because now Spider Pigz has more control over the game. You don't seem to have really any avenues to get kills with. FN is falling a bit behind, and Space is only 1100 gold over Slark, which is not that much for a Medusa versus Slark matchup. He does have a very good core-to-core against Medusa, so I think Slark is going to win this in the mano a mano once he gets the Fusel Blade.
Yeah, Charo then. He's still going for this Helm of the Overload. The recipe's very expensive though, 1,600 gold. So he's still doing another 1,000 here on top of what he has in the bank to get online. You think it's the Ancient Golem? Sorry, the Ancient Black Dragon? The plus, what, 8 armor, 7 armor, something like that? Was it the top hide? Oh, here he is. Now we can check. Dragonheart armor. Oh, it's only 3, huh?
That's okay. I don't care about the armor. To me, it's like a fireball, dude. I'm not even kidding. Like, the damage in the fight is whatever, right? But the fireball and splash attack means you can pretty much solo push away. Especially when you want to create space this game, which you do need to create space because you're actually falling behind heavily.
Okay, I see that. I see that. Alright, that makes sense. Oh, he's just think 15% flat bonus to your HP is kind of hard to pass up.
I can't believe what we're seeing! What just
I
happened?
guess we're not really too tanky on this lineup, nor is there a Wyvern or anything crazy to combo it with, but I don't know, 50% HP. It's pretty decent. We'll see what he can grab. What he'll be able to even find, really, is, I think, you know, you removing an Ancient off the map is actually 150 to 200 gold from your carry.
That is true. So you have to take the enemy Ancients instead.
Yeah, well, good luck getting in there. It's probably a one-way trip, I would say, for Beastmaster if he tries that right now. Like,
Yeah,
this
but
might
calls
be
us to join him, and if I'm like, sure. And then we part of the map. I'm there all the time.
How's already going there?
I know it like the back of my hand.
Well, Pleb, he's got his DD rune active now. Slayer's going to go to get with the stun. Dispelled immediately, though. Pleb is going to miss, however, on the pounce. Has vision, though, just barely of Slayer, but he's outside of Sentry range. Another one dropped, and he's outside of that range already. Bushwhack as well, and Dust. Just going to miss everything there. And, well, at least they'll be able to find a couple of Ancients for their trouble. Immediately.
Right. Not too bad, but a bit of a waste of time. And Medusa started to get ahead again. Now, it went from 1,100, I said earlier, right, to 1,700 now. Not too great. You can't let this go further, right? Medusa will naturally farm faster than you, and here's where the Beastmaster really comes into play. His split pushing is making it very difficult for Spider Pigs to fight kills any longer, and now Unique is in the right formation for Protect Dusa, where Patushara pushes one lane. Honestly, a ghost push at this point because you're using creeps. I guess 100 gold is a bit, but not that big a deal.
Zoo push.
Yeah, Zoo push. Yeah, let's call it Zoo push. And the bottom lane is completely dominated by Unique. It's interesting because usually it's the dead lane, but not for them.
Yeah, they're just forcing them back, right? If they can continue to like force rotations around the map, as Noob's not even going to try that one onto FN. He's got enough respect for him there. If you can like force these rotations, right? It's like playing against a TV. This is what Spirit does versus TV, which is really cool to watch. They just kind of play a little bit better of the split push game here. Obviously, not a whole lot of split push for Spider Pigs to be doing, but they will have to go back and actually push these lanes back out. As for now, the only creep that we've been able to find is the Ancient Black, or the Ancient Granite Golem. So a little bit of bonus HP, little bit of bonus HP for everyone. Might help a little bit versus a Slark, especially because he doesn't do that much damage once he burns through all your mana.
Yeah, you'll survive for a long time. You can also split push with this. 107 damage is respectable. It's not as fast as Dragon, but it's fine. As you said, it'll take a while for little Pleb to be able to take this golden down. And now you find a Thunderhide. I think this is by far the most valuable creep. In fact, you might just want 2 Thunderhides.
See, is a good one.
Radiant's top
Frenzy,
tower is
bonus
under
attack
attack.
speed here, and the slam even not bad. It's like a super AoE, what's it called? War Stomp.
Hellbreath Smasher.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Hellbreath Smasher.
sorry,
That's a better
Hellbreath.
one. Yeah, because it doesn't stun, but he's got a similar animation. Okay.
Okay, he got caught by the Drinkle, and now he has no dark track. I think the Shadow Guns immediately super over on top of him. They have the Axis by Carpers. They actually broke the coil towards the end, so
Oh,
Wolf's
no.
gonna die here. They used Primal Roar just for the damage, and justifiably so. As they took him down, LeBron will be next to fix them. But Pleb really struggling with these Drinkles, huh?
You mean Slark?
Yeah,
Slark's- Oh, Lil Pleb. Sorry, I heard Puck. My bad. No, yeah, no, he is. He is not
Lil
finding
Puck-
these to be too easy. And there's the bonus attack speed, which it doesn't look that impressive on a Medusa, but oh, there it is. That's what it looks like. It's not
That's
bad.
pretty decent.
It's not that bad.
Just yellow things around her. It looks like if you ever guys played Titan Quest, that's what it looks
Dire's
like,
middle
honestly.
tower has fallen.
Back in the day, it was like an old Diablo clone.
This is a wraparound. I think that might be. I mean, if okay, Unique, you're going into the triangle, so now it actually might work because you may just be able to envelop them. I don't know if Unique are going to think about exiting through the mid lane immediately. So
Space?
instead, space. Yeah, he's going to walk right into this arena of blood.
Yeah, he has Stonegaze still. Nope. Oh, Magic Wand, never mind. Stonegaze, there we go. And they'll play, trying to use the Dark Pact, dispel that stone.
He's gonna be killed.
Second time, and he's gonna die. And now even if Dusa dies, it's at least an even matchup. You want to kill Phonic as an extra, Dusa will fall. Phonic is being slowed down here. Where's the rest of the team here? Finally, FN joining in. Phonic trying to TP, but FN won't let him. And Noob's been slowed to a halt as well. They need one more stun, but they lack it, so he's gonna be able to make it out of here alive. I don't think Unique understood how strong they were there because they didn't stay to fight. They actually all went away.
Yeah, again,
that could have been a much better fight for Unique.
That's why I brought up earlier, like in these early arenas, Dusa just doesn't care. As long as she gets off the ultimate, and there she does, you don't kill her that fast.
Yep.
There's no burst damage, you know. You get through the mana, she pops wand, and that's that.
Nope. Dragon tailing. Beast. Nope, they're actually going to go for Squirrel instead. And Squirrel's killed. Now it's time for Noob to die. Beastmaster with the zoo. You won't be part of my zoo, then you die, Dragon, then you die! But Dragon is quite tanky. However, the Phoenix is going to make this impossible for him to get away. Even the Supernova committed. Lopez coming in here, Dark Pacting it, pouncing in time. They hit him with the Hawk, though! The dive bomb from the Hawk, Lopez! Towards the shreds, no, just barely surviving. They missed the spirits. Even with a Veil of Discord, he'll be able to get away. That was so close. You have to use a Shadow Dance still.
Oh wow, yeah, that was not good. That was not.
I told you
good.
the shard was gonna come into play though. That dive bomb is so strong.
That bomb is very good. I never doubted you on that one. I want to make that clear.
I know. I'm just saying.
I mean, but you're totally right. I mean, it's part of the build, I think. And before you get Solar Crest online, I think it is the item to get. I cannot believe Spider Pigs decided to continue fighting to the mid lane like that, though, without their Slark. I mean, they just don't have any sustained damage. DK, he's here for the stun. He's here for lockdown, right? We need to get that burst of the Sharpshooter on through before we can really get it done. And that actually, where was our Hoodwink when they were trying to kill the Dusa? I suppose eventually she came on in, didn't she? But yeah, I don't know. That was a tough fight. Tough fight. As FN, they didn't jaunt, so Lil Pleb's after him. So he's going to be, pardon me, able to TP away in time.
Yeah, it's apparently he's keeping from hiding the ancient granite. Okay, that's fine then. No dragons, I guess.
No dragons. Nope, doesn't want him.
I guess he's angry at the Dragon Knight. He's showing him. I will extinguish your race, Dragon Knight.
Wow. I mean, I don't know. I think these creeps, they synergize really nicely together, right? High damage with the HP bonus. You can buff even the Granite Golem, which we did actually see Petushara do to get a kill
sure.
onto the Slark.
Yeah.
They go together. They go together nicely here. And all the beasts.
Yeah, the
oh goodness, it's going to be huge, actually.
Gold line, change affecting a bit. Ron will have to pay the price here. No blood. Probably immediately flooded. You heard the Dream Coil as well in the backlands and actually caught up to a Squirrel, and they're going to kill off the Hoodwink to the sidelines while they're still fighting in the Arena of Blood. Stonegaze, though, is stopping Spider Pigs from winning this fight. In fact, they still want to kill Lil Pleb. FN has come into this. They use the Supernova just so they can finish off this Mars, and they will bring down Phonic. That's the first core they killed.
FN's still chasing.
For this.
FN wants Noob. Oh, gets the Andisk. Wow, that's annoying.
Yeah.
They're going to go on a road with this.
Keep it disassembled, honestly. Kept it. Dive bomb though. Careful, dude. Careful. There's a Hawk nearby, and that's enough range for them to hit it with a nice dive bomb. Catch Hawk.
Now they just want to keep control here over Roshan. And I don't think without an arena, especially, we can fight this. We did use Supernova there. I think that was a bit overkill. So now that's, yeah, at least going to allow Nuke to walk on in with the BKB active. DD rune for the Slark as well, as they at least avoid the stun out from space. He's going to go back to try and finish off Roshan now. Nuke with another stun. This time they find FN. Bushwhacked and picked off with the Sharpshooter thanks to the lack of the Aeon Disc. But Lil Pleb has been scared off without the ultimate. They're going to have to relinquish control of the Roshan. Nuke, though, taking a lot of damage here. Another Inkswell. Oh, the stun only finds the Nyx Assassin as Lil Pleb now rejoining the fight, trying to get through Petushara, but he's just too damn tanky here, Avo. Two-man stun as the Golems get to work to slam even from the prop with the Thunderhide doing a good amount of damage as the Roar is going to be used to finish off the DK. Now Phonic still stuck inside of his own arena here along with Petushara continuing to fight, but Lil Pleb 11, 12, 13 stacks now of the Essence shifted on over to him. Is going to trigger a buyback there with that kill. Might even find the Dusa. We have an Aegis here. Pick up some space. Yes, he got the bounty rune, but I think Avo, he's still going to end up losing this first life. Has Stone Gaze when he respawns, however.
Yeah, sure to get away with the second life. Let's see though. Stone Gaze. Oh, just got stopped before he could get it off. Stone Gaze not coming up just yet. He's still silenced. The Ghost's gonna hit. He's out of mana. Has the magic wand. Uses Stone Gaze. No, not in time. and he's going to die. Even the Centaur, the neutral, helping him out. They get rid of Space and the Cockroach at the same time. Spider Pigs just turned this game around.
What just happened?
They really did. That was absolutely massive for them. He was mid-cast animation, but the Diffusal Blade actually getting rid of the mana he needed just before he could cast the spell. Oh, that's brutal. That is absolutely brutal for Unique, as they immediately lose Roche. That deity rune here for a little pleb did not play around. Yeah, just immediately in there. And then we could see Dusa mid-animation for it as well after Silence couldn't get it off. And then finally, to add insult to injury, the Stompy creep right in there, and they get the kill. Very easy for them. Very easy for Spider Pigs. Well played.
Yep. I'm going to see the pleb. The pleb. He's trying to get the shadows. They see him. You should know they see him as well. Because, well, Shadow Dance's not activated. They took a dragon.
Radiant's top
Finally.
tower is under attack.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
Doesn't kill a
The
Hawk.
Hawks are too strong.
They are. They're quite tanky, huh?
650 HP is actually not a joke, honestly. You know where to put him.
Oh my goodness. He's still alive.
Is Hawk health double? Oh, no, he went for the 350 HP, of course, yeah. That makes sense. It's a good talent, actually, for the Hawks. I never thought about it for the Hawks specifically.
Yeah.
I guess.
Guess
That
you're
makes
right.
him kind of OP.
But
yeah.
do they have any armor? They didn't have any magic resist. They have armor. Okay. Of course, everyone knows Hawks for their armor, right?
I mean, if you not watched Lord of the Rings, those eagles are strong.
I haven't gotten to that one yet, actually.
What do you mean to? What do you mean to the one with the eagles?
I
or
guess
what?
so, yeah. I just watched Fellowship the other day.
Oh,
Oh, but you know who's not going on a journey.
he has 4 stacks though.
He does, but he's still silenced. Coil out from FN to try and save his life. Oh, but he's going to go down. They just barely end his life now. FN and his proc space cannot really help out much outside of just using the Stone Gaze, but even that is not going to be able to do a whole lot. Phoenix, though, TPing back on into the Tier 1 tower. Sunray immediately applied here on top of Lil Pleb. That's a great pushback. Will find 3, but they cut down the tree, and that releases the rest of Unique. Lil Pleb is dead. Down for 50 seconds as Noob trying to TP out. But Black Dragon doing his best, but the stun from Supernova will not come through in time. And it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade here. Going about even? Not really, because you get both supports in exchange for 2 cores, so pretty big win for Unique.
Secretly, the Black Dragon is happy his brother got away.
Yeah.
He's playing for the other team a bit. That's why they didn't want to add him. Also, his face is so derpy. I honestly cannot believe
For what, the Black Dragon?
Yeah,
Oh.
it does not look like a real dragon.
Listen,
Look at
dude,
his
come
face.
on. He's just...
Dire's top tower
He's stuck in the ancient camp all the time. Can't get to the
He has like
dentist.
a British Black Dragon. He needs
Oh
to
my
go.
gosh, I can't believe you just said that.
Okay, I'm joking. I was in the UK. That's not true at all. Everyone has really good dental care. Just one comp.
Okay, well, he's gonna moving on from that.
It's just
one.
a stereotype. It's not actually true. British
No,
people have great teeth.
of
They're
course,
very beautiful.
Of course, yes, of course.
I'm not even joking. Everyone there's a lot of women that just look like exactly like Amelia Clark, and a lot of men that look like a male version of that, which is equally as pretty beautiful.
They look like a male Clark.
Yes, exactly. That's pretty good.
Of course. Of course. Well, that's going to be a great fight, though, for Unique as they take down the Tier 2 tower to boot. I would say now they've just reset from their pretty disastrous Roche fight that Spider Pigs managed to force out from them.
Yeah. I mean, it was a... Once again, because they kill Slark so easily and so early in the team fight.
Sorry, this Hawk is just so
Yeah,
funny.
it's very funny, yeah. I think it's good, right? Low Pub clearly can't deal with the Dusa just yet, and Space at least is keeping up. Or, sorry, is beating the Slark. They're kind of in the border where Slark is useful enough, but Dusa is also capable of beating him in the mano-a-mano. Eventually, Dusa just kind of skyrockets in farm, or the Slark eventually catches up to her, so either or has to happen right now. They've kept it very even for now. I don't know what's going to happen in this next fight. I feel like there's too many stuns, though, for Low Pub to spell all, which is what he's struggling with right now.
All right, Spider Pigs not too confident going up high ground. Good position by Nyx Assassin to break the smoke. And of course, Funnick not one to make a blind jump like that. He's not playing puck or anything. You know, he can't really rely on his spells to get... No, I mean, seriously, he can't rely on his spells to get him out of a hard spot. If he blinks in, he's in.
Yeah. FN is close to getting the Axe. This time he's not going to go for Dagon build. I think it's a really smart choice, actually, because Slark seems to have a lot of issues with the Dream Coil.
Yeah.
And as well, there's a lot of BKBs on the, well, particularly on the Dragon Knight, which we want to get rid of. And the Slark now has his own BKB as well. I don't know if he saw that being built or just assumed it, because that's very common. And Dream Coil will be extra annoying. You expect one on the Mars as well at some point. I don't mind a Dagon eventually. I think it's actually really good against Slark, but Axe is a good choice beforehand.
Yeah, it is a good item versus the Slark, but I think I don't know. What's stopping me? It's like he's got BKB, he's got Shadow Dance, right? Like I think we'd want to go for maybe a couple more utility items before we go into the deck. Maybe just one, right? What is that one item for FN? I mean, dare I suggest it? BKB maybe a Scythe of Ice, perhaps getting a Hex onto someone here could be really huge. You know, more of
a Hex.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hex is a pretty good idea, to be honest. It's actually the greatest way to deal with the Slark, right?
Yeah.
Stun.
And it works very nicely with Puck's kit, right? Because everything about you is instant, especially with the blink daggers. You just face the right direction. And
yeah, I agree.
Does a pretty good job with that. Another smoke attempt, but Puck in a great position to break smokes. Funnick, he's not even going to... Oh, he will throw down the arena. Doesn't find the Puck, however. Petushara is going to be the one caught out. They're going to throw the stun out for the noob DK as the Coil finds two. In the middle of everything, though, is Medusa with an egg to back her up now. BKB active for Noob here, but he's turned to stone. And look who's melting. Funnick to the Sunray. He will drop. Noob is next. Oh, wow. 2 dead immediately, only in exchange for Petushara. And now with the rest of Spider Pigs scattering to the wind.
That was pretty good team fight, honestly. They played that really well. Unique. And even with Tashara lost there, he just delayed this enough, right? With Solar Quest, you barely have enough tank to last that. I think the arena was still fine. It was just... Yeah, no, well done, well done. The combo bag plus Stone Gate is really good. Spike Carpus, annoyed little bled. Oh, he silenced him now. He has a Dark Pack in time. He's going to go straight for the Phoenix, who still has a Force Staff, and he's just surviving the Sunray. There's the Force Staff here. Body blocked by the units. And the creeps.
Get him.
Helping out against Slark. Instead, from behind, I see the Grimstroke trying to fight FN. You're not going to win this fight. Ever. Is FN going to blink after him? No.
No, he's very wary of the Slark still behind him. I think that's the right kind of attitude to take here. Take another look at that fight, though. I mean, that was all Petushara, right? Sets him up for the stun. Great Supernova outside of the pit. I mean, unfortunately, we only find a Beastmaster in there. And he's like, well, if you're going to kill me in arena, I'm at least going to use all of my spells, right? And ends up lining the rest of Spider Pigs up. They must have thought they caught someone else in that arena. And that's why Funnick, I think, was a little bit not so eager to make the jump earlier when they were smoked right here, attempted to get to the triangle of Unique. And, well, it didn't work out for them here. And yeah, it's the Granite Golem and the Thunderhide. I thought for sure we would see like the Thunderhide and the Black Dragon. Maybe we just haven't found another one yet.
No. I mean, I definitely think Thunderhide is by far the highest value.
Yeah.
Right? Because you don't have Alacrity.
But you get two. You get two, right? Yeah, so that's why I was curious as what the second one he was going to take was. I thought maybe War Drums, but that's a bit excessive. Or sorry, the Rumble Hides for the War Drums aura. Was there any evasion yet? No, there's not. So, yeah, that's not too big of a concern then.
Yeah.
All right, Noob going for AC. He's almost got that one finished, actually. And, oh, Funnick has a full Crimson Guard. Not an item we see every single game. Oh, no. Oh, no. Little pleb. He got baited by, oh, of all things. That time he at least gets off the ultimate correctly, but he still finds himself leashed up. BKB active. He's going to look to turn and fight now. Onto Seema the Slayer. Here will go. Great Supernova into the pit, however, as have the Medusa Stone Gaze to cover him. Oh, they're blown right through LeBron as the Supernova is going to explode here. Doesn't find anyone with the stun as Funnick on the way back in. Playing like he has an arena, but only had the spear to hold down Petushara. Space, though, is being a bit hesitant as far as actually chasing for this kill. After the buyback from LeBron, so it's going to be just the simple kill for supports, and both teams will go ahead and back up and fight another day. I think they both teams know that Roshan could be up soon, so they don't want to have too decisive of engagement yet.
All right. I like the idea of, I mean, I like how Unique is playing this game, right? They're not giving their... Like, they're not committing too hard to fights. They know that Medusa's still keeping up with the Slark. But I also find that Spider Pigs are not, like, they're never quite out of this. And there is going to be a point where Medusa runs out of Slark, and I just expect Slark to beat her. Because the core-to-core benefits him, to be honest. But we'll see. I wonder what Unique's plan is for that. I appreciate their how safe they're playing this. And I think they're still being able to outform the Slark. But I also think that this has a ceiling eventually. Has BKB activates immediately, doesn't want to get hit by the Ink, so it makes sense. Just play it safe. We have a Dream Coil on top of this, might be able to kill Funnick. Walk into the arena, thinking it twice about it. Wants to get away. Good Depth Shroud, yep. And Noob, as for Bingham, they don't have a Supernova, so he's not that useful, but he's gonna die for sure. And we get a God's Rebuke, hoping to kick off Slayer. Primal Lord trying to save him, not going to work out. Slayer's dead, the two supports are gone, and this time not trading it for anything. In fact, if they found Medusa here, this would be huge. FN is trying to deter this aggression, but Medusa is forced to use the Stone Gate regardless. Both Live actually in trouble, forced to use the Shadow Dance himself. And in Space thinking, we can fight this, let's go. However, you're still 5 versus 3. maybe not the best of ideas as Unique decides to retreat.
And Roche is up. We have buyback on Phoenix, and he's going to have Supernova along with it in 4 more seconds. Roche has been scouted. Second Roche, Aegis Cheese, and of course it's Aghanim Shard. We already have the Ag Shard for LeBron. Neglected to mention that, but he's bought it some time ago already. Wonder who we go for then on this Shard. We already have Depth Shroud. We bought it. So I guess maybe Mars is going to be the choice here. We'll see if they can even grab it, actually, though, is Unique. Now they also know that Roche is up. Funnick making the jump back in, has an arena, but the dive bomb Hawk is going to interrupt him just briefly. Wild Axis sweeping on through the arena of blood. Now his face still caught up here. Lots of the mana being burned. A bit sooner over, though. Catches onto 3. The Bushwhack's not going to do enough work, and silences Little Pleb, the Waning Rift, and they get him with the Primal Roar damage. Oh, what a team fight out from Unique, completely punishing the aggression of Spider Pigs. They just don't kill a Dusa that fast in these arenas.
Honestly. Dream Coil as well, just to catch up with support, but honestly, kind of value here. Just make sure you continue this aggression. 100 Boomerang for FN. FN's the on this, he's going to be perfectly fine, even with that spear. And you got rid of the Grimstroke. Let's dive back here.
Oh,
Waning
wow.
Rift, getting away. Primal Roar is still available, or is it going to be available very soon for Patushara, so Spider Pig has to be really careful. I don't know if they can contest this Roshan. Stonegate is available in 7. They won that with that Stonegate. It was just pretty much a really good Dream Coil into Supernova.
Supernova, yeah. Sunray, of course, right? With Veil of Discord on top is, yeah, exactly just that. Brutal. I mean, they were all perfectly lined up. Not to mention, of course, it heals Medusa, right? Like, let's let's also acknowledge that aspect about it. That's rough. I mean, because we do have really good matchups core to core here for this Slark versus the Medusa. The problem to me, Avo, is that, like, it's only good when the arena is up, and Slark just needs a lot more essence stacks to really, I think, take advantage of this. There's a lot of sustain as well here, good attack speed. I mean, we don't even have a Lotus Orb or anything yet here to help the Deuce out, but now at least I think she's going to take the Sag Shard. Yeah, so that'll help her out even more here. I don't know. I don't know if we ever hit a ceiling on this Dusa versus the Slark. At least I'm not seeing it.
I was concentrating too much, I think, on the core-to-core, and I think where Unique is going to actually just completely beat the enemy team, and the late game will be the team fight, honestly. The team fight just seems superior, right? Arena is just falling off completely. Dragon Tail is just not good enough in a 5-on-5 engagement, whereas Supernova plus Stonegate is always super powerful.
Yeah.
So who cares if Slark is beating the Dusa? Who cares if Dusa hits the ceiling? If you always have that team fight, right? I didn't really notice that when I was analyzing her.
No, it's fair enough. Fair play there. As I mean, here it is, right? Great arena, Spirit even to the walls, and plenty of control, and then just Phoenix just swoops on in and completely cancels that with a beautiful Sunray. BKB probably ultimately unnecessary for space, but you know, just to be safe. And now he's even safer with this second Aegis and even the cheese in his inventory. He's taken everything, you know.
Eventually, he'll also have the Aeon Disc, and it's going to be impossible to bring down Magnum, right? Unless he's in the egg form, and you just don't have egg.
Hawks, they're going to start a fight over this.
Okay, this Tongaze, they do use it actually immediately to get into the fight, but Space has been stunned out into the Dragon Tail. I'm actually going to stuck here. FN, Soulbound still, Supernova will complete. No Sunray, they might just kill LeBron here. They actually don't even get him. So nobody's dying. In fact, from back lines, Noob is trying to hunt down Patushara. Someone's stopping Patushara. Surviving. Actually quite tanky, but Noob will eventually get him at this rate. Someone needs to help out Noob, or Patushara rather. Noob will finish him off. Space instead, fighting the Slark, not getting anything. They've already lost Slayer as well on the back lines. Noob doing so much work, and Unique no longer wants to fight this as they lost, well, the offlaner.
Yeah.
Without even using the Primal Roar.
I think he got... Oh, no, he didn't. I guess he didn't get it off. Yeah, low pleb. Okay, maybe he was just going to die there, but he's just going to hit it with a quick Fuse Blade, although that Icarus dive from downtown. Now low pleb is soaking in the sun rays. Doesn't really like that very much himself, though. His space held down here currently. Boomerang as well, but he's got that Dispel easily for it. Noob still with a little bit left in this Elder Dragon form. So he is going to have that Blink Dagger in a second with the stun to boot. Funnick has mana for the arena. If he pops the wand, doesn't now. They might look for a kill here onto the Phoenix, and down he goes. Another Bushwhack here. He's going to find space in the river, but FN jumping right back on in. They are killing people here with the Medusa illusions. She's going to go down here. That's only the Aegis. BKB and Stone Gaze here, available in 10 seconds. Coil in 3 more seconds of space. Just going to use this BKB. Look to fight. Coil at the ready. See with the Slayer as well. He's going to line up a big stun here. He's going to find Funnick with it, but FN, gets the cheese off just in time now. Little Pleb with the BKB. Cannot fight too well here now. But FN just chewed through. Little Pleb now with plenty of stacks over the Essence on top of him. It's going to go right onto the Dusa. Whew, 60. Indeed, I didn't even know. Where did he get all these stacks from? Little Pleb's getting the tip already from Funnick.
The fight went on for too long. The fight went on for too long. Honestly, this was a huge mistake by Unique to keep on fighting that. I mean, you don't have Basher on the Slark. I'm surprised they didn't just try to TP from the BKB. That was a huge blunder by Unique. Now this gives at least one lane of racks to them, for sure, with 60 stacks. I don't know if they were ever checking Slark.
No, they
He has 180 extra joy. This is insane.
It's ridiculous. And they're gonna try and end the game here. There's no buybacks. There's no buybacks on Unique.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Okay, we don't have a fortify. We've already
Might
used
just
it.
finish this with the butterfly. I mean, you have Wall of Destruction actually. Okay, FN trying to delay this. Death Shroud used.
I don't know. These stacks are expiring pretty soon though. He's not 25 yet, but the Ancient's exposed. They might have this, Abo.
Oh, they do. Look at that. Dark Pact. No, what? Don't get distracted. He's going for the Beastmaster instead. He wants to farm more stacks. I mean, that's going to help him. But they're giving them a chance. No, Sharpshooter. They got rid of Pitushar. Never mind. Most level win this. That's BKB and too many stacks. Win for Spider Pigs off a single fight that Unique didn't really choose. And I feel like I'm getting a bit of deja vu from yesterday's game. Honestly.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, actually. No, very similar fashion.
One fight. Yeah.
I would say yesterday.
This time though.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say this time though it wasn't offensive. There was 100% space.
Yeah, it kind of was, wasn't it? I mean, FN was also sticking around in that fight. Yeah, just TP, right? BKB TP, lol, forehead. But actually, I think, and then you don't lose that game instantly. I mean, I was shocked at the amount of damage they were doing to FN. That's when we should have realized, at least over on the end of Unique, that, hey guys, this fight's not really looking too good for us here. Maybe we should, reconsider our efforts, because they were just absolutely chewed through. I mean, just look at this. I mean, I barely even noticed how many stacks he had. It's so hard to tell as well versus Adusa, isn't it? Because you just have so much armor, you've got so much intel. I mean, you don't really take damage, and then as soon as he starts right-clicking onto FN, I went, oh no, something is not right here. We'll bring it back.
I was checking his stacks while he was doing this. I was like, I think he has like 45 stacks or so. I don't know if you should be fighting this, right? They should have just clicked on the Slark. I don't think they did, honestly. They also underestimated the power of Soulbind Dragon Tail. I mean, it's just one fight that you mess up against. No, but he's very but he's very close to it.
Yeah, I pulled myself up on accident there. I do need you to reconnect to our call here just so we can say goodbye briefly before we go back to a game number 3. As once again, I mean, just like yesterday, very shocking. Yesterday, though, the biggest difference for me was that we had I would say, a much more of a lead for Team Unique than they had in this one. I think this one, I mean, the graph does look strikingly similar to yesterday, for sure. But yesterday was like at least 15K lead or something for Team Unique by the time that they really started to let that one go.
You're right. I mean, I did say that. I thought I gave quite a lot of credit to the Slark. I didn't think he was as weak as a lot of people paint him as. I think it stood true. I think the team fight could have been better executed, though, for Unique. I can't say this was draft alone or even a good execution by Spider Pigs. They did a good job, but it was mostly just a big blunder by Unique in that fight. They were even doing really well in these fights. The Supernova, they got a not so great Supernova. I feel like in that last fight as well, when they took in the top lane, I can't imagine. I was casting that, I was thinking, someone deal with Noob, for God's sake. The guy's killing your backlines and you're chasing after a squirrel. What are you doing? If you just jumble up around the high ground, it was much easier. And they concentrated on getting kills while Noob picked off the backlines. That was not ideal. You lost Pitushara pretty much for free. It wasn't really well executed the last 2 fights, and that's all they needed. 2 bad fights, and the Spider Pigs took control. And won.
Yep, they take control and win basically right away, don't they? And that's going to be taking us then to about a 10-minute break, guys. We're going to be going for a 10-minute break. When we return, we're going to have the deciding game. Team Unique, 1 game away yet again from getting into the qualification. Well, actually, from getting to the next round at least. Yesterday was the qualification match that would have been played tomorrow. V Gaming, they'll beat them 2-1. Now they find themselves in a very similar position here versus the Spider Pigs. Will they be able to close it off? Will they be able to secure that mid-game space that they're getting, funny enough, on space, or will they just take a couple bad fights and once again fail to qualify? We're going to see, guys, 10 minutes, and we're back live on the main channel here for our conclusion of the first best of 3 series on the day. We'll see you then. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Game number 3 between Team Unique and Spider Pigs. As Unique, just like yesterday, win game number 1, almost win game number 2. It comes all crashing down, and now, Avo, we're going to get to see here if they can make it on into the next round for the ESL 1 Fall 2021 Boot Camp Edition closed qualifiers powered by Intel. What are you thinking? I mean, I agreed with you yesterday. I asked you last time before we got underway with the draft that, do you think it's going to be a Unique victory? I asked you actually what the result was going to be. You said 2-0 Unique. I agreed with you. What are you feeling here?
I don't know. Because yesterday, once they lost that match, especially how they, I mean, it's not as bad as this one, but it was still bad.
It was a lot. It wasn't as big of a throw, like, per net worth, but it was a lot. This one was a lot faster. It was like one fight and it was over, literally.
And they fell apart after that match, right? They just completely fell apart. So I don't know, especially if it happens again. Like RS is like, one more time, you know, and then FN's like, what? Now you throw because I threw. I don't know. I'm not sure. I think Spider Pigs might have more chances.
Okay.
I need to see the draft, of course, but I think Spider Pigs might be able to have this one just because I don't think Unique is going to be in the best position.
If you need to see a draft, I think I actually have a button here that will let us go to the draft. Oh, I pressed it, and there it is. The draft now live on our screens here.
My God. Wow. How did you do that? Teach me.
We have the technology. I know. When you like to run the stream, you like to leave the black screen on for a couple of minutes. And
and then I play the bumper, and then we go straight into 15 seconds of ads, and I play it 2 times because I mistimed it.
Yeah. It's good stuff. Luckily here, this draft already looking pretty smooth compared to you playing the bumpers. We have the Abba Morph.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I got you. I like the Abba of LeBron quite a bit, and Lil Pleb Morphling is, I think, a specialty of his, isn't it?
His best hero.
Yeah.
His best hero. It's also a great answer to Gyrocopter because not only are you... So Gyrocopter, much like Slark, likes long fights, right? Very similar to Dusa. No, not similar to Dusa. Gyrocopter actually likes long fights. Dusa just happens to get them, right?
Yeah.
But on the Gyrocopter, you want to have a long fight. So, why? Because you want to get multiple uses of your rocket barrage, your flat cannon. You want your side guard to do a bunch of damage. You're not very much a burster, so the longer the fight goes, the easier it is for you to be able to get multiple uses of your spells. And if you get a second Satanic or a second BKB, it's awesome for you, obviously, right? Morphling bursts you, so he takes it away from you. And most importantly, Morphling turns into you, and he can just use your flat cannon to do what you do, but better. So usually Morphling is considered a counter to Gyrocopter. I would agree with that notion. He's also pretty solid against Puck for very similar reasons, as either turns into you and uses your skills against you, or alternatively, Morphling is capable of bursting you down. At Dagon Puck, back in the days when that was very popular, might have been good enough against Morphling. I think with things like Abaddon and stuff, it's not so great. There are better bursters definitely in the mid lane than Puck.
Can you come? Well, I mean, actually, I think it's going to be the FN Puck. 3 games in a row for FN Puck. No.
I mean, it's fine.
Wait, yeah, right? 3 games in a row. He played game 1 for sure when he went Dagon, and last game he did not go for Dagon. He went for Ags. Yeah. No, I think it's fine. I think it's fine as well, but you bring up a good point with this Abba. I don't like usually seeing the Abba into the Puck, because usually if you can get silence, that's the biggest way to counter the Abaddon until it's like 45 minutes and he can finally afford 1 item, and then he gets Lotus, and then he can shield himself and save his teammates. But that's actually kind of unironically pretty late game for an Abaddon. So that's not too big of a concern early on. So it has its chances here to burst through him, burst through the Morphling potentially. But yeah, I think even with the amount of Eye of Scotties we're seeing these days, even on ranged heroes, especially like a Gyro versus the Morphling, I think Morphling still actually has a bit of a better matchup versus him for the reasons you brought up. Mars ban from Unique is a good one. Did we pick Petushar as hero this phase or last for Unique?
I think you pick it last, honestly. You don't pick Beastmaster. Well, I don't think Beastmaster was the problem, actually. That was a pretty good pick. It's also banned.
Yeah.
10 seconds
I think Lion is a priority when you're up against Morphling.
5
That
seconds
Hex.
remaining.
Yeah, Hex,
Magic.
the Finger of Death is great. Yeah,
Even
he
Mana
just has
Drain.
too many things. Yeah,
Dire team
Lion is too good.
Big number.
Ooh. Not as good.
I mean,
not as good.
we could still pick a Lion, right? Because it's a...
Yeah, and Rubik does carry some burst and the instant stun of telekinesis, so there's that.
Yeah.
But telekinesis, like if the Aphotic shield it, right, you don't have a nurse spike to follow up. You have to get something stolen from the
10
enemy team.
seconds remaining.
And the Rubik as well, even though Big Num probably prefers playing the Rubik,
5
is
seconds
much more
remaining.
vulnerable to the Morphling, because if Morphling with the Hex and the Earth Spike, you always have some sort of like counter initiation to the Morphling, a bit of a nice range there. Well, telekinesis, most likely not. So Morphling could just burst you from afar. Lion's a little bit tankier than Rubik as well. So there's like all these small things. Rubik usually can't also go for things like he needs to go for the Ether Lens. It's a very set path. Whereas Lion can just deviate into Glimmer and it's fine.
Radiant team pick.
Not a big fan of this. I think this is actually kind of a mistake compared to the Lion, but I understand its player preference.
Dire team pick.
Axe. Okay, so Petushara Axe. Yeah, almost certainly, right, with the Gyrocopter especially. I guess it could be a Gyro 5 Axe carry.
Nah, it's a good pick against Morphling. I mean, it could be Gyro 5, but it's a good pick against Morphling. And it's very good against Abaddon because he can't dispel Berserker's Call. So I like this. This is a good Axe pick.
10 seconds remaining.
The lane of Axe Rubik is meh.
I actually think it's pretty bad, to be honest. Even versus a Morphling, I don't really like it. I
mean, against Morphling, it's pretty good because Rubik has burst damage, right? So
yeah, but I don't know if he's got enough of it. Plus, you have the Abba to keep him topped up. This is very much, especially with the Axe now, where you go Mist Coil and Aphotic Shield, and then Morphling just walks behind the tower. You shoot a couple of coils at him, and he comes back full HP. I mean, it's completely bonkers, this lane.
This might be Noob's Pango.
Could be, yeah.
Because both Noob and Funnick play it. Pango's probably pretty good against Puck, right? He's one of those melee heroes that just ignores Puck. You can trade with him easily. You can shield crash to prevent a lot of his magical damage. Rolling Thunder's pretty brutal against Puck if you just catch him once. I like this. I think it's a decent Pango game. Pango's very strong. It's Gyrocopter for obvious reasons. Pango's okay against Axe. Because even if he gets taunted, all you do is you keep rolling in the same direction, right? So you might still stun him. It doesn't actually force you to get back. It's fine.
I'm surprised that they picked Pango into Rubik, though. It's a pretty easy steal for him.
That is true. That's a good counter.
Well, it's a good way to counter yourself, right, if you pick the Pango into the Rubik.
Like, Rubik is a good counter.
Yeah, so, because before I wasn't really all in love with this Rubik pick. You brought up some good points about it, versus where the Morph just kind of bursts him. Fade Bolt is nice for Morphling, not going to lie, but, he's going to go probably Satanic, and he's got an Aphotic Shield to dispel him as well, so it's not going to be the be-all, end-all for him. But now you've given a little bit more credence here for Bignum to potentially get a couple more game-changing spells off. And we're also last picking a support, which again feels a bit weird to me for Unique. Yeah.
Yeah, you get rid of the two stronger supports you can last pick here. For Spider Pigs, honestly would like to see mid Pango here, because I think mid Pango gets rid of Rubik super easily, less dependent on Rolling Thunder. And you pick up an offlaner, Timbersaw. Okay.
That'll do.
It is mid Pango. I was happy with that. I guess I think it's fine, honestly. I mean, maybe better than Timbersaw, because you don't find the Timbersaw versus Gyrocopter matchup good. Just true.
Yep. I think it needed to be a Sand King, though. I think Timber leaves FN with, once again, a free puck game. Whereas Sand King, at least he can threaten you, right? With that Burrow Strike being pretty fast. So I think that makes a lot of sense here. Plus the lane versus Gyro's fine. Okay, well, what do we go for on Unique then? Because the last picking a support, it's probably going to be a 5.
Yeah.
Or
Oracle 1 against is fine. It's actually pretty good against Morphling.
Oh, you know what? Yeah.
Look, Oracle's always good, but this game is actually pretty solid.
Yeah, it's really good at getting Borrow Timeout as well on an ABBA, because you can just spam Purifying Flames at him, and eventually you'll get that one out. Can be weak.
You can burst on a Morphling as well, and the other levels, of course. Snap is fine too. The other hero with mine is Snapfire, because she deals so much damage against the Morphling. That is actually one of the better 5s against them.
It's so weird. Once again, last picking what could be a 5. I wonder what Unique are really thinking about here. Oh, you know what else? Oh, no, he's banned. I was about to say. Ancient Deverish. But he's been banned, of course, by Spider Pigs.
Choose your hero.
Yeah, I mean, I see it, because he's really good against Morphling. And you do have the Axe to combo into the Earth Splitter, so it's not bad.
Yeah,
the lane is
okay.
pretty strong at Sand King. It's not a bad pick.
Yeah.
It's a good pick.
You've won me over with that second point, because the Abba can wake him up from, of course, the Stomp, and Abba can wake himself up from a Stomp as well, with the ultimate, of course, if he's not silenced. Big if, with a puck on the field. But no, nothing dispels taunts in the game, so that is going to be a big play. Yeah, okay, I like it.
I still think I might have been a bit more sold on not the Snapfire, but the Oracle. I think the defensive move might be a bit better here. Simply because there's so much burst damage on Spider Pigs that I feel like ET might just get run down. Like, you just don't get to use the Earth Splitter. Like, it's either you initiate, or if they initiate on you, you die. If you initiate on them, they might die, right? And with Sanking Pangolier and Morphling, getting a call is not easy. So I don't think what you're missing particularly here is damage. So if you get a call, Puck follows up, Gyrocopter follows up, Rubik follows up. Is our Eldritch item really needed? I don't think so. But getting some save from the Morphling, or alternatively some sort of special stun, like for example the cookie from the trees to be able to burst on Morphling, I'd rather have that. So yeah, I'm not the biggest fan. I think there are better picks, but I think it's okay.
I think it's fine. I think it's fine. I think Earth Splitter, Axe Call, sounds good to me. Sounds pretty darn good to me. Even an Earth Splitter into something like a coil puts you in a bit of a difficult position here, especially if there's any terrain in the way. As we'll get underway now with our deciding game 3. Didn't honestly expect Unique to be down here already facing elimination.
Prepare for battle.
But my goodness, are they kind of against the ropes now? I'd like to see Unique try for first blood, to be honest. Kind of just hard reset after game 2, right? Block out any memories from yesterday, and just look to get everything good and going here for our next game, right?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, draft-wise, once again, I slightly favor Spider Pigs. I think Unique has a good draft themselves, but I feel like this is a pretty good Morphling game. The only instance stun you have really is the Rubik, and you need to use that for Pango, Sanking, and Morphling. All relatively slippery heroes. I love that Pango pick. I think it's a really good Pango game, bar the Rubik. So, I'm slightly siding with Spider Pigs.
Interesting.
Much like last game.
I slightly side more a little bit with Unique.
Much like last game.
Much like
30
last game,
seconds
yeah.
to battle.
I think I agree with your
You heard
points.
it, boys. Bet Spider Pigs.
But I think this Axe is going to be a bit more problematic to the Morphling in this mid-early game. We do have people to catch him and stop him, but it's a somewhat limited amount of catch. And anything that if you throw a Burrow Strike onto an Axe, that makes FN's game a lot easier to play immediately, right?
That's true.
So I don't know. I think maybe if Unique can keep cool heads, they will be able to prevail in this third game. We shall see as we get underway, and so far nothing too aggressive here at the Runes.
I certainly think FN is the key player in this game because, as you said, once your main stun is wasted, it's very difficult to catch him. He has burst damage, which can deal well with Morphling, but also with Pango, kind of vulnerable to that if Shield Crash is on active. And honestly, even with the Squirrel, so all 3 heroes, I do feel like FN is the main player here. I don't think the Gyrocopter matters too much. Just use Flat Cannon and pray Morphling can steal it. And the calls are just not going to work for Pitushara. Doesn't matter how good he is. He's not going to get the calls he wants this game. He's going to have to adapt. And that's fine, but that means that you don't rely on Pitushara alone.
Interesting. How do you see these fights starting off then in like the mid-early game? Because I don't know how, because Noob kind of wants to counter-initiate, so does Sand King, right? He kind of needs to wait to at least be threatening, because if Puck jumps him first, then that's an easy way for FN to get the upper hand in these engagements. Like, how do we start these fights? Is it Abba just tanking a couple of spells, using Borrowed Time to be able to at least get vision? Because I don't think you want your Morphling going in first either, do you?
Either Senkin goes first with a follow from Rolling Thunder, which makes it very difficult to Puck go in, right? And then you proceed with... ideally, it's when E-Blade is up on Morphling, right? If he goes for E-Blade. Then you have the burst from Morphling, you get pick-offs. That's the idea I'm seeing from the team fights. That's ideally it. Or Rolling Thunder from the Pangolier. Either or are good ways. Even if Rubik steals a Rolling Thunder, first of all, it's kind of easy to just Shield Crash beforehand, right? Especially if you Rolling Thunder into the fight. It's much easier to not steal that. And Morphling might not be available to start with, but I think Sanking is fine as long as the Bandit's hanging nearby. Because you can always just dispel the first stun that Sanking hits. And the first stun, as you said, is probably going to be Dream Coil. So Sanking just needs to walk off, a Bandit is ready, a Phonic Shield once the stun hits, and you're fine.
Okay, okay. We'll see then. We'll see then.
That's what I'm saying. Slayer gets the first blood, and he also dies for it. But first blood going to Slayer in addition to killing off the offlane, a pretty big win here for Unique.
Pretty big one. Unique are going to be fairly pleased with that. Yeah, I definitely agree. I don't think spaces are going to be too... Like, win or lose, I think Unique are... It's not going to be off the back of space. Unless he makes some, like, pretty incredible plays. I find myself... stopping short of that, so I think he's going to get good farm. I think we're going to have a lot of space for him to farm in this mid-game, but when E-Blade comes up, he's going to have to, if it is E-Blade for Little Pleb anyway, we're going to have to see some action out. Is there any opportunity for someone on Unique, though, to go for like a Vessel or anything? Nah, I mean, it's just not good enough versus an Abba. Never mind. I don't like that idea very much.
No, unfortunately. It has to be Scotty and the helicopter. That's what's going to stop him mostly. Or she was on Puck eventually. That's not too bad an idea either. But you asked me how Spider Pigs propose these fights, right? I do think it's unique when these people propose these fights. I think they have the harder team fight. And they have to go and start with the Dream Coil every single time. And that will set up... whoever you catch in the Dream Coil is easy setup for the Wizard's Call. And that's when Axe becomes powerful. Either that, or you go for pickoffs telekinesis. Either or works. But that's the name of the game, I think, here for Unique. They have a much better initiation if they can just get the head start. That's the one concern.
Man, this miscoil into Morphling strat is very fair and balanced. As little pleb, oh my goodness, almost dying there. To the double spin from Petushara. Wasn't quite expecting that one, but he'll stay alive.
He's going full Agi, and he still has the magic stick anyway.
Yeah, he's good to go. Oh, there he is. Stick use. He's one more miscoil and full HP. Good stuff. On bottom, they get space this time though. Sonic is going to receive a high five from his teammate. This is going to be a good amount of bonus damage, though, on this Spirit, but not enough here to get through. And in fact, they might just kill him here. Mechanic Finale, not enough. We did, pardon me, have a Burrow Strike, but of course, that would put him further underneath the tower with no opportunity to escape any auto attacks coming from it. So he's going to be having to back off.
I was destroying this Puck in the lane. Honestly, I expected. I think Bang was a bit stronger.
Radiant's middle tower is under
and late,
attack.
mind you. And he's one of those melee heroes, like I said, that doesn't care too much about the Puck. In the mid game, there's a power spike where Puck beats him, and then you get to minute 20, and that's when Pango starts playing again.
All right,
little
tip there onto FN already. Noob is definitely feeling himself. Bit of a lead, right? 2 waves, basically.
Yeah. I think he's got over corrosion. Oh, that's the magic one first. Interesting. I usually thought that rushing the over corrosion is like #1 priority for Pango players these days.
Not for Noob. Not for Noob.
Even went for the Blightstone as well.
It's got other priorities. Maybe not too concerned about... I don't know. I agree with you. I think it's a bit weird. LeBron is going to stop him from stacking here. Mighty annoying for Big Num, who's going to walk right back on in. Trying to double up on the Aphotic Shield damage here, but I think LeBron will be hard-pressed to catch up with him. Oh, he still hit him. Wow, even with boots. We're able to catch up, and that's going to be a double stack denied. Or not denied, but the opportunity to stack
Radiant's
denied.
courier has been killed.
Putushar decided to leave and go into the enemy jungle. That's why they're tipping him, because he's just left the lane and Morphling is free farming.
Yeah, and he fed his courier as well through the tower, basically.
What just happened?
Which means that they now know that he's there as well. So Putushara, they hit him without a strike, realizing Putushara is sort of close to God right now. You're not going to kill him, even if you commit the wait for him.
Yep, he's a bit too tanky. Bottom, they have a good stun here onto Slayer, but he still has plenty of bonus. In fact, he's a lot of bonus damage, plus 170. Yeah, they're not going to be too eager to fight into that, so we'll just hit him with a couple of ranged auto attacks as he retreats elsewhere. Maybe just scouting for stacks himself. Might decide to block a camp here. No, he's just going to go out and give some vision into the enemy triangle. That'll be scouted, though. We'll see if Omar can figure out where exactly the CT has decided to place the ward down. Okay, they're going to try and fight among the neutrals. This is going to go a bit better for Omar, though. Slayer's not going to even beat him to the rune. Going to try and get himself denied to the neutrals, maybe even the Ancients, but Omar is going to have the opportunity for the auto attack.
Over corrosion finally up for the Pango, and he's getting the clarity as well, so he can be back in fighting form against his Puck. We're seeing, interestingly enough, LeBron Dota continuing to serve this potential stacking for the Axe. Just kind of hang around the enemy triangle, because why not?
So far, so good. It's only the single stack of the Ancients. We can see we've had to... Actually, one of the camps is already blocked here. The hard camp is blocked as well by the sentry.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Nice.
Okay,
Actually,
Putushara,
Omar...
he might die here. No, nobody's rolling Thunder. Do they want to commit to this, though? It seems like the answer is no.
Yeah, I don't think they quite saw him. I think he was just barely out of their range of vision.
Yeah, I mean, if you're rolling Thunder there, you're not really in the best pinball spot, so...
There's a smoke
really
bottom.
difficult.
Fanny might be a little bit more successful here in his rotation. So he has the Dream Coil. Smoke's going to break on the high ground. He's going to throw it down to the Squirrel. Funnick has basically no mana. Soul Ring is at the ready. They're actually going to try and go for both here. Echo Stomp will find him into the wand charges, though, and the Aphotic Shield, pardon me, from LeBron gets him out of there, and Omar just lives through the coil. They don't actually go for the kill onto him, so that means they won't find anyone here with the rotation down bottom.
Noob stole some stacks from the Axe as he went up there with the shield crash, realizing Axe might be stronger than he is right now, which is entirely true. And Noob will decide to retreat, going for the Echo Saber now. The very popular Topson build, which is basically allowing Pango to stick with level 10 talent that's good and not the mana regen, which sucks. Because Echo Saber gives you all the mana regen you ever need.
Oh, yeah. And you do proc the Echo Saber slow, and maybe even get a kill onto Big Num. He's going to try and juke him around. Unfortunately, he's found himself in a pinball spot here. Oh, he gets into the pocket, and it'll be pushed up to the high ground where, well, it's his dead body at least that gets pushed up to the high ground. Won't be able to get much else from there.
Tower is under attack.
Only 1 point in Lucky Shot for Noob, though. He is maxing that shield crush instead, for maximum damage, maximum farming potential.
Yeah, Slayer might be in for a bad spot here. Epicenter's just going to be channeled. Oh, I thought they were going to let it go.
You have done a great service.
Oh, I think he was trying to, but then the Soul Ring bonus mana ended.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Well, that's something you don't see every day.
Is under
Alright.
attack.
Well, I mean, the early game is going pretty well for Spider Pigs. Unique. The only lane they win, and not really, is the bottom lane, where Gyrocopter's still behind the Morphling, but at least he's being Phonic. But Phonic gets a bunch of stacks. So now it's up to Unique to start doing something with the Axe, or FN, who's still in these stacks. No,
Nah.
Plastic Finale got a bunch of creeps.
Yeah, he got one of the big ones, but obviously not really worth.
Illusion.
Yep. I mean, it's worth you rotating there, 'cause it's not like you wasted anything.
Radiant's
You're right.
middle
It's not,
tower is under attack.
it's not a win for you. But Space is also recovering himself. Now he has a bottom lane a bit more to himself. Spider Pig's probably okay with this, as they're just looking to farm a Morphling as fast as possible. And usually Morphling outfarms the Gyro early. Oh, that's a good call. I'm pushing the top lane.
Good effort, good effort. Unfortunately, not enough spins for Petushara, though, to make it work. See, we'll start digging up. Oh, Kabold. That made even the creep wave die a bit faster. He'll be caught up there in the counter helix.
Also, Low Pleb is not... he's keeping himself somewhat strong. Right? By that I mean that he's not fully morphing into agility. To make sure even if the Axe calls him with something, he's not going to die.
You meant strong as in, like, as an adjective of strength.
Yes.
He's keeping a little bit of strength in, therefore he is strong.
Exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. He's not going full agile.
Yeah.
You know? And he's also pretty dumb, but that's just Morphling.
That's just Morphling, though. Yeah, that's just Morphling. I mean, how smart
really
can you?
control how smart he is.
How smart can you be if you never leave the water, right?
Yeah. I'd like to have a hero called Scholar, and you could study, and then you just get a bunch of intelligence, and in exchange you lose all your stuff.
Okay, that was kind of funny, actually. Coil actually is going to keep him locked down here. Telekinesis, Fate Bolt is out, and they have the kill. Okay. They might just be able to get Slayer on the way back out, but Space is actually farming here and looking for a kill onto the Squirrel. As FN is jaunted up to the high ground here. Now caught on the cliff here and killed off is going to be Omar. FN, of course, jaunting through that. Space will just continue farming in the enemy triangle. Not bad at all. Unique just kind of connecting all 5 or 4 heroes, pardon me, into the mid lane and find the kill onto the mid laner.
Is under attack.
Exactly what they were looking for. And now the Axe once again finds the Morphling. This time he wasn't keeping himself strong enough, a bit too agile, and Petushara will Culling Blade him with half HP because Morphling only had 560 PP. A blunder. He was doing so well earlier, right? And then he just got cocky, but Petushara finally got what he was looking for. He might be punished for this. Pango's coming in. Bingo nearby. Rolling Thunder's available. Gets called. Stops Rolling Thunder. Blade needs to pull him back. Sharpshooter here to kill Big Num. They'll have to let the Axe go. And this rotation, just for a Rubik kill, is definitely not worth it here for Spider Pig.
Nope, especially after you lose your carry. Oh, that was bad. I mean, there was like only 2 creeps, I think, that could have actually triggered a counter helix from Axe, and they attacked like 3 times, and so he gets a little bit lucky there, of course, on the spin. But I would say the chances were high enough for him to find one spin that Low Pleb should not have been full agi there. Because, yeah, the dunk, 250 HP doesn't seem like a lot, but when your max HP is 560 or something like that, and 180 is taken per spin, yeah, that'll do you in.
Yep. Pure, of course, so ignores your armor completely.
Yep.
So that's not going to help you there. And Low Pleb's like, well, that's my mistake was not the agility. He was just being with Axe. So I'm going to go bottom and hopefully push this. However, not an Axe, but still a lot of damage. Silence immediately by FN, and he might die again.
Gets up
They help from natural armor. Natural order, sorry.
Radiant's
No,
middle
Pleb
tower
surviving
is
this.
under
What's the
attack.
point in
He shifted
Earth Splitter?
enough. No, he's right.
Why? Where's the
guess
point in
it
Earth
took-
Splitter?
The second point stomps too high value, dude.
It's a bit of a shame. It would have been a kill easy with Earth Splitter and definitely well worth it because he would have had to walk back to a lane as well. Oh, man. That's not good. That's not good at all.
Are scanning.
Now
it's
without
I mean-
Coil, I think they just push here, right? Noob has got Rolling Thunder. Yeah, Unique are going to TP out from this one.
Radiant's
That was a
bottom
lot of.
tower is under
Oh,
attack.
wait, not. Okay. And you catch the ET. And that was a lot of time wasted as well for FN. I think the play was good. In fact, even initiated properly with Waning Rift. It's just impossible to do it. And now they have enough time to defend mid as they also take bottom because Morphlings only need to take bottom. Will probably continue to farm this lane
Fallen.
as
Funny.
Spider Pigs go and defend mid.
Yeah, it's real annoying for him, though. Funnick had his Blink Dagger scouted by the ET Astral Spirit, so now he's no longer got this big old element of surprise, which is why FN gets the heck out of the jungle. FN, who, by the way, this game, once again, showing us how many different builds you can go for on a hero like the Buck. Going straight into the Witchblade this time around. A bit more of the physical right-click damage. Focused Puck. Axe Vanguard into Blade Mail. Okay. Well, that's not an item I see too much, even on a regular kind of off-lane axe. Heptishar is very much a traditional off-lane player, I want to say, if that makes sense. You know, your Centaurs, your Timber Saws, you know. So this item is definitely in his wheelhouse. There's a Bushwhack just to farm. Slayer is just absorbing any XP he can out from Funnick. Do we have the point in the ultimate? Yeah, we still don't. Third point in the Echo Stomp. Interesting. Very fascinating here. Slayer is just going to be able to escape. They did probably scout that smoke, though, I would say, with the ward they have.
Radiant's
He
middle
might be
tower
caught in
is
the
under
Roche pit,
attack.
though. Oh, nice. He puts himself right in that little annoying spot here. Bushwhack as well is going to miss. He can TP. And, in fact, he's going to look for the Echo Stomp first. Put 2 to bed. He himself could be next, though, as they're going to hit him with a lot of magic damage, but not nearly enough. Coil now is only going to find the Pangolier. He's going to snap it voluntarily, as there's going to be the epicenter into the Burrow Strike for FN, but it's not nearly enough damage. As actually, we're going to take now the Burrow Strike for a whirl here for Rubik. Oh, no. That was not good from Spider Pigs. So we'll return the favor here of Unique's poor attack down bottom. Axe called. Not good either here. Bushwhack will find him, and now with the Morphling TPing on in, Noob is going to go ahead and rev up the Rolling Thunder. Stun out from Funnick here. Is going to stun up Pigzs once more underneath the tower. He's going to run right into that Rolling Thunder. They will have the damage for him. Little Pleb morphing right into that Gyrocopter, getting off a couple of Black Cannon attacks. As Bignum is at least able to evade the Bushwhack. Oh, goodness. Lots of skill shots missing here.
But they got the kill on Axe, so I guess that's a win for Spider Pig, especially if they can take the tower now. Unique still with a bit of a lead. Might want to contest this, however. As Funnick finds another victim. It's going to be Bignum. They don't have Rolling Thunder any longer. Bignum trying to get away, and in fact he will. Funnick is the one to die instead. LeBron Dota fighting in the middle of this as Low Pleb will do the job of taking the tower. With a swashbuckle, they might get Bignum. They will, thanks to the help of Lil Pleb. He does a waveform shift. They caught up here. They do not have the Dream Core either, so it's not like FM could have done anything. So it's going to be just Spider Pigs losing their offlaner. Kind of an even trade, but they take the tower.
Yeah,
now, the important part is what will happen to this tower.
Yeah, they're going to take it as well with the wagon. Now we have Coil. No points in call down. Of course, Space liking to go for this kind of stats Gyrocopter builds. Straight into the Ags. 4 points of stats by level 12, so he doesn't have any points in call down. I'm even surprised, honestly, to see the 2 points in Rocket Barrage. But he's decided that they're definitely worth it. And he's going to be now going for a couple more stats. Looks like Sanj into the Yasha, right? No, Diffusal Blade, is it? What is he? No, it's not SNY, right? Yeah. No, just Yasha and I guess Slippers of Agility are just stats. Okay, I'm getting too caught up in the build here. Don't worry about it. He's going Ags into Yasha.
Yeah, exactly. He's going Ags into Yasha. What are you sort of using that?
His courier
I was
delivered.
having a hard time understanding who you thought was going to Diffusal Blade.
Well, his courier delivered double Slippers of Agility, and I was like, what is this? And I was like, oh, that's just what you do, because Wraithbands are bad.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Wraithbands are okay, but the armor? Why do you want the armor if you want to farm? It's just not good. It's not efficiency, it's not something cores, but I just want stats. If Gyrocopter could buy 15 Ironwood branches, that's exactly what he would have.
I mean, you can't buy them, just can't fit them into his slots.
Sorry, if Gyrocopter had enough slots to buy 15 Ironwood branches, that's exactly what he would do.
You know what I'd like to see? I'd like to see a hero. Nah, actually, maybe never mind. As I say, maybe Side Gunner should give you like one more item slot, you know?
Oh, I would like the Collector. He can bunch up Ironwood branches. Yeah. He's the only hero that can buy an item called Collection of Sticks. And it gives you like 15 stats.
Okay. Do we have vision here actually for Funnick? Doesn't look like it. Cooldown's going to hit him. There's the Rolling Thunder. It's in a pretty good spot as borrow time is triggered. We're right on top of space, and yep, right in the pinball zone. He's going to die, actually, to a stolen homing missile from Little Pleb, who will go into the tower and find Slayer. FN doing his best here in this fight. But Char with a nice call. They've got the Aphotic Shield and the Strength gain off, though, for Little Pleb, so he doesn't mind too much. We did at least steal a Aphotic Shield here now for Unique, as they're going to try and defend this Tier 2 tower, and will be able to do so.
All right. Gyrocopter is down. Spider Pigs. Once again, happy with the engagement because Little Pleb is still alive, and they're actually, I mean, he's not too far gone in terms of farm, right? But the concern here is that they're really falling off on the Sand. I know that it's not like you need the most farm on Sand to be effective, certainly not as much as an Axe, but I don't want Funnick to continue this downward trend because eventually Unique will have 3 cores and you'll have 1 on Spider Pigs. I don't think Morphling is strong enough. Talk about the other cores. Epicenter being used by Funnick, but oh, immediately stopped by a Stomp. Really well done. And but the Shard is capable of getting the rune, or rather an FN. Getting away scot-free, forcing an epi. Small win here for Unique.
Yeah, that ulti being down gives a bit of a wind out from their sails. Space dying in that last fight, though, is not really such a great sign. Doesn't need to get this BKB online, which is why he's queued it up immediately after the Yasha. There's plenty of stats on this guy, especially with the stats build that, again, he continues to go for. Love to see it. FN. I wonder what FN's next item is going to be. Got a decent amount in the bank, 1,600. It's a straight Aeon disc here for him. Do we consider an Acceptor? As that's what Little Pleb has got rocking, actually, this game. The Acceptor.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Am I missing an obvious... Oh, is he going to turn into Axe?
What?
Is Morphling going to turn into Axe with this Acceptor?
Why? Oh, with a shard. Oh. Oh.
I don't...
But why would you need the Ags?
I guess you wouldn't need... I don't know. Who else is he going to turn into, though?
Sand King.
Sand King? Really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was very... Yeah, the Ags is for Sand... And they've done this before. It's with, like, it's the any mobility spell, really.
Right. I've seen it with Earth Spirit.
It's the same thing with the Sand King. I don't think it's, like... Willow or Earthshaker levels of OP though. I don't think neither Earth Spirit nor Sand King is that great. Like it's good if you're winning, but it's not like, wow, all of a sudden it's like the score of the game, right? Still good though.
I'm willing to go out on a limb here and say that the Earth Spirit one is at least a letter grade higher than the Sand King one, just because the cooldown is 5 seconds compared to 11.
Yeah. I agree. I think Sand King is a bit lackluster. I mean, you might want to turn into Pango because you get the there's another one. You know, it's kind of similar.
Yeah. Okay.
But, you know, it's just the cooldown for these abilities is quite high, right? But I think the double stun from Sand King is a bit more useful.
Yeah, I get that, but why, especially for catching a hero like Puck, okay, but why that over, like, E-Blade instead of just damage?
Because Puck can avoid it, I guess. This gives you more mobility. You're feeling a bit thrown because of that.
Okay.
I mean, I still like the E-Blade, but maybe he thought Stats Morphling is a bit more consistent for this game. Because, to be honest, Stats Morphling is better against Gyrocopter most of the time. Because you want to be able to, you don't want to burst immediately once you have BKB, you can't do anything. So, I can see the logic behind that. It just went S and Y, not Manta, so you already lost the option of Stats Morphling. Usually Manta's very important for that kind of build. S and Y is actually a bit better, usually for the Shotgun Morphling, because you don't get caught, you immediately answer, you wave from away, right?
Yeah. Well, I guess in this case, you don't go for the Shotgun build, and if they try and catch you, you Burrow Strike away. Okay. Alright. I was just a bit shocked, because none of these are immediately, like, all
Sand King's pretty good. It's been done before. It's not like it's crazy. Are you using Epic? Oh, catch him as well. The push.
Wow.
Is FN dead? Okay, that's a bit impressive. That's deserving of a tip. I mean, not for FN though. That was for funny, but okay.
Yeah, they even had the ward in the lane there, unfortunately, so just couldn't get off the phase shift in time.
Well done though. I mean, it's hard to do that against the Burrow Strike.
Yeah. It's fast. It's an instant one, basically. As long as you're facing the right direction after the blink, you've got that stun basically instant. Chicken's going to get rid of the core there. There's a jump on in. I don't believe we have any damage. There's only the one, actually, for the shield's crash. Can they actually stop him from getting away? Rolling Thunder's going to come on through. Right-click damages from space. Another flat cannon in a second here, as that missile is going to get him. But, of course, it's not going to do any damage, as he's immune. All his scales protecting him, and he's going to make it across the river up into his own high ground and get the supporting arms of his team. In fact, they're going to smoke up and go right back at it. Is this Axe completed? It is. Okay.
There you go. Sanking, double sanking. First burrow strike. Second burrow strike. Push back into the trees. Sharpshooter on top of this. Come on, you gotta be able to kill the Axe. Okay, they did it. Took them a while, but they did it. And now we have another burrow strike. Maybe we underestimated it, actually. Pretty good. We've been able to just pretty much destroy them with this double stun, right?
Okay. I mean, it is a long stun. What is it, 2.2? That is 0.2 seconds longer than the Earth Spirit one. Plus
He gains cast range, which I forgot about.
Plus it's instant. It is instant compared to their own ult. Wow, we're going to buy back. I don't think they can take this fight, though, without the Axe. Is the issue. Yeah, okay. It is pretty good. 2 instant stuns against an Axe puck. I guess I didn't really see the value in that, but obviously now I do.
The stun is pretty cute, right? If it wasn't because of the stun, it wouldn't be as great. But I agree. I think I like it better than... I think the cast range talent affects it more than the rolling bullet. Well, rolling bullet is more affected by it, so...
Well, I mean...
I like that a bit better.
Okay, I mean, we like it versus heroes that don't have BKB, but now Gyro has one. So...
Yeah, you just don't ignore Gyro.
Ignore him. Easy.
Just... What does Gyro do in fights, besides a lot of damage?
Besides a lot of AoE damage, you know.
Yeah, you just run around him, and then you avoid the shots, you know, like in Matrix, and it's cool.
Yeah, okay. Well, we'll see if he can get that done here.
No, honestly, I think the Gyro... I think ignoring him is generally the right choice, because right now what you can do is you can cut right through him, right, with Burrow Strike, and you go for the supports, and you make it difficult for Gyrocop to choose a target. I think that's the idea. Good position,
Ooh, could not get the Aphotic, or sorry, couldn't get the Spirit out in time. Now they know the wraparound's coming, but that's not going to stop Lil Pleb from farming the wave, of course. Pigzs on the way on in. He did get off the strength gain at the very least. While that Earth Splitter's not going to do a whole lot of work here, as it's going to completely whiff LeBron. The bell will ring for him here. That's going to give him a little bit of his HP back, but they have got the epicenter a bit early. It's still going to set up for the kill here onto Space, regardless of Lil Pleb closes the gap, but not get the BKB off. Down goes Space. The dunk there finds LeBron, who's going to buy back instantly. Wants to get back into this fight as Magnum has stolen Sandstorm and now Aphotic Shield's not going to do anything, though. Axe is next. Now even they found Slayer. There's a Yule Scepter, though, onto FN. He's going to get the Waning Rift off in time, though, before the stun's confined. And Bushwhack here in 3 seconds, but they already have one of 2 stuns out from the Sand King. There's another one here for Slayer, as I think FN's going to be able to escape, but Slayer will not be able to. Oh, my goodness. They're actually, maybe they can catch FN?
Maybe. We don't have roll though, but FN has no TP for another 17 seconds. This is quite a long time. I think must be able to guess at this point. He saw. He knows where he is. There we go. FN with the Yules. We can Sandstorm in a second. He won't be able to do it in time. So he's able to jaunt again to the orb. Everyone chasing after FN.
Guys, go Roche! Everyone's alive again.
Oh my god, they just want to kill him so bad. They know where he is as well. He's gonna get out. Oh, FN wasted so much time. That's pretty huge. Still, though, in this initiation, kudos to Phonic. He's playing incredibly well for a second that was under farm. I mean, he's doing so much with these epicenters. Usually a skill that falls off at this point. Though, I gotta say that Gyrocopter BKB might have been able to be used there. I don't know. I think he had a couple of moments.
Yeah, got such a surprise. It was a good blink. I was surprised Phonic used Epicenter that far out from the fight, but then it made sense as soon as I saw he could still blink and stun from fog. And that was the important part. In fact, they might be able to get him again here, Avo. Just like before, is he going to get the BKB off? Doesn't look like it. A call onto the backlines from Pigzs to try and save his core, but he's in the pinball zone, and now... well, he's gone where all the pinball machines have gone, which is into the junkyard. He's dead for 40 seconds. Pigzs is unable to escape as well. It means 2 more dead, and that should be enough space here for Roshan without an FN to distract him for 45 seconds.
So now do you believe in the Sand King thing? I think he's punished.
I mean, I guess so. I think Unique are really misplaying this, though.
I do think that they are misplaying this as well. I mean, the BKB on Gyrocopter 2 times. But hey, it's powerful. The extra caffeine.
It's good. It's good.
The stun is amazing.
That's good. Won't deny it. Double Sandstorm.
One.
Are they going to get FN here? Oh, he's going to see the Morphling CP, who's going to hit it with a Burrow Strike. Plenty of damage, but there's Aeon Disc proc. They missed the Bushwhack. FN's going to go across the river, but we have another stun in 5 seconds. Don't think he can quite catch him here.
Dire's bottom tower is
Alright,
under
FN's
attack.
going to TP away again. Slayer shouldn't be caught. And it looks like Space. He's going to farm a bit underneath the ward, though. He's going to go for the Sanj next. That might help him get off his BKB, but he is just getting picked off in these fights basically instantly. I mean, hey, maybe this is a little bit better than the Earth Spirit one. I guess it doesn't need to be too spammable if it's a lot faster.
I think they're both equal in that sense. They're not as good as Earthshaker. I mean, Earthshaker now is kind of crap, but they're not as good, I think, as Earthshaker or Willow, which is just straight up broken, but I do think the mobility on Morphling is just great. Also, Funnick is playing really well, though. I can't take away. You know, this axe looks very impressive because Funnick is pretty much controlling a team fight on his own on this side. He's got some incredible barrel strike epicenters. He should not be doing this well. Noob has been free for a while as well. Noob now has nags completed. Like, they're styling over a Unique that's also looking a bit weaker and don't know how to deal against this chaotic team fight. They just don't have enough stuns. If this was a Lion as opposed to a Rubik, this might be easier. But the Rubik is just fun. Well, unless you miss both.
Well, unless you miss both of your stuns, and then he's going to put you up onto the high ground.
Oh my god, Funnick is going to die.
Now it looks like Funnick is going to be the one to die. All right, there's the call onto the high ground. Little Pleb, though, is going to get through the Rubik. Sharpshooter's going to help out there. Funnick back down to the low ground with another burst strike. There's going to be a good call, but Pigzs does not have the HP to sustain here. Burst Splitter into the coil. It's going to be a big one here. Doesn't find any kills, though. In fact, they get FN with one last little Rolling Thunder there. Slayer on the way on in. He's got plenty of damage stolen. Can he actually find a kill, though, as Noob now left behind 36% damage. This is not going to be enough, as even Little Pleb finds himself within dunk range, but it's on cooldown here, so he's going to be safe there. In the meantime, big epicenter into the Burrow Strike here. Doesn't actually find any kills, as this time Space with the BKB is not going to fall. Instead, they will finally get Funnick, who lives through all that, only to die to the call of the axe. Buybacks used, though, or two. Bignum and Pigzs had to buy back to get back into that fight.
That was insanely necessary. Just let Funnick die. I mean, he messed up. It's okay. There was no need to force. I mean, I guess you forced the buybacks. I don't know. Maybe that was even a win. Well, not a win, but even, all things considered. But that was just unnecessary. You didn't need to dive that way whatsoever. You got away with it because you're winning by a lot and the enemy team lacks studs, but don't dive like that. You still have another chance, so it's not that big a deal. Paladin Sword now on the Gyrocopter, however, and I'm hoping to see Scotty soon. He is starting to build it now. Taking a bit long, but Scotty actually not that great on Gyrocopter these days. We've seen a lot of the Crystallis build that's really, really good, right? People want to have more burst damage with the Gunner, but Scotty against the Morphling is a necessity, so I see the point.
Yep. It's going to be a while till he gets that up, but at least he's able to get the BKB off in that fight, which does remove a lot of the efficacy of Little Pleb's actions. He almost has his own Scotty, though, speaking of Little Pleb. And in fact, after farming the wave, now has it on the way, being fetched by the courier in the secret shop. Maybe we just smoke up again here. We still have Aegis for another minute and a half, so about 90 seconds, as he's going to go ahead and get Sand King form and head into battle. His cast range is...
Sand King very close to getting the Octarine Core for more stuns as well.
Dire's top tower
That's going to be pretty great, actually. I think your team fight is kind of bonkers compared to Unique, really. If they don't catch you a Dream Coil, you don't really have anything. The first call is pretty much useless.
And even in that last fight, Urspa didn't do as nearly as much as I thought it would, to be honest. Wasn't really that much. It's going to be gaining another % max HP as damage, which I think is going to have another one look a lot better. Yeah, but that was a rough fight for them there.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Slayer, what do you have now? Just a 4-staff. Okay, Blink, ready for Bignum. Maybe we can catch this Morphling as soon as his Aegis expires with a nice Blink into Telekinesis. Then into the call, perhaps, because it seems like the call just can't come out fast enough before he starts attribute shifting. But maybe Blink on Rubik, this changes. They're trying to bait this DD rune. Okay, and they see Noob. Noob's going to break the smoke, immediately get Telekinesis lifted into the call and killed off. It's going to be a nice fight here, and Gyro even managing to find a DD rune.
That's where they excel, right? That's what you should be doing, getting pick-offs, because you're still have a very strong pick-off potential. And I think fights, once you get this pick-off, are not that bad, but you need to get that pick-off initially. Unless you get a really good Dream Coil in the beginning. That's the other option for FN.
Now the Aegis is going to be reclaimed, at least. So, Unique, they have not lost too much here through this first Aegis duration. That's going to be at least pretty big for them. Mostly thanks to the dive, though, of Spider Pigs. I mean, they dove past the Tier 2 tower, which they easily could have taken to kind of force a fight on enemy high ground. Don't come off too great on the back end of that fight, despite getting buybacks out, so they don't really get a whole lot of objectives out from it. Just some items, though. Some good items as well, right? Morphling with Scotty definitely makes use of all the stats he gets.
I'll take your
And more importantly, he reduces Gyrocopter's attack speed and movement speed greatly, even his healing, because he got Paladin Sword, so kind of major. He's not really going to be very useful with Satanic any longer either. I like the choice. I think BKB is also a necessity for the Morphling, though, but he's going to find that a bit later.
Dire's
Was
structures
that
are
permamorph? There's like
fortified.
20 seconds now between morphs, but
Dire's
it's okay.
top tower is under attack.
Valkyrie Core also finished on Sanking. More epicenters, yes.
More
Let's go.
epicenters, more burrow strikes as well, right?
Dire's
No,
top
it's the
tower
epicenters.
has
It's not the
fallen.
burrow strike. Sorry, it's the burrow strike, not the epicenter.
Oh,
I was
okay.
joking. I was completely joking. Epicenters.
More.
I mean, he's gotten some incredible initiations with it, so I'm not going to discount it completely, but
more blinks, more sandstorms, of course. That's why we take
is-
Quickening Charm as well.
it is 1300 damage actually on the MP with a 66-second cooldown. Not that bad, to be honest.
Oh,
Should take the shard, actually. Honestly, Morphling could consider the shard legitimately pretty good here this game. For when he turns into Sanking.
does it work like that? Because you don't get the, you don't have the ability,
that's
right?
a good question. That's a good question. I'm
I
not
would
sure.
I would doubt it does, only because if it works anything like with Rubik does, when you only can
Yeah,
get
you don't steal the
upgrades
ability.
off the spells you
Right.
have, right? Which you don't get clearly. So
Yeah, because Shard's channel is linked to Epicenter. You're totally
yeah,
right.
exactly. So I would assume it wouldn't work, but maybe who knows? Morphling and Rubik in the same game. Ay caramba. Lot of niche spell interactions here.
Oh, no, you're probably right. You're probably right. Linked to Epicenter. I still like his own shard. I actually think that's usually undervalued. It's fine because the stun duration by 1
the
second
push.
is pretty great, to be honest. That's for both the active strikes, right? So you actually get an agility at active strike that like hits for 1 second of stun.
Yeah, not bad at all. I'm gonna smoke up now. I don't know if Patushara has ended up getting what he wanted out of this blade mail as well. I think like as we frequently see.
FN?
Oh, FN.
Don't do this again, guys. You've learned your lesson. FN
no.
is uncatchable.
Oh,
Let
they
him
thought
go.
about it. They thought about it. You know, if you love something, you have to let it go, and they really do love FN. They've been tipping them all game, right? So clearly they do. So they will be forced to let the puck leave the top lane. TD again spawns in the river. Maybe Unique try and make the same play here, but no. Space just going to quickly snag up that DD rune. We'll see how long this Roshan's going to be. 5 seconds until we know. As there's the tree to try and get a little bit of vision. It's a short one, 20 seconds until he's up. That will be Roshan number 2, Aegis, Cheese, and Shard. Aghanim Shard, of course, for free at the ready. But very much one of these Team Unique games where they're just going to sit back and get a little bit of farm and just hope that they can get the right kind of fight going. They're at least got the right kind of items built up. And once again, FN, after the Aeon Disc, he's decided to go actually into Dagons. He's got a Dagon 3 now.
Yeah, it's one of those games where you call your boss, you log in the hours, like, oh, I've casted 20 hours this week. What? You only had 2 best of 3s. So
Yeah.
both were unique.
It was Unique versus Vici Gaming. Pretty
No,
long.
I wouldn't say Vici. It was like unique versus Envy. Just whatever stack Envy's in.
The Bumblebees. Isn't he
Oh,
on
no, he's in
Zoomers now?
Zoomers now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's right.
Things noted.
Which is funny.
Little blood.
To be honest.
Okay, Smoke's gonna
Space.
break. There's vision on the high ground. And there's a coil, actually. Okay, they've actually stopped Little Pleb from getting
they
off
cut
any
one.
form, and they hit him with the call. Oh, the dunk's not in time. He's gonna barely escape, but there's still plenty of magic damage coming for him. And they've stopped him from morphing into anyone useful. Now Noob coming in with the Rolling Thunder, trying to turn this fight. Funnick, though, getting mauled as there's the Dagon to put him down. The gem recovered, stolen, actually, out from the Spider Pigs. As Noob, without Rolling Thunder here, he's going to be unable to escape, thanks mostly to this stolen Burrow Strike, courtesy of Big Num. Fate Bolt even going to be useful in finding the kill. As FN still chasing after LeBron. He's going to get hit by this Bushwhack. Does he still jaunt? Does he? No, oh, he does. He's still jaunted in. Oh, my goodness. Whew. I mean, shout-outs to at least Omar for predicting that one. He was ready with the Yule Scepter. That was that was
It's
madness.
FN. Do you even doubt him, you know? They're going to go for the Roshan now, finally. It seems like Unique are now in control of the game. Maybe Spider Pigs took too long to turn this around, or maybe that was just a good fight for them. Because like I said, they have really good initiation and they can get on top of you. Berserker's Call should really never hit a Morphling, but if they're getting you out of vision, you're looking at your hero, you're not really prepared, these things can happen. It's fine. Another Roshan will fall. I'm assuming you give Shard to the Shard deviating?
Shard to, sorry, who?
The accent. You start deviating.
Yeah, probably. Maybe Big Num?
Yeah. Okay, I mean, Rubik Shard is high value. Not just because, of course, you steal and you take shards, but It's just so good. The telekinesis alone is actually completely
Yeah,
invaluable.
I agree actually, because you can actually throw someone out of potentially a second stun, right? We've seen that when the double burrow strikes do come together, it's a little bit hard for you to do anything because you're stunned for 4.4 seconds, a little bit less, of course, thanks to the S and Y, but the point stands. You're stunned for a really long time. Whereas Rubik being able to possibly lift you after the first one out of range of the second is oh no, oh puck.
Oh, that's why you don't cross streams, guys. And no club. He does have. Oh no, there's actually going to be Phonic who initiates, but he's alone. He's gonna die.
We have another burrow.
Center saving him. He's trying to get away, but Sandstorm is not going to save him here. LeBron might be in a difficult position himself. Space doesn't want to keep hitting him though. In fact, a low play from behind, trying to kill off Bignum. And this has already been triggered. He's caught by the Berserker's Call. In comes Noob, hoping to finish off Bignum. Bignum will die here to the simple shield crash.
Yeah, but
Space decided that the most valuable hero of this game is LeBron, so you gotta kill LeBron first.
Yeah, he's it's like Daenerys. You know, we heard the bells ringing, and he went mad for him. So he will go ahead and take him down.
Oh, so LeBron's a chair, I see.
1 for 2 trade. What a strange and scrappy fight that one was, wasn't it? I think they wanted to ignore space and look for other kills because, one, that has been their strategy. Like you said, just ignore the gyrocopter fight around it. Who is this down bottom that they've thought? Petashara, what are you doing down here?
I don't know why they chased after the battle. They didn't chase after Morphle or Ja or the Pangolier. And I also don't really get what the chart won't be farming.
Especially there. Yeah, no, I mean, that wasn't... well, that makes it a much better fight than for Spider Pigs. It is an equal trade. A little bit better, but yeah, it's not the best fight. This isn't a fight, because I think then Unique would at least have gotten a tier 2 off the end of that one. All right, well, a bit of a reset. Petsu's dead for a whole minute, though. So I think Spider Pig's still in really good control of this game.
Yeah. That's true. I mean, with that fight, if Unique don't get the jump on them, it's not that easy for them to fight this. So they just need to keep that in mind. The map control is honestly surprisingly even, almost dead even. Just 1 tower difference between both teams. So it should be able. Unique has a slightly better map control, should be able to get a couple of jumps specifically with smokes with good positioning. And I think they're gonna try for another smoke here. I don't know, they're just joining together to Kumba. Yeah, it's fine. There's no smoke here.
Wonder.
Okay. Why is Bignum? I guess Bignum is canceling smoke.
Oh,
he has vision of the
Noob. Oh, Noob is dead.
Killed Noob. And because it's nighttime, he didn't see him, I suppose. And comes the Morphling though. And the Sandstorm tries to be funny. Not the Morphling. Opud also joins in a second. And they're going for Space. Space tanking this quite nicely, however. Space is struggling a little pleb right now. He's forced him out. He does gauges anyway. Finally equips the Daedalus within his backpack. And Noob is going in for the counter initiation. Space has been left behind. Once again, as the Batman needs to die. That's the chair. Noob gets the hit on Rolling Thunder for Space, but they're ignoring him completely, going for his teammates instead. Bignum with a second teammate to die, but they got too strong. And they burst down Lil Pleb like he's made out of paper, as they also catch up to the Sand King. Poor Phonic, Yule centering himself, hoping to get it with a burst strike. Unfortunately, the gyrocopter bullets are too fast.
That's incredible. I think he just dies to a Waning Rift, Dagon 5, and 1 crit from the gyro, basically. Oh, that's wow.
I mean, Scotty made it impossible for him to morph in. Like, it just, now with Scotty, it's just, you can't actually shift him away from difficult situations. Well, not against Daedalus Jericho.
Well, I mean, you couldn't anyway. You couldn't even if, I mean, he was silenced the whole time. I mean, my goodness. Didn't even have a chance, though, right, is what I'm getting at. Like, it was just dead instantly. Okay, that Dagon 5.
Back for this. Noob is dead?
Oh, he's gonna roll up.
Yeah, that was a really good roll up. I thought there's no Ags in the puck yet. Okay, no. There's a consideration to go Ags against Pango, I think, every single time. But
is under attack.
He went for Dagon instead.
Does make him really sad. Yeah, FN MVP in that fight. Baits out so many abilities, basically gets that first kill into Noob, almost silences him a second time.
Noob might die.
Space. Aegis is up in 20. Still alive though. And with his DD rune, will absolutely shred through your tier 3 towers.
That was Paladin Sword reveals was fine, even enough Satanic. Take down the melee racks at least, and then probably back down. I need to force this. Light Gunner still works, even if you disarm, because that ability is nice.
Oh, 8 seconds for Aegis. That's why they're using him. We're gonna have a stun as well. They need to get him out.
Base, that's gonna be Aegis.
1 second.
Wait
Here
a
comes.
second. DKB, he knows. He just wants the healing from the Aegis at least, so they can fight this again.
Yep. Great move.
Oh.
Great move.
Very smart by Space. Yeah.
Yeah, nicely done. That's that was looking real spicy for them Spider Pigs. Well played for them as well, but I think they've all seen and probably been on the receiving end of too many H's being reclaimed right as you get stunned into your death. So good plays there. Mid lane to Barracks deleted, as you said, because the side gunner, he was put on this planet to do one thing, and that's to start blasting. It's basically Danny DeVito there in the sidecar, and he's got infinite bullets there, doesn't he? Nothing stops him, not even a black hole or time being quite literally stopped around him in the Faceless Void Chronosphere.
The side gunner is the most powerful being in the Dota universe. There's the 4 basic elements, and then side gunner who created
and
them all.
then side gunner.
Yeah. That's a name. That's how old he is. Anyway, I guess you wait for the next rush. I mean, it is unique. What am I even saying? Of course, they wait for the next Roshan.
Yeah, they wait for next Roche. In fact, Big Num's just going to go ahead and plant him. He's going to make like a tree and plant himself here and not leave. He's like a tree and fall, right? He's just going to wait here for Roche to come back. Another 90 seconds.
His hands probably hurt at this point. He's like, I'm done playing. He's going to stay here with Satanic on Gyro. Pretty huge pickup. So they can actually, doesn't need the Aegis, of course, to survive in these fights. If he had Satanic there, he would have actually been able to stand his ground.
Not proven to be a bit difficult, though. Low Pleb finding that without a Dispel or any magic immunity, he finds himself very hard-pressed to live in these fights. But that's going to change, Avo, because not only does he have a Flicker, not only does he have a BKB, he's also got a Satanic now. But Flicker, I think, being the biggest one of the bunch. My goodness, that's a very balanced item, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. I wonder if this is going to be enough. I was expecting better plays from Spider Pigs. I don't think that they're... Like, I think these engagements... Unique is not getting the jump on them. You're still getting caught by like axe calls, stomps. You know, these shouldn't be happening on Pango, Senking, and Morphlin. Maybe Funnick is a bit too hasty. Maybe they're not reading it appropriately. That's why it's hard to tell exactly. But the stuns from Unique are always coming out. Space is too strong. I think Spider Pig's got 2 fights where they underestimated rather space.
Yeah.
And now they might play a bit safer.
Noob just picked up an, sorry, was it Noob? Yeah, Noob now has an Aeon Disc, though, and I think this is going to help them out quite a bit, because like I said before, their fights seem really awkward to start for them, because now that Lil Pleb has been caught and nearly killed twice in a row, oh, but this is a great one out to FN, they can just get through the Aeon Disc, there he goes. Bushwhack, of course, not going to hold him down long, thanks to the 80% status resist. So that's a Rubik in his own sandstorm there. What are your feelings on Aeon Disc? Because I see the points of the item, because I think losing a game because the enemy has an Invoker and a Faceless Void is a little stinky, right? So I agree there should be some counterplay there. But also for games like these, it also feels like it's, you know, one get-out-of-jail-free card every 100 seconds.
Yeah. I don't think just reduces the cooldown, honestly.
Okay.
I don't think it's that broken. It shouldn't be affected as well by any cooldown reductions. Because, like, for example, when you get okay, they go walk in, Lil Pleb, this initiation is looking for him, but can he even beat Space? Space just too strong?
Oh.
Space is just ignoring them. They destroy Funnick. Space finally getting stunned, but Side Gunner's still going. Lil Pleb is going to die. No, he has to get away, and he does, just barely, thanks to that Pearl Strike. LeBron Dota, of course, the first person they want to kill every single fight, so he's going to die here for Spider Pigs. And they caught Lil Pleb. Big Num with his Blink Dagger and his Fate Bolt actually killed Lil Pleb.
They got him with Sharpshooter.
Oh, they got him with Sharpshooter. Oh.
They shot him with Sharpshooter. Look how much damage he took from the Sharpshooter. He took 2 Fade Bolts, but he took 680 damage, basically 1200 nuke damage, and he doesn't have buyback.
No, that's over, right? I guess Unique wins this. Even Unique will not wait for Roshan here.
Oh, wow. No, that's one way to end the game. I can hardly believe that one, Alvaro.
Well, actually, they don't know they don't have buyback, so maybe they don't push it. What, 45 minutes? That's not enough. Because they don't have tier 2s. Yeah, there we go. They're pinging the rush. I told you.
Well, I mean, they can't get megas, right? They can't get the megas. They could just end, exactly. Sure, but...
They're afraid of the buybacks. They don't know if Morphine has buybacks.
Well, let's look at that last fight again then, shall we, while they meander towards Roche. Yeah, I can't believe, I mean, Lil Pleb just gets right in there with the double waveform. He gets right into the thick of it. And I don't know why he thinks he can still take the fight to space, because clearly that hasn't been working out for the past 2 fights. And this fight was definitely no exception. Matt, he's just way too strong.
I love, oh yeah, it's on the top too. Yeah. I didn't see that in the fight. I just thought it was a Fable that he jumped to. I love the fact that there's one point in the fight where it's like, oh, is it Abba killing time? All right, well, just ignore whatever else is happening in the fight, and LeBron must die under all circumstances.
You know what? What do you think about this? Petucharo holding on to the eggs. Sorry, the refresher shard, sorry.
double call. I mean,
Yeah.
if you catch him with one,
Yeah.
he'll make good use of it. I'm not. He even has the Axe actually, which is pretty great for this.
I'm liking that one a lot. Yeah, I agree with you.
I like this build for Mitoshar. I think he played a really solid game. He did a lot more with the Axe than I was expecting him to. They have Dream Coil, but
Yeah,
FN's not gonna jaunt, huh?
I mean, you don't dive past the tier 2 tower, right? I mean, FN, he'll jaunt into the enemy high ground, but after the objective is taken down.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
There he goes. Now he's gonna. Oh, okay, never mind. Well, I thought about it anyway. Sure.
Once you have these BKBs invulnerable, they're thinking about Funnick going in. Epicenter.
Hey, on this
They're
though.
gonna catch. Now there's a BKB activated by its base, so at least you force that out.
Coil on the high ground. They cut the Morphling. Can they kill him though? No. Oh, the beautiful burrow strike onto 3. There's going to be another one to follow up on, but the Axe Call, no, stopped by the Bushwhack. We couldn't get it off in time, and now we're not going to. Pigzs is dead for 100 seconds. Refreshed, but didn't get the second BKB off. As now Lil Pleb still alive and on the high ground. Space still fighting him here quite effectively. Still has a second life, but very low on the mana.
LeBron time.
It's killing LeBron time, though. Yeah, they want him. Can they actually get the kill? It doesn't look like it, though. Space is going to have to retreat.
That was the moment where I reconsidered my option and thought maybe a Batten 5 is not the most valuable kill in the game. And so Space retreated. And he managed to get the tier 3, I think. Bushwhack sends him back, but Side Gunner, of course, keeps working. Side Gunner doing work here. The ultimate force in Dota. There's no BKB, but he still has Aegis. Space, help with the Trickster Cloak. BKB activated by Tushara. Another the call. Looking to jump in. Space out of mana, however. Space can do nothing but just hit with a Side Gunner.
Yeah, even that's good enough, though, because tier 4s are under siege, so Low Pleb's going to have to back up for those. I mean, there's 3 buybacks out from this one, Unique. You still have Aegis. We got a buyback at least out from the Sankang on that last one. And that allows Lil Pleb now to have the Burrow Strike. Oh, I mean, Unique, they're going to wait it out. They're going to smoke up. Maybe they're going to try and go through mid here. Go for some sightseeing. See if this one works out for them. 3 buybacks here. I think FN bought back in that fight as well, and indeed he did, as he does end up getting caught. Spider Pigs, though, seemingly they know what's up. Oh, Lil Pleb. Oh, Lil Pleb. He really wants to farm the wave. He's going to take at least the creeps first, as there's Big Number with the telekinesis. Can they jump on that bed now with a stun? There's the call on top of Pigzs. No BKB, though, and Lil Pleb's got his. He's going to find 2 stuns on the way back out, and Noob is perfectly piling on. The stun's right on top. Pigzs hit in the back as well by the Rolling Thunder. Petsu's going to get off one last call, but it's not going to do much here, as at least they get a dieback on Funnick, courtesy of the Dagon 5 of FN. Bignum, though, in a rough spot as Nuke just running him down with the disarms. Down he will go. Lil Pleb now proccing that Aeon Disc of Space, still alive. They've completely ignored him. He still has Aegis for 2 more seconds and did get Satanic off before the Bushwhack, so he's fully lifesteals through that one. Gem recovered now from Spider Pig, so they have vision on Space through the Trickster's Cloak. FN is here. Bignum as well, ready to show up and fight on the second life now for the Gyrocopter, as FN up to the high ground gets through the Squirrel.
Gyrocopter fight. They silence Lil Pleb once again, though, but this time Lil Pleb feels like he can
Satanic
actually
in 2?
Space. We're seeing, no, Space can't get any shots in. He can't activate it. Space is going to die. It's a win for Spider Pigs here in this fight. Oh my, if Unique lose again, this might, I don't know, this is this bad. Like, this is awful. They can't lose 2 series in a row like this. This would be awful. Lil Pleb has finally figured out the winning formula. Don't hate Gyro until you're done with the rest of his team. And it's working. Well, that's 2 diebacks, you know for a fact. Rapier on Lil Pleb. He's now going to be able to hit Space. It just needs to get to him. They need mana for Lil Pleb, though.
This is a problem. Yeah, they've escorted the creep wave here down middle, as there's the Divine Rapier now slotted in exchange for the boots. Yeah, this is bad. This is bad. That's no. The Gyro's got buyback. We're gonna have Petsu on here.
Into this tower's Dream Coil used. The Dagon, LeBron Zoda trying to survive. And at least Lil Pleb will take 1 lane of racks. Gyrocopter is back. How much can FN do? We'll have to see. And no way of really stunning him here. I don't think the Bushwhack will catch him. These Bushwhacks by... Maybe they can.
We have Andus, though. As long as he doesn't get shot, yeah. Okay.
These Bushwhacks have been kind of insane, but I don't think they're this insane.
It's up in 10. I think Lil Plebs has to back up. I don't think... I think
considering it, though.
They have to. No. They have to back up. This is too risky.
Oh, Lil Pleb, you madman. It's okay, he has Flicker.
He doesn't have buyback. He doesn't have buyback, I think.
Yeah, but he has Flicker, Richie. Did you hear me? It doesn't matter if he has buyback.
Okay, well...
he only backed out because he's out farming the bottom of the That's how you get a carry to leave.
You offer
Second Rapier? Honestly? Maybe?
No. Maybe.
What else would you want at this point?
I think you want the shard. I think now you looking
I think
for
you
that
don't
1
even need
second
the
stun.
Ags, if I'm honest with you. I don't think you need to turn to Senking any longer. I think Gyrocopter is more value. What?
Y- That he is, and I think you kill Gyro. You just need to stun him. And I think now you're. What? Wait, what?
You dropped the Rapier.
He did. I thought. Wait, that's some highly illegal gameplay right there. What? What?
I thought you couldn't drop the Rapier.
Wait a second. Becomes unusable if picked up by an ally. It is immediately usable by enemy if an enemy. A drop rapier cannot be. Okay, now he's back in his stat. What? He's like, wait a second. I forgot I can't do that. That's illegal. That's against the rules. I thought you also. I thought this was like bound to you.
I guess not. Today I learned. I really did think it was bound too. I mean, I guess if an ally picks it up, it still counts as your item, like a normal item here. But that is interesting.
But I also.
You can. But then can you give it to the courier? Like, can the courier play it? Because then you can just give it to him in the fight, right? Like, I don't.
Yeah, that does seem a little weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
Little
Whatever
sus.
happened is fine. He's like, ah, guys, don't worry. I found my sword again.
I also thought you weren't allowed to do that.
Don't you hate it when you get drunk in the fountain and then you lose your sword? Anyway, he's back. I think he's gonna consider. Oh, he bought boots again. You could honestly consider getting rid of this rapier or the boots and getting another rapier at this point.
That was so weird. I thought for sure it was. Okay, whatever. Let's move on, right? Because it's clearly, I guess we're not going to find the answer here. Yeah, a bit of a weird one. We'll see here how it works for him. I guess maybe.
I'm sure chat will be quick to correct us.
As they always are. As they always are. Thanks to you guys. What do we do without you here? Roche is up in 1 minute. Fourth Roche.
The two analysts is chat, honestly.
Egg Shard and Aghanim's Blessing online for that one. Morphling no longer needs his.
You mean Refresher Shard and Aghanim's Blessing.
Yes, what did I say? Axe Refresher?
Axe Shard, yeah. Nope, they caught up to.
Oh, wow, that telekinesis. It's good stuff.
Insane range.
Yep.
Did he go for the telekinesis distance?
Oh, yeah.
That's
you can tell pretty easily with this from here to here. Yeah.
They have Rolling Thunder here. Oh, no? Is he insane? As Aeon Disc, that's going to give him enough to Rolling Thunder, or so he thinks. There we go, Rolling Thunder. I think he's dead, though, to the Morphling. And now we go back to the technique of ignoring space. Use LeBron as bait. They always go for LeBron. Oh, no. Noob was the bait, unfortunately. Loveblad, is he strong enough to kill off space?
They got LeBron, though.
Seemed like it. They got LeBron, they got Noob. I think he retreat now. Low Plum start turning into the Sanking. It is to the point where I feel like turning into Gyrocopter might be a bit more useful. I know you have Ags, but...
Stun go, Burr. I don't know.
Flat Cannon is pretty good at this point, especially if your technique is to ignore the Gyrocopter, which I think you should still.
Bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, it's really just FN and Space doing everything in these fights. Petu, he gets a good call off, and that's the biggest reason why Noob dies. Okay, Call's gonna miss a little pleb. He's gonna go for the back line, but Big Nub's got A on disc. Sonic with a pull-up stun, but Big Nub picks himself up and throws himself across the chasm here. He's not gonna be as lucky this time around, though, as he's in the pinball zone. Little pleb will shred him with the Divine Rapier damage. They also find Space in the river. Bushwhack activated, but he got off the Satanic. He's not life-stealing enough, though, thanks to the Eye of Scotty. And now disarmed. He's not gonna have the opportunity to. Dead for 2 minutes. I think Spider Pigs will win the game here.
I think they just won this. Yeah, how do you defend this any longer? Not with a Rapier. You even buy a second Rapier just to push faster, right? The pleb?
No, he's buying mangoes. Mango.
He needs that mana. They're giving him mangoes here. His teammates are also buying mangoes for him. And Will Pleb, let's see how fast can you push. I mean, it's 100 seconds on Gyro. I don't know how much FN can do here.
We'll see.
I can't believe how they caught Gyro, by the way, but we'll talk about this later. Because, oh, with the Shard, never mind. They might have also caught Lil Pleb. He's okay. He's filling back up thanks to Satanic. They're going for Slayer next. Slayer's in trouble. He has no way of getting rid of this. They actually dispelled even the hand of this. He's been slowed down by the Scotty. Slayer will die, but the Shard's also fallen. Oh, the 4 tips against Bignum as they win the game. Spider Pigs are going to take the series.
Wow.
Alright.
Wow.
Thank you so much.
That's rough, man. That's rough for Unique. One game, I mean, to be 1 game away from qualifying, not from being 1 game away from the qualification match yesterday, losing the game, getting reverse swept, doing it again here, especially when I think your draft game 2, sure, the core to core wasn't all that amazing like we talked about plenty in game 2, but it just came down to poor fight decisions.
Oh, that's awful. I feel so bad. I'm sorry. Like, Unique... I mean, to be honest, Spider Pigz gave him a huge leeway by deciding, oh, we'll fight Gyrocopter first. That seems like a wise choice. He has 4k HP. That's no big deal, right? That was a couple of fights that I don't think Unique really deserved. But then later, I mean, the way the Gyrocopter got caught out there towards the end is like, why are you near Roche? Why are you alone near the Roche? You have no buyback. You know, there was a lot of decisions there by Unique that I think was just a product of stress as well, to be honest.
Just look at this graph again. I mean, it's all the Unique graphs are pain. They're just pain
honestly
distilled into 3 different colored lines. It's
awful. I feel so bad for them. Like, beyond whatever criticism I could give Unique, which I think might be fair, is just poor guys.
Yeah.
2 games in a row this happened to them as well, where they were pretty much dominating the later stages of the game, and 1 or 2 bad team fights just turned this around completely. Spider Pigz has only taken the mid lane in both games. They didn't take any more racks in the mid lane. They just go straight end it because they're always losing until the very end. Wow.
It's a tough one here. We'll bring it back to cameras here just so you can see the shock and the disbelief on our face here one last time. But that is Unique, eliminated from these qualifiers. GG, well played. Spider Pigz, they make it through the opens, and they take down what must have been one of the favorites here to get on through, especially this version of Unique. I would say playing a lot better, but showing symptoms in these last 2 defeats, Avo, of what I would say were the old Unique that I thought we had progressed past, right? Not really able to string together these. I mean, old Unique was like more of, oh no, we're losing the game, let's go for a really awkward and forced fight, and it would never come back. But this Unique was like, we're winning the game, what do we do?
I mean, it's some fixes, right? Because they do more than they used to, and they're also not like old Unique where they will make mistakes and lead to that point, right? I think that for the most part they just take risks that don't always pay off. But then there's like small moments where they just kind of lose it, like they lose the concentration. I mean, and they commit very egregious mistakes, which of course the enemy team punishes immediately. I don't know. I think actually what lost in the game is not pushing as well. That's incredible. Like not pushing, not testing for the Morphling buyback, playing it too safe was actually what lost them the game there. Because they would have won. They would have straight up pushed and won, and they just went for tier 4s. But they didn't even test for that. Well, I mean, I guess you don't expect the top carry to not save for buy. I don't know. I'm sorry. I can't really analyze this properly because my heart is broken for Unique. I wasn't even rooting for them. I just feel very bad for these 2 losses for them.
Bit rough for them. And, well, at the very least, Spider Pigz having to play a pretty long series here. They're going to get a bit of a break because we are still waiting for the opponent. It's coming Rome, kind of Formula ITB, still in match versus Creepwave. They just started the game about 20 minutes ago here, 25 minutes ago, accounting for the delay for you guys. So, yeah, we're still going to have to wait a little while until we get our next match because the winner of It's Coming Rome versus Creepwave is going to be taking on Spider Pigz. That will be happening here live on this channel. But for now, if you want to watch some Dota 2 and not just a wait screen, I'd highly recommend you go to that little hot bar at the top of your screen, and all you got to do is you put a B at the end of it, and you'll be right at the B stream over with T-Panda and Bowie, where they'll be bringing you the action of Creepwave versus It's Coming Rome. The victor there is going to be taking on Spider Pigz. But for now, Avo and I are going to be going to a bit of a break, guys. Hopefully you're enjoying the coverage. In the meantime, grab a snack, get some water, and head over to the B stream where we can figure out who the opponent will be for the lower bracket finals. We're back in a bit for the ESL 1 Fall 2021 Bootcamp Edition closed qualifiers powered by Intel. Once again, B stream is the match to watch right now. Head over to the B channel to check that one out. We'll be back when that match is concluded. Until then. Hello, everyone. After a lengthy delay, thanks to It's Coming Rome picking a Naga Siren versus a Terrorblade, we are now finally live with our second best of 3 of the day. It's going to be between Creepwave and Spider Pigs. Another delay, of course, that we're going to apologize for. We didn't want to start the game. No one in chat said caster start game, so honestly, we just all sat around. You know, Avo, we really just wanted to make you guys wait a little bit longer.
Someone just asked game 1. All right,
okay.
Now we can start it. Is it okay?
It's okay. Oh, and you know what? Actually, the draft is. Oh my God, it's already here. See, that's all you guys have to do. You just have to type. Cool. We're very forgetful. We're very forgetful as casters.
Yeah. I really appreciate you doing that. Honestly, like, what is my job even? I don't know.
10 seconds remaining.
The real reason, of course, is that Omar from Spider Pigs did have some power issues. Allegedly, they said that he was reconnected now thanks to a quote-unquote battery. And they said this battery will last 2 to 3 hours, to which Amar said, well, you're playing versus the wrong team. We just played 3 80-minute matches. So we'll see here how this one actually turns out. Hopefully, the power issues are all settled, and we can get a full best of 3 that is now starting what is 90, actually over 110 minutes after the scheduled time. So thank you guys for tuning in. Great best of 3 here. Elimination on the line between these two teams, Creepwave and Spider Pigs. And these two...
Oh, yeah, you're right.
Yeah, we are behind schedule.
I forgot my laptop is Russian time, so that's scary.
Yeah,
that's it.
Okay, but yeah, just to build up this match a little bit more, these are two orcs that have played each other quite a bit. Two up-and-coming, or two tier 2 teams. I don't mean that in a bad way, because I have a lot of respect for all of these players. A couple of changes. Fishman no longer on Creepwave. He's taken a little bit of a break after the DPC season. I know Creepwave, if you followed Division 2 Western European Dota, they then became ITB. That ITB kind of turned into It's Coming Rome. It's Coming Rome was just defeated by this Creepwave. Amar is back. He was previously on Chicken Fighters for a short stint. Chrysalis was always here. Chubash is a little bit newer. And Hansa is there, or Hansha is the newest mid laner for them. Very, very highly skilled. Rank 8 or 9 mid lane player right now in the European leaderboards. Very talented. He's a Lina spammer. He's an Invoker spammer, TA, and that's going to be his TA here for Creepwave. Had plenty of opportunities to look him up in between. Could you give us a little bit of background for the Spider Pigs here, Alvaro, as I've blabbered on for Creepwave?
It's fine. So Spider Pigs, also a very changed roster. I think the only 2 guys that stay will be... Oh, no, 3, sorry. It's going to be LeBron, Noob, and Funnick. They were level up, I believe, for the season. Yeah. As they got picked up. Then they got dropped by the org. They had issues with the org, which unfortunately made them lose their carry, which was RDO. And then they would try to slow carries to see what would work. Low Pleb previously played with them, I believe, in first season on Spider Pigs, right?
Yeah, he was on the team for a while. I think they did end up replacing him, though, with Limitless, I want to say.
I'm not really sure, but he's with them now. So
yes.
I'm not sure if he's a stand-in, to be honest, because the changes happened honestly so quickly in these moments without TI. I think officially he's as a stand-in.
He is. I believe Limitless is on the roster normally, but he's standing in. Yeah, for Lightless, not Limitless. I apologize. Lightless.
Lightless, you're right. Lightless. Yes. Who is also technically still employed by Empire, so it's a whole slew of interesting things. And Omar, it will be their new 4, replacing DNZ, who was the first to leave the team. I think he's currently standing in with Tundra, but currently teamless, I believe, because Father should still be in Tundra.
Correct.
So, interesting. Let's see how Spider Pigs play. They're most of the same roster, whereas Creepwave is made... Well, it's just not the same team. And I'm also very interested because I remember last season, Fishman held a slot for Creepwave and the DPC. So I don't know what happened with that slot or what's going to happen with his team.
Well, Creepwave, he's just on vacation. I figured that out. I went down a rabbit hole of tweets. So he's just taking a bit of a break, right? Because they were ITB and he held that slot, right? We'll see what happens with the slot, right? Especially as we look forward to hearing more news about next year's DPC season. But first, right, we need to get TI, and that's been a whole thing. So, but that is something I think that we can shelve and come to pretty much immediately after, because that is a very good question, Ava. What will happen to the Creepwave roster, or to that slot, ITB/Creepwave? Because I think that's going to be determined. Let's take a look now a bit better at this draft. Nothing too noteworthy, right? Puck versus TA, Hoodwink, and Nyx Assassin lining up out for the position 4s, some nuke damage, some kill potential, some scouting. Pretty standard stuff, right? Looking at bans, the Spider Pigs with a very targeted ban. Razor, of course, not necessarily first pick material. He's really good into certain matchups, especially if you can look to force it. But that is a hero that Amar has been spamming like a madman in his pubs recently. Not so much the Timber Mars. He's moved on to bigger and better things, and he wants to steal people's damage and hit with them.
He also used to play a lot of the mid lane back when he was playing mid lane, so I'm not surprised that he's spamming it now in the off lane as well. So yeah, I'm not surprised by this pickup.
10 seconds
Though that
remaining.
obviously leaves you with less options against TA, but I guess you're already forced to put the puck against TA,
5
which is not the
seconds
greatest
remaining.
matchup, but it is doable. Honestly, Lina is much better against TA than the puck is.
Radiant
Lina versus TA
team
is actually
pick.
not bad because you have attack speed, puck does suffer a bit, but it's whatever. You have to kind of deal with it. Grimstroke now, you have so many leashing things, the mana burn, legitimate to be honest, but nothing to combine it with. Usually Grimstroke these days is combined more than with some sort of double doom, double big thing. It's actually
10
about the
seconds remaining.
Inkswell carry. So usually Grimstroke tends to mean either Slark or
5 seconds
Juggernaut or
remaining.
PA or something like that coming into the pool. Maybe even Lifestealer. I don't know though, because all these heroes I said are bad.
Stop jungling. Let's push.
What are the heroes that dispatch? I mean, because usually it's Ursa these days, right? Which actually combined with the Grimstroke.
Чел, ты вообще тут?
I don't know.
Versus a TA Hoodwink.
Juggernaut
Dire
Juggernaut
team
and
pick.
Lifestealer are both bad against.
Disruptor.
Now I kind of like the Lifestealer or Jug a
Radiant
little bit
team
better
pick.
into that Disruptor. But
Oh,
we'll
you could just double Dragon Tail. That's actually pretty good, to be honest.
Yeah, that's the offlane pick, though, of course, here for Spider Picks.
It could also mean 4 Grimstroke with Dragonite, which is fine as well, which we've seen, and then 5 Nyx, which is also fine, and they've done before on LeBron. So
Yep. So a little bit of flexibility there. Either way, I think the lanes are pretty
10
decent. Double stun,
seconds
right,
remaining.
is ideal, or lots of DPS into Inkswell, additional move
5
speed, and then
seconds
stun on
remaining.
top, right? So I like this, right, from Spider Pigs. They're keeping it flexible while still holding on to that last pick safe lane core for themselves. A couple of them have been banned out, but not so many. We'll probably get the best 2 banned by Creep Wave. So it's nice that they can run it with the DK in the off lane. So I like that you bring that up. I think that's a very smart decision here from Spider Pigs, and you're a smart cookie for pointing it out. But Chrysalis is also a smart cookie. He's been on the Creep Wave roster for about 4 months before.
Radiant team
We'll see
back.
what he's going to pick now. The
Drow
Drow
Ranger.
Ranger. Wow.
I mean,
With the TA, I mean, it's the aura's great if you're standing right next to each other. It's really great.
not even right next to each other. If you actually hover over the aura, you see it's pretty big.
Dire
Oh, is it?
team
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
I thought it was quite
I don't
small.
So I don't know. Remember, it used to be quite small, but it's
Yeah.
actually relatively big. We'll see in the game though. I think it even says in the ability. I forgot how much it is off the top of my head, but because it's not something you check. But I like this combo. I think Drought TA is a tried and true classic. You don't have the greatest TA counters. You know, like Dragonite's okay at jumping her, but we've
10
spoken
seconds
about this many
remaining.
times, right? DK, oh, I have so much armor. I can deal with
5
Drow
seconds
easily, and then Drow
remaining.
just goes
Radiant
kills you
team
regardless.
back.
Even if your armor is not base armor, Drow doesn't care because she deals way too much damage. Offlane DK usually cannot put up with this. Her Gust is actually great against Puck, who struggles to cut close to her as well, and Dragonite suffers from very similar things. So right now you need a carry that can catch up to Drow Ranger. That's why the Phantom Lancer gets banned. A good option here that's
10
actually looking
seconds
better and
remaining.
better, even though TA does counter pretty hard, is the Lifestealer. Because you can infest the
5
DK, and
seconds
then with the
remaining.
stun, you get close to Drow, right? And that's
Yeah.
always an option.
Or you can infest the
Puck.
Nyx, right, and then
Or the
just
Nyx, yeah.
snake up. Yeah, there's a lot of great plays here, is what we're saying, right? And I got Lifestealer Grimstroke lane is fine. Lifestealer Nyx Assassin lane is fine. Like you can't really go too wrong there. I will say it's right now we're doing 4 ranged into a Lifestealer, right, which can be a bit difficult, but we have the vehicles to make that a little bit easier for him, right?
Dire
What
team
is-
back.
Yeah,
Well, obviously Spectre was the pick though
Yeah.
that you had to ban. I was expecting this as a ban, by the way. That's why I was suggesting the Lifestealer. And the other hero I would suggest here is the PA is a consideration, but PA without Empowered usually feels pretty weak. A hero we've seen a bit and actually is really
10
good this game
seconds
is the
remaining.
Ricky carry, actually really legitimate.
5
They have a
Okay.
great lineup with it.
Team
Puck
pick.
plus Grimstroke is great with it. DK actually covers it really nicely. He's great against Disruptor, very good against TA because he has high armor, good against Hoodwink because you never get caught, and good against the Drow Ranger.
Is it me, or are these Spider Pig bans, specifically like the last 4, are they not very anti-AM bans? Like, it feels like
10
they pick an A,
seconds
like they're banning for an AM, aren't they?
That's a very good point, actually.
Like,
no, you're right.
just Slaughter.
Particularly, especially the Slaughter.
Exactly. I mean, Tide still, buys Soul Ring and he's fine in that lane. Ursa can fight him easy at any stage of the game.
Yeah.
Razor beats it. Like, I just and with double mana void into double mana burn, like it's not the best lineup though from Creepwave. I've seen this work specifically against Brame, which is why they're actually it's coming Rome beat the crap out of them with a very similar lineup here. So there's the Axe.
AM beats the Axe on lane, actually, so it's fine. We've seen this. We actually had a whole debate about this with Bowie. No, trust me.
Okay, I believe you. I believe you.
In fact, Bowie's like, I think it beats him, and I was like, I don't know, the teams don't think that, and then Bowie was right, so I will never doubt him again. It is a good idea. I will say, though, that these bans are also pretty good against Ricky, to be honest. Ravage actually catches him.
Fair point.
Slaughter obviously sees him, right? Razor and Ursa not so much, but Slaughter and Tide, yes, so...
Again, I think Slardar and Razor are very just anti-Amar bans as well, so I wouldn't read into those like 1,000,000%, right? Because AM's not really that pickable these days, but maybe it is something to consider, right? A Grimstroke, Inkswell combo, DK, to follow up with another stun for a little bit more lockdown. Obviously, you wouldn't send your AM in first because the threat of a Static Storm or the threat of getting actually caught by the Axe is scary. And he needs BKB, yeah, so... but it's...
I mean, I like the idea.
It would make
as
sense.
long, I'll just say, not Jug. Everything besides that, I think, is... like, there are options for other picks. I can see why you think, oh, so Jug can get shove the Drow Ranger. Jug avoids Glimpse. This would be pretty good. No, not Jug. Please, not Jug.
All right.
I've seen this fail one too many times.
Lifestealer, then? What do you think?
If you can think of Magic Immunity, Lifestealer is fine.
Okay.
Of course, now with the Axe, it's kind of scary, though, because
Yeah.
now there's a way to counter that rage. Like, I'm not the biggest fan of Lifestealer. I'd much rather see the PA Ricky or the AM.
Yeah.
I actually think PA is okay too here.
Yeah, I think it's fine. Because I think Creepwave actually have a couple of problems with their draft here.
You may
I knew it. I told you, right? I had a sixth sense about this. I was like, oh, this looks like a Jug game, please. All right, well, you know who I'm going for.
I do know who you're going to be going for, but it feels like there might not be
Obviously,
enough farm. Really? No, you're lying, right? Yeah.
Creepwave.
I don't know if there's enough farm here for this Creepwave lineup. This TA is going to be very gritty. Chrysalis as well, and the Drow Ranger requires a lot of space and farm, and so will Amar. Not only because he's playing Axe, but the last time I watched him a ton, back when he was on Creepwave, which granted was a couple of months ago, right, because he did a stint on Chicken Fighters, he was always taking a lot of farm. Which is not necessarily a bad trait, but when you have a TA and a Drow Ranger who also really need it, and they outrank you in terms of their positions, that might be an issue. I also don't really like this Jug pick, though.
Yes, my counterpoint was going to be there's a Jug.
Yeah, I'm going with the same counterpoint.
I've casted so many of these games where like it gets to the point that I even know like what they're thinking, to the point that they're going to pick a hero I don't want to see. I mean, look, I agree with your points. I don't think that Drow particularly is that farm intensive a carry, right? She farms fast, but she's no Dusa Luna, right? That's not her role. Okay. She's not there to outfarm you. And Drow can be useful with very little items. Like this game, it's BKB for sure. Yeah. That's it.
Yeah.
I think like this game you probably fight for Hurricane Pike +1 stats item and BKB, and you're good to go. All right, that's what I'm thinking. The Axe, I agree with you, but I think the Axe is a pretty good gang squad and Disruptor Hoodwink, so I think Amar can just play really aggressively and farm that way. And then, the TA and Drow Range have such synergy that I'm not too concerned about this. I thought the lineup was good to begin with.
Okay.
Also, my counterpoint with the Jug, actually, on top of this, not only is Jug underwhelming in my opinion, but this game he needs a lot of farm. Like, this is the kind of game where you either go for the mid one build of you like rush the Swift Blink into the Ags, and that's how you get close to the Drow, or which also is very expensive, or you just need to wait till the Ags to actually get close to the Drow, no matter what you do. It's gonna be tough otherwise. Omnislash's range is pathetic. So
it's a good
that's
point.
My concern.
No, I mean that is a fair point. We'll see here as we get underway which thought will prevail. As it's game number 1 here between Creepwave and Spider Pigz. This is not an this is not a match that will get you qualified instantly if you win. This is, however, a match that will get you into the consolation finals. The reason I'm using that is because to say a lower bracket final it implies that there's a grand final, and there isn't. If you win this match and then you win the next best of 3, you will qualify to the main event.
You'll have to
There's
do
2
better
teams
than
get qualified,
that.
right?
2 teams get qualified. We have our match tomorrow, which is going to be going first, and that is going to be V Gaming versus Team Empire. The loser of that match will get a second chance in the consolation final versus the winner of this match, right? And then the winner of that match will also qualify. Amar.
Amar actually lasting a fair amount.
Level 1 spin is...
Those are 2 gauntlets of strength, huh? Good luck, have fun, says LeBron after he
No,
kills
that's not Flame. That's always what they do. I want to make it
Yeah.
clear. That's always
I know,
something
I know.
that Spider Pigs have done pretty late. Same thing with Tofu for some reason on
nice.
Hellbase matches.
You should have known.
That tip though, that is
Should have
BS.
known better.
Who would have thought that it was Empire and V Gaming getting to the first final? Huh?
I
I mean, Empire maybe, but
Yeah.
V Gaming. I think they're
Gaming.
really good, mind you, but I think a lot of people probably discounted them as a team.
I agree. I think their games versus unique. You know, we've kind of said and done all that, right? There is to say there, but there's Funnick. Just a little bit of preview. He's like, hey, Chrysalis, just so you know how this lane is gonna go, I'm gonna stun you, and then I'm gonna take the important objectives, just like I did this bounty run. Let's see,
All right. Let's see if Creepwave is capable of making this game work for them. I honestly don't think it's that difficult. You just need a bit of coordination when it comes to the farming speed. I love that every time I hover or I click on Amar, you will get the Divine Rape.
Yep.
Dude, it is classic Amar, honestly.
that's how you know
Everyone
whether...
has a TP there, and Amar, whenever, in case of emergency, get Divine Rape.
Get Divine Rape here. It's a great item to buy out for, you know. Doesn't lose its value. Apparently you can drop it in the fountains like we saw last match. Good stuff. Yeah, that's how you know if you're watching a real Amar or an imposter Amar.
Yeah, that's actually very true. This man will never share accounts or anything like that. It's impossible for him. Nobody can imitate him. He is one unique player. Note, by the way, we didn't talk about this, but Crystal is one of his favorite heroes is the Drow, actually. He's a really big fan.
Is it?
So, yeah, he does love the ranged carries as well. Medusa and the Drow are really good for Crystals. So, I actually think that is a bit of a comfort pick. I mean, when you pick Drow without knowing the carry matchup, that shows, right?
That's true. That is very true. That's also to a degree, to a pretty big degree. Pardon me.
I know if he's one of his favorite. Sorry, he's just very good at it. Or no,
Yeah.
he's one of his favorite.
But the fact that you pick it into without even knowing the carry, and then Spider Pigs last pick the Juggernaut anyway, to me is a bit shocking because this is not like you say. It's like, oh, Omni Slash, I just get on top of her and Omni Slash. The range is pitiful, and spin is not going to help you, especially when Dragon Lance is such a powerful item these days. She's just going to kill you through your spin with marksmanship. As Funnick, looking for the kill onto the Disruptor, is going to be a little bit out of range.
I love that Crystal decided to go and harass him so hard that he actually had to come back into the lane. Funnick is suffering.
Yeah,
Crystals he went for the aggressive build. Sometimes Drow Rangers will actually skip some early game. Oh.
I think he canceled the salve, actually, with a multi-shot as well.
Oh, yeah, I think you're right, because Funnick has no salve any longer. Funnick also did not go for the double gauntlet strength build, which Amar is using. And that is definitely the right build, by the way. Most offlaners, if you talk to 5 players professionally, they will tell you that how this build is like the most nuisance build. You think it's only 6 strength, right? But it makes it so much harder to harass them. That's why a lot of them are starting for this. It's not because they want Soul Ring, by the way. It's just good stats.
It's good stats. 120 extra HP. It's what 0.6 HP regen per second on top. Yeah, I mean it's a lot. It's no Tango right per second. It's no Ring of Tarask. It's no double Ring of Regen like we used to have right for every single safe laner, specifically that Envy played in 7.27. But it's really good stats. You're totally correct.
Yeah, it's not every game, I agree. Especially like if you're playing certain heroes like Sanking, don't do that, right? Sanking is actually better with Bracer because he needs other stats too. But the specific, very typical tanky offlaners that we see a lot these days, like Axe, like DK, they're great. Double Gauntlet all the way.
Double Gauntlet all the way.
It's the new version of the double Bracer. People are just getting more and more efficient with these items.
Sancho.
6 damage. That's kind of ridiculous, actually, when you think of that.
6 damage. Yeah, 6 damage, 120 HP. 120 HP to me is the bigger deal, personally. That's so much starting HP. Crystal is fighting versus Omar. Will be able to get the kill there. And I think he even lives here. Funnick is going to go underneath the tower, but yeah, just to force out at least another ability or two here. Healing salve then from the Disruptor, and that's going to top Chrysalis off, making him feel pretty good. Double Wraith Band here as well for Chrysalis, actually. Surprised to see the 2. Maybe not so much on the Drow Ranger.
So, a genuine question, by the way. Is it Omar or Omar? Because in Spanish, that name is Omar. So I'm asking you. I don't actually know.
I don't actually know either.
But he's Lebanese, right? So
He is,
I don't know if we are
yes.
closer to the pronunciation because.
I am unfortunately quite literally from the opposite side of the world, so I wouldn't be able to provide you with any
If
good
there's anyone
information
in chat that happens to
Yeah.
be Lebanese or in general, I mean, maybe Arabic, and you from the area, because I know that's an Arabic name. Please
Sure,
do tell us. We
please
don't
do
wanna
let
mess
us
up his
know.
name.
No, yeah, definitely not. Definitely not.
Or Omar, you know, you want to tweet at us, rage tweet at us?
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
I will keep pronouncing my Spanish way though, because it sounds natural to me. But
At
Cristales?
Mr.
Oh, sorry,
Abelblanc.
Crystals. My bad. Dragon Tail is available here. They're not going to use it though. In fact, the one who's actually suffering is the Nyx Assassin. You do get an impale here with a mana burn, but Crystallis has no mana to begin with, so he's not going to suffer too much from this. Courier to distract them, both couriers to distract them, and Crystallis will be able to get away. So will the couriers. What a nice little run here. Funnick is diving in. I think that's the right choice.
Oh, he saw the
He
courier.
saw the courier.
Oh, he wants the courier.
The courier.
Get the courier.
Oh, Funnick, he has to decide. It's going to be
Oh,
Omar
guys,
going
come
for the
on.
courier?
Get the courier. There we go.
There we
okay.
go. And they even get Disruptor as
Oh
well.
my,
Yeah,
unbelievable.
that's good. I mean, this is Dragon Knight. How do you kill him? Impale. Crystal's gonna die. The tower is hitting Crystal. It's killing Funnick. It doesn't matter to Funnick. They even have the courier here trying to distract him. Nope. Nothing's gonna work out. Wow. They took
Okay.
everything.
The-
DK guys, hard hero to play.
Very. I mean, it's quite a masterful hero. You know, if you miss one or two auto attacks like that, you know, you still end up getting both kills underneath the tower. I mean, not many other heroes. You know, it's very difficult.
You know what I love? Like maybe 3-4 years ago when Ice Stalker was a meta, right? We used to say, oh, you know, Ice Stalker has like 4 armor, 5 armor. That's really good for diving towers. I present to you DK with 13. Hello.
Hello.
That's a true tower diver.
DK,
Oh my God.
what, he's got 10 HP regen already, 12.8, well, a little bit less, closer to 10, 11 really, without being underneath the tower. But yeah, pretty ridiculous, ridiculous. TP's coming mid lane, by the way. There's going to be a coil onto Hansa. He does have Refraction. Oh, but with the Inkswell, he can't actually use it now without too many of his things getting rid of. Yep, there go the stacks, there goes his life. He at least gets the Courier of Noob, and don't think it quite had anything. I think, yeah, it was on the way back, so not the biggest kill, but really, really good rotations from Spider Pigs to pick off the TA in mid lane. Yeah, because Little Pleb, the lane is pushing underneath his tower as he gets a nice last hit. Bottom, DK is, yeah, he just got 2 kills and now he has 3 points in Dragon's Blood. Good luck trying to kill him, even with one of the better level 2s in the game, which is Thunderstrike. Good luck. Yeah, that was really, really well played from Spider Pigs.
It's not until mid-game dry that you have any chance. Nope. Amar? Amar's like, what are you trying
What are
to
you
do?
doing? I have a Vanguard. Yeah.
Hacha did not win the lane against Nublu, so not only is this kill valuable, but also that mid matchup. I usually think it's like maybe at least 55-45 for the TA. Noob just dealt with really nicely.
Whoa, you think this is a TA favorite? Oh, TA.
Yeah. And after you said it, it's like, oh yeah, that makes perfect sense. Right? Zuya dies in the bottom lane. They also want to find Crystallis. At least Zuya gave enough space for Crystallis to run away, but Crystallis realizing that without marksmanship, your procs don't do enough damage to fight.
Nope.
Honestly, even with marksmanship, I think you don't kill.
Oh, interesting. You see what Crystallis has in his stickies by the way? This is new from him.
Yeah, Buto travel too.
Yeah.
Is Amar just infecting them?
He
No,
kind
Chu
of
is
is.
normal.
Kind of is.
Everyone else is.
Okay. I like that, though. Everyone getting a little bit more of the personality in, you know? Mark can go for a call here if he wishes, but he's not. Oh, no, he is, actually.
He does no shit. There's an Omni Slash, but there's so many creeps around. So. And Amar knows this. That's why he's harassing him near the creeps. Well done.
Oh, they got
Bottom lane,
Crystallis.
Crystallis will die again.
Wow.
Funnick is dominating this lane. Usually as Drow, what you try to do is, well, once Dragon hits this power spike, which is the only power spike that you need to suffer, you just leave the lane. And then you come back later to kill.
Another coil?
Mid, you also might lose Zuya here. He breaks the coil. That's going to be the help from the Inkswell. Illusory Orb. He's done.
I thought what you were going to say there was, usually as the Drow in this lane, you try not to die.
I mean, you do. You're trying not to die by leaving the lane.
Yeah, you
though.
try not to die by leaving the lane, more specifically, yeah, so.
Yeah.
That's,
I wasn't trying to play.
No. I mean, I understand, no, but you're correct. Now he's not going to come back to the lane, which is good for him, because there was a ward behind the tower that would have probably gotten him killed if he had gone back for it. Amar is looking to really put as much pressure top lane, though, onto Lil Pleb. And I believe these guys used to play together, if I'm not mistaken. No, there's no way. Not on Creep Wave, because it was always Crystallis. Oh my goodness, the spins from the tower, Lil Pleb. Even if he spins, it's not going to help him, but it will at least help him feel a little bit safer. Braun there to throw in the Stroke of Fate just for the move speed, though, to make sure Amar could not get that kill. bottom tower here. Has gone down to Funnick, though, in the meantime. He's making a really, really good progress on the Blink Dagger. Just regular good progress. Nothing too mad here from the off-lane DK. Early levels were still quite difficult, thanks to, the ranged versus melee matchup. So now Crystallis will show himself top lane. Still doesn't have level 6, though.
That's very crucial. That's what speeds up your farming, right?
Exactly.
I mean, right now, at least TA can be the carry for a while, and then you can create space for the Drow, but this is not the ideal situation for you.
He's like, Amar, dunk the ranged creep so I can get level 6.
And the Crystallis got it, so he has marksmanship now.
There he is.
The ideal thing now would be to take the tower so you can at least take over the enemy jungle, and that way the TA or the Drow has a place to farm. Can Hansha get the kill on Omar? Nope.
Dire's top tower.
Oh, well, they're going to go top lane here. There's another rotation from Noob. Crystallis is going to try to escape, but we have a coil. A call now will at least connect onto Lil Pleb. Is now Hansha showing up to the fight. Great pushback going to Lil Pleb. It is a sharpshooter. That's an early sharpshooter here from the Hoodwink, thanks to just being able to soak levels in the bottom lane. Funnick now showing up to party. Has the stun onto Hansha. The Dragon Poison attacks will blow through those refraction charges. Is now Omar showing up under the cover of the Vendetta. DK in trouble, though, but they're looking for someone else. They want to try and finish off this kill onto Crystallis. It's going to come at the cost of the axe, as now Omar, walking through the Sentry Ward, really wants his kill onto Crystallis, will find it with a 300 pure damage at the cost of his own life. However, gets off the carapace, an extra stun onto Amar, but there's no way he's making it out of here, as that last little hit from the TA will put him down. Pretty expensive, wasn't it? A 2 for 2? 2 for 2?
I believe so.
No, way more expensive.
No, 4 for 2.
Yeah,
4,
way more
because Jug and Grim died in the beginning.
Yeah, very true.
I think so. Yeah.
No, they
yeah,
did.
So yeah, it's a win for Quickly for sure. Oh,
Noob.
now, especially now they get Noob. Amar coming in. Oh, the Soul Bind that might have just saved Noob. No, Thunderstrike should be able to finish him off. He even face shifted it wrong.
Yeah.
It's okay. I think they got him anyway with that face shift. And they even glimpsed back the Grimstroke. Look at that. They're asking for a high five, Suzuya. I guess this whole team is just 60.
Did you see what Amar was doing there? Amar tanks the tower just to see if he can get kills on that counter helix.
Yeah.
Oh, very funny, very funny. He's like, Amar, if you steal this kill with Culling Blade, I'm going to kick you from the team. And he goes, okay, I won't use Culling Blade. Crystallis definitely, I think they gave him the kill, right? Yeah, he definitely could have used the free money there, right? It doesn't really do anything for that kill. It's all basically the support Disruptor doing it with Glimpse, but definitely needs the money to get back into this game. Low Pleb as well now starting to fall a little bit behind the 8 ball. He's at least still, my goodness, over 1,000 gold ahead of Crystallis, and he almost has Maelstrom completed, so he will be able to keep pace here, even with that marksmanship passive of Crystallis's.
Yep. They've recovered completely. I mean, this if anything, is kind of a telling sign of a better draft, right? The fact that you have a really bad early game, a relatively greedy draft, and you recover easily. Not because, I mean, Spider Pig, I guess, messed up a bit. Fair enough, right? That fight up top was not ideal, but your draft just can't do as much. Like, the Puck is being outscaled by... The Puck, the Nyx, the Grimstrong, and the DK are all being outscaled by a single axe, which is really the only person that's doing things here. And then the 2 supports, of course. So... Amar, he's good. He's not that good. That is just the power of the axe.
Dire's top
Power of the axe, indeed.
attack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And he's been doing a lot now with the Blink Dagger. I think he's just incredibly powerful. And we get Creep Wave to give some farm to their cores, which are... They're farming in the same space. That's not ideal, but hopefully this gets fixed as time goes on.
Yeah, and again, that was kind of the concern I had, right, when I saw these lineups.
Yes.
But as long as, Crystallis is going to go top lane, and he's like, there's no farm here. The Creeper is already at the tier 2 tower. I'm a Draw Ranger. I can't push that. And, well, they might actually find him in the triangle then, as Spider Pigs will smoke up. Crystallis, though, reading the map very nicely, is going to go ahead and hide right behind his tier 1 tower. And with the mid-tier 1 tower as well still standing in favor of Creep Wave, it doesn't seem like they'll be able to actually sneak on through here and find anyone. They might be able to play it patiently enough. Does Funnick have Blink? Funnick does have Blink here, Ravo. There's now Maelstrom for Jug. But again,
I think that's a farming item, though.
it's tier 1. I mean, it's too good. So this is a very European ward right here in the secret shop. I can't draw on the map. Curious. Oh, there it is. Hold on. We're going to fight in the triangle.
Right around this ward, obviously. That's why they put it down. so they can fight around it. Smoke. Oh, there's a call. They catch the puck here. Static Storm on top of this. The pushback as well. Can they kill Noob in time? They are delaying this from the rest of the team though. The double mana burn plus the Impale. A creep wave will survive. And Hansha is capable of turning around. In fact, not even the Hoodwink will die. They glimpse back the Grimstroke. And the lack of damage on creep wave, on Spider Pig, sorry, is apparent.
Yeah,
That's insane. What a turnaround.
Just no Jug in the fight, and all the damage right now is coming from Puck, right? Even without the
Oh,
Witch
and they
Blade.
stopped him. You're right.
Yeah,
You're right.
just
DK does nothing.
Completely canceled. DK, yeah, he blinks out of there, but he's just here for a stun, and he gets through a fraction well enough, but that's about it. And this is, I mean, the best Roche lineup I think I've seen. 14 minutes in, and maybe if only you replaced Amar with a Slardar, this Roche would have gone down faster, but even Tug's Roche out.
You could have a carry bristle back. Amar celebrating, you know, let him have it. Let him have it. This helped Crystallis recover ever so slightly. He was, I mean, at least he's not completely being beaten by the DK. He's still struggling this game, but they can play on TA and around the action in the beginning, so they don't actually lose down. They're actually a really strong 4-1 lineup anyway. So, as long as Drow can sort of match Lil Pleb's farm eventually, I think it's fine. They just need to help out Crystallis at some point.
Yep. And this was the build I was hoping to see for Crystallis as well, right? Just it's stats, whatever you want to build early, right into Dragonlance, which of course is more stats, but makes the game a lot harder to play for Juggernaut. And Lil Pleb's not even starting to show up to fights yet. He is farming, but again, still being out-farmed by Hansha, and that's not particularly a great matchup for him either. Which again makes me question this Juggernaut pick. When do we want to fight for Spider Pigs? You know, like in theory, when you load into the map, you go, okay, guys, let's itemize for this.
Yeah.
Play it here. You know?
I thought it was the blink tag on DK, but honestly, you're missing a bit of catch. Maybe the Dragon Tail build isn't ideal here. I don't know if even Breathe Fire, like maybe Braxing Breathe Fire would have been better. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe for the Drow, but not for the TA, right?
Yeah,
because
you just don't have much damage in your supports. Like everyone has stuns. You're like, okay, we can stun them forever, right? But where's the damage? Just your Jug. So I guess Lil Pleb just has to join in these engagements, at least when Omni Slash is off cooldown.
Yeah. Yeah, but he's not playing a carry that can... I mean, what carries can really synergize really easily and nicely with Grimstroke? I guess maybe a Sven, double Stormhammer, Wraith King, double stuns. Like, there's no really great items for a carry, or there's no great abilities for a carry to fight around with Stroke of Fate, I feel, that are, like, give you damage in fights in that sense, right? To help fix this draft. I guess maybe double open wounds wouldn't have been bad. But, of course, that's a little bit late game, right?
I mean, you just needed a carry that could have fought up with you early, or they didn't need as much time to activate. Right, that was all you needed, because you didn't need to actually fight early. You had pretty decent defense, right? And you just bring the puck with you, get a couple of quick ganks to support, and bring a carry you can rely on in the late game. But right now, because TA and Drow are going to get online faster, and more importantly, the push your towers, right? It's not like you can farm as much as a Jug would like, which is endlessly, to be honest.
Are fortified. Radiant structures are
Okay,
fortified.
the tower top should fall here. That's a tier 2 already for Creep Wave. That's huge. Take control of the outpost and take away the jungle for Jug. Yeah. And I don't think Jug can even take advantage of his hero to Blade Fury TP, because Drow deals too much damage, I believe. Sharpshooter? Oh, Omar. Going in. With a gust on top of that. DK is just decimated. And he's not gonna last. They need more Mission Proc. There we go.
More? Okay, there it is.
Like I said, you know, I mean, he doesn't deal as much damage, but this is an under-farmed Drow versus a DK who's with max Dragon Blood. And she still doesn't really care.
I mean, that is the Drow special, right? You show up to fight still one item behind, and as long as it's a decent matchup for you, you can still actually do damage just thanks to your passive. And yeah, I mean, the fact, exactly, right? But the fact that Spider Pigs just can't find a way around it is very concerning. They're trying to bait Lil Pleb right now, but Creep Wave are just, they're not taking any of this bait, man. They're only interested in pushing objectives. I'd love to see this out from them. Very organized.
Also, I spoke about the market shift radius, right? It's 1200 radius to agility.
So it's a blink dagger, right, basically?
Yeah.
Not bad. Not bad at all. The only concern I had when I was thinking about Drow Aura was if you're going to be trying to stand in an area to benefit from it, you might be in range of Soulbind for this game specifically, right? But no, that doesn't seem to be the case then.
No, it's pretty crazy. I mean, TA is not the best hero to adapt or to deal with this aura in the fight, right? Obviously, you're going to blink in most of the time. But to push down.
Well, I mean, you know, TA now with the Psyblade spill range and Dragonlance build, right? She's also a bit more of a range here. Yes, she's still a shorter range. She's not sniper, right? But it's better with this build, right? It's more doable.
I agree. She's like Dusa.
Yeah, something like a Storm, I would totally get where you're coming from, right? And TA's more towards a Storm than a Dusa, 100%, but attack range.
My point was more that even if you don't get in the fight, it doesn't really matter because TA deals enough damage. But when you're pushing, right, that's a major upgrade for TA. Because you get, I believe, 25% of draft agility right now, which is around a bit more than 100. So you get an extra 30 agility, pretty much. It's great.
Yeah.
It's pretty good.
No one ever really thinks about that passive these days anymore too much, right? It used to be the, I'm going to press my button and all the creep waves will push. Or it used to be the Drow Death Ball strat, but that's heavily changed. Oh, noob. Okay. He's going to walk over the trap.
There's very few mid laners that can take advantage of it, right? It's really just like, and most of them are gone. Like OD used to take advantage of it. Then Silencer who plays that mid, right? TA is really the only one that comes to mind that's like a genuine.
I mean, SF not really played these more. I wouldn't call him dead. Dendi still likes to take him up every now and then.
Oh, sorry, I missed Dendi in these qualifiers. Where did he go?
Well, they unfortunately they fell in the opens.
I know, that's why I'm saying.
Yeah, they fell in the opens. He played puck though. Still a fun puck player.
That's good.
He got style. Who did he get styled on by? Was it one of these guys? Could it have been? No, it wasn't. There was a particular clip I watched when Dendi just got completely outplayed by TA. Okay, good call in the mid lane here. Bushwhack, I mean, yeah. All right, Static Storm, and even the dunk on top. That's going to be a kill on the little flood. Just patience there from Creep Wave. And we're stalking that kill for some time. Spider Pigs are smoked up in the meantime. And they may try and make a play here. There's no Aegis anymore here for Crystallis. The positioning here is just too good here, and here we go. Look at the bonus damage. 42 bonus agi.
That's kind of crazy, actually. Oh,
it's
and going
BKB.
in for Funnick. Amar, don't go back to your team, okay? He wants to get sold out.
Wow.
Amar missed his team.
This is getting ugly for Spider Pigs now.
Stop.
Creep Wave are kind of outplaying them at every single fight that Spider Pigs have even tried to avoid, it seems.
The draft is just
by the way, that was not Funnick jumping in. Or sorry, that was not Creep Wave trying to kill Funnick. That was Funnick actually jumping into Amar. It was the opposite way around. I'm shocked that they went for it, especially without Jug. Because again, where's your damage coming from?
No, I swear, if you give this Jug 20 more minutes, he'll be online. I promise you, Rich. Just 20 more.
Would you have liked an AM more or less this game?
More, because at least it gives you a win condition.
Okay.
And towards the late game.
Okay. I agree, but I still think the game looks very similar at this stage of the game.
I would agree with that. I actually don't think AM was the ideal pick either, because we played this aggressively.
Yeah.
I mean, I just came from watching them play 80-minute games. What was this Creep Wave 2 matches ago?
Yeah, they're tired, you know. They're like, oh no. Okay, there's a stun. It's a good target as well onto the Drow Ranger. Low Flood showing up, and Creep Wave are gonna have to back up. Coil those can prevent them from actually trying to get out, as Hansha can knock it off the second refraction. Thanks to the silence. Static Storm is great though. Low Flood trying to fight through it, but now caught up and now caught by the call into the dunk from Amar. His head caved in. Amar going for more, easily able to catch up to LeBron. Another dunk for him. Why not have another one here onto Funnick? They're going to break him for good measure. A Dragon Tail will stop Amar ever so briefly, and he still gets the kill there with the spin. All right, all that just for Crystallis and the Disruptor.
Creep was like, did you think Crystallis was our carry? He's just fodder. I mean, he has 8,000 net worth. Our TA has 1,300. And Amar, this is the perfect situation where not only does he get to farm, but it's actually good for him to farm because he's kind of carrying the Drow Ranger. Not to Crystallis' fault, by the way. You're a Drow that fell behind early. This is what you do. It's just Creep Wave just playing super aggressively here.
Amar, you can't catch a puck like that. That was... I like the effort, and of course he's not scared of whatever Spider Pigs would do to him if he misses it, but that's a bold effort. It's a bold effort to try and catch a puck.
It's okay. Amar has to try at least once. Oh, he's going to try again on the Grimstroke. Oh, no. Oh, it's a Juggernaut. That was actually a huge catch. Can he help him? Is that BKB? He jumped in before the BKB was on cooldown, and it's fine.
I don't know.
He's going to eat a whole Omni Slash? And he's still alive? Has the BKB. Don't use it against the Jug, Amar! Oh, he'll die here. And the TA might also fall. Here's Refraction. A Yule Scepter for the Jug for some reason. Oh, for the Static Storm set up. And now with double damage, they will be able to kill off Low Pleb. In exchange, though, they have already lost 2. Now the Nyx Assassin will fall. Crystallis finally manning up, becoming the carry that we all deserve. And it's going to be at least some kills on the supports. So they don't lose that much, but a completely unnecessary play by them. And now I'm starting to understand the 60-minute game a bit more.
I don't think I only caught the last hour of that game, which is to say I didn't catch the first 20 minutes of Creepwave's last game. So I don't know if they have found themselves, 10K up 23 minutes in, and then they made plays like this. Those games looked a little bit closer, at least. That would be my suspicion, seeing that they were playing versus a TB with a Naga Siren, right? I don't think you win the early game that hard with a Naga Siren. I could be wrong, granted, but I think Creepwave are just looking for. I mean, here goes Amar, hasted up. I mean, I don't know if they were playing quite like this in the last game. Amar, level 17, 3,100 HP. BKB at the ready. He sees 3 enemy heroes underneath the ward, and instead he's going to go top lane just to perhaps cut another wave.
Unbelievable we're seeing! What just happened?
Wave Amar BKB.
I mean, I get the point of BKB, but you're still, you're not gonna get away with just with a BKB. That's Soul Bind on. I mean, it's fine. It honestly could have got much worse for Creepwave, and Crystal has got some residual farm off that. Crystal is now only 1,000 gold away from the jug, so it seems perfectly okay. Now, 4 seconds, the Roshan will spawn again. This shard, since the already has, I mean, I guess you give it to the Axe, honestly. It's just too bad. I usually would say actually Dry Range is pretty good shard. Oh, actually, maybe the Disruptor, honestly.
Huh.
But no, these guys are toys.
Yeah, nah, I don't think so. I think they're gonna end up giving it to Amar. Thank you. It's Roche again. Come on, man. You might actually need that in the next minute.
Amar is just so enjoyable to watch. Like, if you don't get enjoyment out of this guy enjoying the game, I don't know what is. I wonder if he's in his pubs like this, and I wonder how much he gets flamed for this.
I mean, I think it's really hard to flame him when he's probably like a couple thousand MMR higher. Well, I mean, what is his rank here? Let me just briefly check. Rank means nothing in professional games, but since we're talking about his pub experience, can't quite see. Apologies for the naughty word as well on his name, but nothing I could do about that, of course. I don't know. I mean, when he's 16 now, but when he used to be 15 and still your rank, when you're probably at anywhere from 19 to 25.
Got him.
Yeah.
Oh, it's the edge of the Berserker's Call as well, by the way. On point.
Get away with a lot. Yeah, there's the quintuple tip onto low pleb.
I love that Chubashi wasn't thinking about it. It's like, oh, okay, I'll join my team. He was picking his talent instead. Alright, well, I mean, I'm glad Creepwave is having fun. I don't think Spider Pig is having too much fun. No, it's okay. One game is not a serious make.
Does not.
I love that Drow stays near the TA. just protect, just give her the agility. Right on the low ground. Oh, Soulbind right after the Dragon Tail at the ideal initiation. That's Static Storm to catch a DK. He's immuted. He actually can't use any items inside of it either. Not that he wanted to. He can only Soul Ring here. And he's going to die regardless to the Sharpshooter. As Hanshell will continue pushing these racks. He has the Aegis after all, so he's more than comfortable here.
Yep, and still well within range to receive this bonus agility as Nuke will jump on in. Line a couple of attacks there with the phase shift attack, but not doing much.
Hanshell walks to the dangerous path, right?
Oh, of course. Of course he can. All right, well, now that Jug is back, they will show him a little bit of respect here, and at least use a couple of healing salves. Bot lane is pushing in quite far. They do reflect that bushwhack. Okay, there's Amar making the jump in. He'll accept it though. It's Little Pleb now onto Amar. He will go. BKB'd up though is going to be Amar. He's going to fight through him here with the shard as well. Smashes up the healing ward and will be able to safely walk off the high ground. That did cost his BKB charge. They might decide to now take it a bit easy and perhaps look to push bottom lane a bit more. Or they're going to see a DD rune and immediately go back into battle.
Is Amar not the embodiment of the line, I'm so strong, guys, I'm so strong? I feel like he is just that in a person. Wow. It's incredible.
No Dragon Tail. Breathe fire onto the TA first. I guess they were trying to get through refraction charges, but usually it can do it a bit easier if she's stunned for 4 seconds.
Alright, he got the Manta style. Oh, he's carry axe, and he's actually still more farmed than Drow, but Crystal is now more farmed than every other core in Spider Pig, so we had out with 3 carries, really. Very actually 3 carries. He's got Vambrace on the way, and I just think, Avo, he's going to use that for the 10 additional attack speed. Might have that on the edge you form this game. I think he's tanky enough. Status is certainly nice. Yeah, DD Rune needs to go right back up to the high ground. There's the shard now for Hansha, and he 2-shots the Grimstroke. Goodbye, LeBron. He's not been having too enjoyable of a game, regrettably, here for him. That's awful.
And Amar. Come Come on, Amar. It's a hard jump.
It's fucking difficult. By the kill, true it is.
We have Static
He
Storm.
wants to punish the puck,
catch
but
him.
he doesn't use the Static Storm. Instead, they want to kill the next assassin. The old Scepter. And doesn't really matter. Good silence there to prevent by Carpus. Creeper will continue to push. Or maybe they'll back out that the hood has gotten.
Yeah, NDD rune. Yeah, Age is still up. There's a coil on the back lines. Catches 2. But we stopped.
Static Storm is available though, but he's
Omni.
actually set the coil. Amar just
Oh,
comes in
beautiful
for the
setup.
3. We have Static Storm on top of us. Huge! And that is going to be Funnick and Omar both dead. As Amar is trying to chase on the puck, but he's not able to kill him.
Wow.
Instead of just settle with the Rex.
What a call.
I mean, Funnick is gone. Look at Hansha, just sees LeBron, kills LeBron.
I mean, Amar just literally walks in there, doesn't he? Like, that wasn't even a blink call. I think he just walks in. What a call. On to 3. You know, Creepwave are just going to end the game. They have no intentions of playing another 75-minute match. They aren't going to be able to take victory here.
Hansha? Still Aegis though. It's just the Aegis gone.
I mean, it was up in 40 seconds. 4's down. I know one has buyback here for Spider Pigs. I do think this one is over, Avo.
We'll see. I mean, the last defense of Fire Pigs. Let's see. Oh, Amar. Yeah, no, you might be right here. I think you're right. Noob is not even. They're not even distracted by Noob. Hindsight to BKB. They're done. GG called by Spider Pigs. I think outdraft, outplayed. Creepwave just had the much better.
Yeah, they really did. I'm surprised they made it work, but given how potentially greedy a draft like this was, I think picking Jug, not a relatively fast carry by any means, it was not going to be the winning move here, especially with the last pick. I think I was also a little bit let down by that last pick, equally as you. You did utter a curse word at it, but I think it was understandable seeing, or I guess not seeing, the impact that it had here. Pardon me for getting moved into the lobby. I just want to see that last play again, because I'm pretty sure Amar just up and walks in for a 3-man call onto 2 cores.
Put it on and watching.
Yeah. Yeah, he just walks in. That's unbelievable. He walks in and finds a 3-man call. A 3-man call is kind of incredible here. That's
Yeah.
yeah, there it is. Yeah.
I mean, they were slow by the trap, to be fair, and they were already destroyed. Like,
Yeah.
this game they didn't stand a chance.
And we'll bring it back to cameras here briefly just to, well, I guess bid you adieu before we get going for our second break, because that one was pretty fast, much faster than game 3 that Creepwave just played. They were already warmed up. Spider Pigs did have about a half-hour break. Omar as well, with some power issues, so maybe there's a little bit of ping on his side, but you know, ping ultimately is usually not a factor when it comes down to the drafts, and I think that's where Creepwave definitely had the advantage here.
Yep. I mean, what is there to be said, honestly, that we didn't already say in this game? Rarely will I say don't pick a hero when they do. It's not. That draft was already doomed a bit to fail. I feel like the DK combo with like a Nyx Grimstroke wasn't ideal. I think the Nyx should have been changed by something else. I didn't mind the Grimstroke. I think that's actually pretty good, but you need some damage otherwise, or a really solid carry to play around, right? And neither really came back.
Well,
I feel like if you had a good carry for the late game, then you would have been at least be able to play a bit more defensively, you know, get like the easiest pickoffs possible, and a lot of pressure would be off you. But with Jug, it's never really clear when you want to play the game, to be honest.
Yeah, and it never really was clear to me either. I think even if this game goes a little bit better for you, it was just a bit awkward to try and link your timings here. That's going to be game number 1, guys. We're going to be going to about a 10-minute break, closer to 10 than fit to 15, but still a little bit of a long one, so get up, stretch your legs, get a glass of water, and do join us here in that much time when we're back for game 2 versus Creepwave and Spider Pigs. You can check an Avo Plus on the call. Hope you guys are enjoying the coverage. One more day of coverage as well tomorrow, as this is going to just determine who gets to play in the consolation final. So this is still elimination now on the line for Spider Pigs. We'll see what they can do in draft number 2.
Sorry.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Game 2 between Creepwave and Spider Pigs about to begin. Draft now just getting underway. Thank you guys so much for spending what is Tuesday, your Tuesday afternoon or your Tuesday evenings with us. Or hey, if you're here in Malaysia, Wednesday morning. Hello, guys. Good morning. We are now live for the
If you're in Spain, it's night.
It is night. Welcome to the ESL 1 Fall 2021 Boot Camp Edition closed qualifiers powered by Intel. So you can strike an Avo Plus. Avo over in Barcelona where it's still nighttime here. Keeping the energy up
As
for
you can
you
see by
guys
the
as
night
we've
sky,
had quite
right?
a long day thanks to Creepwave having a long series versus It's Coming to Rome. Game 1 pretty short, though. Was that kind of your expectation for the series, Avo? Because, to be honest, it wasn't for me.
No. But I had the expectation most of the draft, if I'm honest with you. So, I mean, maybe not short, but that was going to be stompy. Yes, right. I really did think that it was quite the outdraft. So, yeah. I mean, even the best teams can get outdrafted sometimes. Even the best teams will make a bad draft and it doesn't work. I'm in the Syndran camp of thinking where I think most games get determined by mechanical skill, right? But sometimes you get stressed out. Sometimes you pick a dumb pick. Even top tier teams will do this sometimes. And all of a sudden, and I am not referring to Alliant or Insania, by the way. And sometimes you'll make a misclick and all of a sudden you're stuck with that the whole game. It even puts you in the bad mindset. In fact, I have a. Well, as we go into the draft, I'll tell you a little story. Sure. As we go into the bingo. Anyway, when I was talking to Beast Coast about this, and
Bingo.
And there was a DPC game where they played a Ricky offlane, right? Because I forgot what the composition was, but they thought the Ricky offlane was the right choice, right? Because the coach said. And the whole game, like maybe 10 minutes in, they realized it was the wrong choice, right? And the whole game they spent, instead of actually playing proper Dota, berating their coach instead, right? Which they did something very similar actually in the Major, to be honest with you. That was very sad to watch. And it just happens, you realize way too soon this is not a pick you should be picking. Like in the moment, you're lost in thought. Like there's a lot of pressure in this just 2 minutes to draft. People don't realize how much pressure this mounts, especially when you're playing for money. In LANs, this even mounts up even more. It's actually really tough. That's why a lot of top teams ask their coach to click the buttons. Not because he's actually making the decisions. It's because the team decides and the coach feels no pressure because he's not actually playing for money, right? He's the one playing later. So something as stupid as one bad pick or one bad draft just makes a team spiral down, especially if they realize it. It's actually better sometimes to be a dumb team and not realize it than to be a good team and realize it, because then you can't think of anything else.
Okay. I see that. Well, I don't know. I mean, I think they had plenty of time there. I mean, it took 2 minutes, right? But it's not really a jug patch, man. Like, I feel like that was a bad patch. I liked where this conversation has gone. Don't get me wrong. But
I get it, though. Yeah.
The original question I was actually referring to was, what'd you think the series was going to be before even getting into the drafts? Because I personally thought we were going to be in for a bit of a close
2-1.
one here. 2-1. I thought it was going to be a 2-1.
Either or. I wasn't really sure.
Yeah, I'll be on that fence with you here today.
I mean, I think it could be either way. Both these teams are relatively inconsistent. They have good and bad games. I think Spider Pigs has had a 10 times better draft right now, by the way. Lion to deal with a puck. The Pangolier, I believe, for noob, though Funnick also plays it, so you have that flexibility. A very good, solid early pick, as we've seen in Eastern Europe as well. And I like it a lot against the puck. We've already seen this. I also think Pango's great against the Baden because, you just built one of the stuns? Don't worry, I'll stun him again. It's only a matter of time. And same with Lion. So I'm liking this Spider Pigs draft a lot. But Jar Cup gives you a lot of chances to win. Like there's a couple of core-to-core matches to beat Jar Cup. It's not impossible Creepwave.
Yep, and it's not really a core who's going to be too annoyed by the existence of the ABBA, right? It's not like, oh no, he dispelled my ability and now I can't kill anyone. That's going to make it a little bit more difficult, right? Because now some of the catch from Lion is going to be disabled by the ABBA. But versus a Pangolier, I do tend to prefer Pango into ABBA lineups, especially when there is a hero as fragile as a Drow Ranger. So that is, although it's a good core-to-core matchup for Creepwave, that's something I do heavily favor make that Spider Pigs for because of that Pango pick, especially if it's to be the mid lane Pango. I'm a big fan of that. Last picks then, we're banning offlaners for Spider Pigs. I assume we also ban, what's left here? DK's still in the pool, so I think you take him out if I'm Creepwave. Because with last pick, Spider Pigs can always just kind of respond with more of a bland hero. Yeah, I think we just ban the DK again.
Yeah, I agree. Just to be safe, right? Because DK could also be mid for noob here. So
exactly.
you don't want that bad matchup for Puck. I agree. I think DK is just the safest ban here. Even though Drow is picked up. I mean, I think is also... I was actually going to suggest the Drow as well, because I think it's a really good Drow game too. Gyrocopter matchup against Drow is awful. Gyrocopter, not something that's often talked about, but his base armor is great. He actually has a lot of armor. The hero tanks a lot in the fights. That's why he's really usually played with a Satanic and so much a damagey build, because he just lasts forever in the fights. And so Drow deals with that really nicely. I like this from them. So the Pang was a bit concerning for Drow, but that's fine.
Dire team pick.
I'm surprised they didn't ban the DK. I think the DK is a freebie here. Or unless Creepwave want to pick it themselves, maybe.
Yeah, I just think that DK it's a good answer to something that's going to be a little bit more surprising here. I can't imagine anything that's too surprising though that's going to want to affect your mid or your off lane for Spider Pigs.
10 seconds
But
remaining.
it's just a safe answer. So we need an off laner here. No Tide, no
5
Sand King,
seconds
no
remaining.
Razor of course for Amar.
Yeah, you could. I mean, you could DK here.
Yeah, you could.
Radiant team pick.
Faceless Void.
I think that's an offlane Faceless Void for Amar, by the way.
Yeah,
he's,
me too.
He's also been spamming that one
I
quite a
love
bit.
this guy. Oh my goodness. Stale meta? Do not worry. Amar is here.
Well, you know who he picked this up from, actually? It's Chicken Fighters, right? Because he did a stint on Chicken Fighters. And this is actually a specialty from
You now
them.
select your
Okay.
heroes.
Wait. It is a Phonic Punch.
Yeah, it's Phonic Punch. Oh, it is exciting. I mean, honestly, legitimately, can't imagine a better answer to the Void here, right? Because this Void is quite literally just a Chrono. Like, that's what offlane Void is. If it's carry Void, not so strong. Because if carry Void these days are usually played on the time lock more, right? And a time walk. But offlane Void, that's a Chrono master. Punch destroys that. He's the best anti-Chrono hero in the game. He's really good against Drow as well. Actually, ridiculously good against Drow. She sits still and hits. Hook is perfect. This actually... It's a good punch game.
I think the alarm bells and Jenkins' refrigerator, where he currently spends all of his time drinking. I think he's on to actually bottled carbonated water now. But whatever drink he's on these days, the alarm bells are going off, and it's not because the fridge is empty. It's because there's an off-lane Pudge about to be played. We've seen safe lane Pudge in China. We've seen position 5 Pudge in SA, and now we're going to get to see the off-lane Pudge. And I agree with you. I think it's a fine pick here. I think it is going to struggle versus the ABBA in the lane, personally. I think this is a lane where ABBA actually can get a lot of work done in. But I kind of like the pick. I kind of like the pick here. Finding it hard to disagree with you, Abo. We'll see here if it's going to be impactful enough, because I also still like the Amar Chronosphere, especially because it is more played just around the threat of Chrono, certainly. But it's also not a bad game for him here, I would say. We got good damage into Chrono, Bushwhack Sharpshooter, and Drow, right? With the casual illusory orbs in from the Puck.
Greetings!
Yeah.
Was that smart?
That's a bit bold.
It's a fun draft.
Fascinating. What a fascinating. Yeah, honestly. I mean, I don't know if you've seen the China games right now happening for OGA, that they're picking a lot of position 1 Pudge.
Yeah, that's, I think it's only LGD though, right?
Yeah, it's just LGD. I mean, eHome were the first to do it, and then LGD was like, I want to get some on this.
They're like, yeah, man, more games of 7.29. It's ending on the 18th. Okay. More Pudge for me in the safe lane. Thank you very much.
That's true. Usually you think that teams want to get like one last game on DK before he gets...
Yeah, everyone is hankering to play more DK games right now. You know, no one can get enough of DK. Absolutely.
I can't think of a better pick right
you
now.
know, Abo, his finger on the pulse. And it's right now, the DK picks are stonks.
Name a more skill-based and fun hero than DK right now.
It's kind of hard. It's kind of hard.
Yeah, honestly, really.
Well,
I hate those. Once you get the 25 talent, I hate those 2-man Dragon Tails. ATF. Amar, by the way.
He'll be fine.
Lopop chased him a lot. It's like, Amar, you know your place, Amar, but actually this helped.
They're gonna lose a
get the
rune.
rune.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
No, okay. Maybe it was a bait.
They're gonna lose the squirrel? No? It's just Bushwhack. She should be fine.
Yeah. Close on the hook though. Actually, very, very close on the hook. I think that's still 3 runes for Spider Pigs though, because Suzuyo just gets the 2 top runes and he's fine and dandy there. Phonic, what are you? Okay, just a cheeky block because they were there for a while.
There's 2 runes for each. 2 runes for each.
Oh, okay. Phonic with a very long TP at bottom. He's also very low on mana, which not the smartest hero in Dota 2. Especially when he starts off, doesn't really get to throw more than one hook.
Well, you know what they say, right? It's resemble their pickers. So.
Is that so?
Yeah. Funnick does have an insane base stats though, or Punch in general has insane base stats. Two armor is also kind of ridiculous.
Okay.
Yeah.
If he hits this hook, Crystallis is in for a bit of a rough time, but he's just saving the mana for now.
I can imagine this hero being quite weak against the Abaddon, as Abaddon tends to be most melee off just by getting 1 point in the passive.
That's what I was getting at. Oh no.
What just happened? Oh no, the hook.
He's dead. He's dead.
Did he need a Phonic shield? No, he's gonna die. First blood. Man, did you see what Suzuya just did there? Stole the range scream in front of Crystal, pushed the wave, and then straight up went in. Like, he even had it. It was right there. Punch was nowhere near, and then proceeded to let him die. That was, oof. That was big oof, my friend.
Well, there's homing missile, the classic combo. Homing missile into Nature's Grasp there for the squirrel. That's actually quite the annoying ability for Hoodwink, now that I think about it. Nature's Grasp. I remember yesterday, I think, I was very eager to see who wins this matchup because these are two heroes that do, along with a Timbersaw, use trees very heavily in the laning stage, which, I mean, you know, if you watch professional Dota matches 3, 4, 5 years ago compared to what they are now, everyone's, you know, casting spells from trees, doing a bunch of shenanigans, right, the creep wave skips, but both these heroes kind of force you to usually play around that, so this is kind of a fun lane to watch, as is the Pudge one, so I kind of find it hard to really kind of put my attention in one specific lane. Funnick is not enjoying the top lane, though, very much.
No, he is not. I mean, against the Drow, you're still a melee hero. You're up against the Abaddon, so at least you're stopping the Drow from farming. That first step was pretty crucial. And look at the lane clear and how awful it is. Yeah, you go fix it, Suzuya. You go fix it now. The mid lane is going pretty well, though, for Hansha. We saw Puck earlier getting dominated by a Pango. This is much easier for him. And the early levels, usually when Pango gets a bit of a head start with the Quelling Blade bonus, so not a big a deal.
You know what's interesting is, was it Noob earlier that we saw play the Pangolier as well?
It was, against Puck, yeah, it was FN Puck.
He decided to go for a point in Shield Crash. He hasn't done that this lane. So he's just switching up the builds in between games. So maybe he wasn't such a big fan. Now he's taking the point, but as I recall, it wasn't level 1, but it was a lot earlier than level 4, as I recall. I could be wrong, but that's interesting. I wonder if he just kind of changed his mind a little bit about the matchup, or maybe he's just like, FN's going to jaunt on me underneath my tower. I should have Shield Crash ready. Sonic could throw a hook here for the Yaba. He's going to hold on to one, though.
Who's also not having a great time as Samar, honestly. He's just struggling in this lane, which is expected. Karakop is a really good laner, so he's Trim Protector. So I think the two off-laners will be even. The difference... Actually, no, all lanes are really even, to be honest. The only lane that might be getting a bit of an advantage is mid, but that's because Pango's taking down some small creeps. It's nothing too major here. I'm interested to see who's going to attack first, because I guess offlane Void is online as soon as his Chrono comes up. And I guess Pudge is always online because his hook.
Oh, well, speaking of, there he goes. Leon in the tower. He is going to die, but he does get the Flesh Heap stack. Of course, he doesn't have the points in it, but he was definitely in range for that one. Crystallis thinking about going underneath that tower. Thinks better of it, because he is a Drow Ranger after all. And we'll just continue CSing waves while the Pudge is off and away.
Not that bad. I think it's I mean, yeah, Flesh Heap is important, especially with the core Pudge, but I still think Drow's happy with that, because she at least gets some gold off it and some time to herself. Bottom lane, they get a really nice bushwhack, but oh, that is not the luckiest acorn shot. However, Amar just gets away, and the time dilation plus the hits from Chu will end up bringing him in.
They've got the Welder, of course, trying to fight him, and well, it turns out that Welder packs quite the punch, and unfortunately for Chu, he doesn't hit very fast. Or unfortunately for Chu, this tree does not hit very fast. It's very hard when he can. Almost 100 base damage already at level 3.
I mean, the low carry down bottom, though, is awful for low plus. I mean, I haven't really maintained it, I guess, because of the kill tree.
What a baller move. Just using the tango on the tree to stop the bushwhack from hitting you.
That's good.
Like that from low blood.
And then dealing the spray that you want some spray. Which, thanks to our British brethren, we found out what it means.
Yeah, exactly. So the Welder. Very funny video. Very funny video. Good lane.
Oh, yeah, they kill him easily on Hansha. Finally what Noob was looking for. And even though the lane was actually pretty okay for Puck until now, this has changed. And Hansha... No. I respect? No.
Yeah.
Is this Dota?
think it is respect.
Dire's
They
middle tower
they
is
they had
under
some friendly
attack.
banter in the lobby chat as well when we had that lengthy delay for game 1. Seems like they have a good amount of respect for each other. It was good banter, you know. They were like, let me pick my Lina, because they were both kind of Lina players. I'm sure that whenever they go against each other in pubs, they're a little bit upset because they both try and first face Lina and end up getting banned.
Top lane. They hit him with a Miscoil. Nice job. And actually, Funnick might, Funnick got the hook ready the whole time. But we have level 3 Frost there. So Funnick, he's trying to get between the trees. Not going to succeed in time. 2 Warmer is good, but not good enough against Drow range.
Not good enough, unfortunately. I wonder when we take the first point in Flesh Heap is... Not well, we're up to 3 stacks already. Not huge, but magic resist might help you a little bit in this lane. Maybe not that much. Especially, I mean, yeah, marksmanship is out now, so I don't think it makes a difference. Chelsea, already back into the top lane, though, for Funnick at a 2-level disadvantage. But this is a big old creep wave now pushing in. 3 range creeps in it, and the wagon. So Funnick, so long as he stays alive here, is going to get lots of experience here.
Denied.
Well, that is if he can not get all these range creeps denied. Okay, there he is. Only got 1 denied. One's got 10 denies in this lane, speaking of that. There's a gyro. Pretty impressive.
I mean, Gyro's auto or attack damage is not that high, right?
It's not, but it is.
Void's is really high.
It's pretty instant, though. I mean, it's a projectile technically, but I think it's the fastest in the game, tied with snipers.
Oh, Drow in the top lane will die. Really good rolling thunder there from Noob. And unfortunately, Puck can't really rotate to help him in time. I will say, though, that when you try to go against Puck, since Time Lock goes from Deny, or Void, sorry, you have no chrono, but with Green Coil.
Yeah,
is that going to be enough? Puck is here. He has double damage as well. So this is most likely to be dead Gyro. Grab the dead Treant as well, as Puck blocks him. And with a Bushwhack, that's going to be a double kill going away. Hansha.
That's true.
I can do this too, he says.
This tree's literally just regrew as well. Perfect timing. Suzuya is being dove underneath this mid-tier 1 tower. Noob. Noob. Careful, Noob.
Noob?
Okay.
Yeah, Bushwhack as well.
Yeah.
Oh, that's going to be a kill.
Nice.
Oh, the dance of the supports. Suzuya totally made up for that initial action in the top lane. Totally made up top lane.
Yes.
Totally made up for that.
Yes, he did. Pretty big kill there onto the mid laner. I'm surprised he went for it.
That's
I think
huge.
he was thinking, oh, I've got lucky shots. I'm sure I'll be able to kill him. Oh, there's the lucky shot proc. Ah, right. It's an ABBA, right? Photic shield. Oh, no, I'm dead. Because he didn't get one in the next 3 hits. Smoke gank coming into the mid lane. Funnick and Omar. Okay, we just actually used Illusory Orb. We don't have vision in the mid lane.
Middle tower is
Oh,
under
now we
attack.
do not. There's the vision. No, Smoke's just going to break. It's nighttime, so they can't quite see each other. And, of course, with the
Dire's
ward,
top tower is
Hansha
under
easily
attack.
able to avoid that gank. But bottom, bit of a play going. It's, time block stopping Noob from getting a bit closer to Crystallis. Here's Funnick as well, ready to make the jump on in as Crystallis unable to avoid him. Hook blocked by Funnick, though, looking to just close the gap here. It is going to be the Rolling Thunder and the auto attack of Funnick to find the kill as they pull back Amar. He has time walk. What a pushback as well as that stops the Dismember. That was out from Funnick. Suzuya will fall to the last right click, but now Hansha showing up for this early fight. They're going for the tree first. LeBron is dead. Funnick as well breaks the coil and ends his life. As Noob, 28% stats, magic resist here. Oh, damage resist actually, as the finger comes through for the kill onto Amar. A stun as well for Hansha, who's a little bit lower on the mana. Looks like it's going to be a pretty big win here for Spider Pigs overall. Yeah, 3 for 2 trade.
Yeah. And you got relatively better because you have to carry on top of that, right? Your carry was farming. He didn't even have to participate in this. So they actually had more resources here. Obviously, because Crystallis was only looking to farm here, but that's quite a brutal move. Yeah, pretty big. I mean, the fact that Lion's level 6 before the Void is also a pretty big deal. I think they just give the book to the Void.
Yeah, we need a chrono up.
Obviously off-lane Void, but still major. And Amar's gonna struggle to find farm.
Yeah. What's he gonna build?
Void struggles to farm as a carry. Can you imagine as an off-laner?
Yeah, especially because he's gonna have to take up a bit of the dangerous farm. So he'll be sent top lane where he's gonna meet Gyrocopter yet again. But I think Gyro at this stage pretty happy to fight into him, especially because the more that Amar wants to lane here, the more points he has to take in Time Walk. And quite famously, that is not a farming ability. It will help him take dangerous farm, but it won't help him take that farm much quicker. As well, Chuvash is going to be killed on bottom. Managed to close the gap onto him. Rolling Thunder because they see Crystallis walking on through the lane. Oh, they missed the stun, but now they're not going to be able to miss the second one thanks to the overgrowth. Omar nearby. That's a very easy kill. Crystallis is going to be the second to fall here in the bottom lane.
Nope, they find the hook as well for the Abaddon. Just doesn't matter the follow time. Most likely going to die here. And indeed, it'll be one more flesh heap stack going the way of Funnick. Now they start to matter a fair amount. You know, now they're starting to really collect them. Funnick is a tanky man.
Well, it would be
Might
if you put
find
point.
Amar
What a
as
start.
well. That's a great combo of Earthspike plus Hook, but unfortunately, Amar is just not that easy to kill.
Yeah, he's got maxed Time Walk as well, right? So it's actually quite a difficult kill. I think you can string it together probably with Hex and Earthspike and a Dismember.
Or
But
Dismember.
yeah, we need really all three. Put a Defiance for Funnick. There's the point in Flesh Heap. He has 5 stacks already. So 8 extra strength. Nothing too crazy now. It is a, 8 by 20, 160 extra HP, so it ain't bad. Ain't bad either. It's almost like another Bracer, basically. At level 1 Flesh Heap, of course. It will get a little bit better later. Ain't bad not. LeBron. What are you building, LeBron? Just a casual Ring of Bazzi to be able to push these lanes a bit more. Not pinging him out. He's actually pinging himself. Oh, he's like, I have a wagon. Can someone help me push? I wonder why he was pinging bottom. There's a lot of pings right now from Spider Pigs. Are they concerned because they don't see people on the map right now? They should not be that scared of Amar, I would say. Yeah, there's 2 pings now bottom, so now LeBron knows that they're going to come try to kill him. He'll hide in the trees. He blends in pretty easily.
Does seem like right now Spider Pigs is just kind of in control of the game, so even though Creepwave should be trying to get ganks with the Void Chrono, I mean, you don't really have much damage to the Chrono besides Sharpshooter, right? So I guess Puck. Eventually Drow, right? Drow is just gonna have damage to the Chrono, that's fine. But she's farm for that. And Crystals is falling considerably behind the Gyrocopter. You keep one item behind the Gyro and you're fine, but you'll struggle as of now.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Yeah, and Amar can't really go for a farming item. He's finally at least got the second point in Time Block, which is going to help him do a little bit more damage and farm a bit faster. But he's going for this first item, Hooded Defiance. That's, again, not a farming item. Big concern here.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I mean, just don't have any farming ability as a way to offlane. I mean, I guess this is the build because you want to tank up as much as possible, be able to initiate, but you're eventually going to need either Blink or PKB or something. I don't know how you get the farm this game.
I feel like I've seen Shibe go for a Hand of Midas.
Yeah, that seems logical to me because at least keeps you up.
Yeah.
I mean, you're still going to have an offlaner's farm, but at least it keeps you up and running.
And this is after the Hooded Defiance or a Vanguard, like whatever was usually Hood, right, for the offlaner, to be honest.
Oh, okay, so Hood into Midas.
Midas. That's what I think that's what I've seen from Shibe when Chicken Fighters used to run this, because they do like running it, and they make it work. Then again, they usually pick it into more damage into Chrono, at least early. Because again, there's no one really that you can take great advantage of this early Chrono. Like late game, sure. For Drow, it's nice, but yeah, early game, I don't think Puck needs a Chrono. Puck might even want a Chrono, especially because when you go for Witchblade, usually you go in, silence them, coil, and right-click them a couple of times, right? You're looking for 2 procs of Witchblade for your damage. Can't do that too easily in the Chronosphere. So it's a bit of anti-synergy.
I mean, I wouldn't say it's anti-synergy, but it's just not unnecessary, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to go in. You can stay out if you're just a good Puck. I agree with you. That's like, why? Like, why bother? You know, why do all this for what Puck would do anyway without Chrono? I feel the same way with Sharpshooter, where it's like, well, he can just Bushwhack and set it, or Dream Coil, or honestly just hit it normally. It's not like Snapfire, which does definitely need the
lockdown.
The Chrono to hit all the hits. Yeah. All the slobs.
It's just farming.
We'll see. I mean, the game's slowed down. Nobody really wants to get kills. I understand that Funnick right now is just farming his next item, and until you don't get that, you're probably not going to be too aggressive. And for Creep Wave, until Drow gets online, is there really any point in using your spells? I think you should use Dreamcoil and Chrono here to try to get a kill, but it's tough.
As far as LeBron isn't just spamming the heal onto this mid lane tower, it's a bit low. But he's making really great progress on the Locket already. In fact, he has the Locket already because he's just been given a lot of farm down bottom. This has slowed down Omar's Blink just a little bit here, not by much, but it is a little bit rare to see the position 5 get their items online a bit faster. What was that 6 cents from Crystals? There's not even a ward here. There's not even a ward here. Look, you can see Omar's like, oh, there's a ward here, 100%. Crystals is just on a different level right now here with his map movements. Yeah, he send them the Abba first. He's disposable. Absolutely. He's gonna make it out even. Pretty easy for him. As I really hope we don't lose this tier 1 tower with a Treant Protector when Creep Wave really haven't made like a concerted push for it. Would like to see some heals onto this tower here, LeBron.
I agree. I mean, you just don't have the greatest pushing power either on this team. So like PK. Okay. I mean, no chrono used. I guess you still have it. You really want to kill a Treant Protector, but not really worth it. Amar doing his best. The time dilation helping. 2 points of time dilation already.
Yep.
Honestly, time dilation is still a very strong spell though. So.
Funnick. He's got a
respect that.
hook.
Chrono though. Yeah, I don't know if you want to fight this. Use Chrono. And Puck does a lot of damage. Going for Funnick. The auto attacks by Puck are already enough. Dream Coil used. There's the hook, but no dismember in time. And 2 kills. Still not needing the Chrono. Oh, Dream Coil got used, but relatively lower cooldown.
Yep. Yeah, much lower cooldown, right? Almost half?
Radiant structures
Half?
are
A little bit less. Chrono's. Yeah, it is literally half, yeah. So that's pretty easy maths, I would say. Just using that one for a cool kill. Crystallis as well is farming very peacefully now. So far, so
Crystallis
good.
managed to take a tower as well, so it's pretty good for the ground.
Very good, yeah.
Because you're a fast pusher, but you need to get close to the tower, so it's a bit difficult for a Drow Ranger to deal with a Treant Protector, because you're like, well, I would really like to force this just so I can get some map control, because against Treant is frustrating, but if I force this, I'm definitely going to die, and because of the kill up top, that doesn't happen.
You also I don't think you get marksmanship on towers, right? I'm not wrong in that.
No, you don't get
middle
marksmanship
tower
on
is under
tower.
That'd be a little ridiculous.
Dire structures
Good
are
one.
fortified.
Fortifies out from the mid lane, though, as Spider Pigs will force a couple of rotations with this by themselves. That ward's going to be scouted. Ah, that sucks, man. LeBron just a second late there on the D ward. Unfortunately, trees don't move very fast. Careful here. We could have a Chrono into the mid lane. As Funnick now, pop up the Bushwhack. Probably don't need one for him, especially with the multi-shot out. Says Duke does not jump over the river. Doesn't have, well, even the cooldowns. Had the Blink Dagger, but he's just going to wait a bit as he blinks on back. Smart, thinking about throwing the Chrono. Instead, we'll just use another coil here. Good disarm at least onto the puck. Lamar going on in. Nice 3-man stun out from Lamar. And it's actually going to pick him up a kill as he gets Suzuya. Borrowed time available. Finger of Death to put him down. So he gets at least 1 kill in exchange for his own life.
It's still a win for Creep Wave though, because they got multiple kills there. That tower, you know, I don't like the match too much. I love how Amar is playing the Void though. He's not so much the Chrono initiator we expected, but just a tank really. He just goes in and goes, kill me, I dare you. And it's just impossible every time. They don't catch the pleb. Because obviously Void is, I mean, this is what Void plays when he plays carry actually. This hero that's just extremely hard to kill, time locks all over him. It's an interesting proposition. It's very different to the Chicken Fighters Void RC, which is much more a team fighter than hero. This guy just seems to want to tank.
He's a tanky boy.
He's playing Void like Timber, so honestly, that's what I'm seeing here.
He is.
He leads, he provides vision, he knows he can't be killed easily, and he has Hood just in case they would try to burst him. He might go for Shard, honestly.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Halberd. Yeah, no, yeah. I like it. I like the Shard. Little slide whistle movement for him. They're gonna go into Roche. This is maybe a bit spicy here, especially if it's scouted. We do Roche decently fast here, but it will be scouted. Funnick with a hook. He's gonna find the Abba. We have borrowed time. He's gonna pop it. Still holding on to Dismember if we want to. He's actually gonna use it here. Amaro, Chronosphere at the ready, catches 2. He caught the gyro as well. Little pleb. We don't jaunt through those, so Puck's not here for the damage. So yeah, he's totally fine. There's just literally no damage into Chrono.
Yep. Kind of a wasted Chrono there. That was the first Chrono in the game as well. Very underwhelming.
Bought back on
They need a
well.
Drow there. Yeah, I didn't think that was worth for saving Abba, to be honest. You deterred the aggression from Spider Pigs, which is interesting. I guess they realized they already have Dream Coil anyway, so they already have a second option. But not the best of usage of the Chrono. You have a whole 2 minutes to engage before Chrono comes back on.
To myself, but I'll make an exception.
Funnick is looking for some hooks here. Funnick is not going to find any hooks here. And then go back to Roche. Okay, they're like, nice. No problem. Dream Coil is scary.
Yeah, Funnick right back in position. There's a ward here for him, and well, it's a nice sentry and all, but you can't reach that because you're a Pudge.
That's true. Because they put it on the other side of the cliff, yeah. Even though with the extra melee range to hit wards, not enough. At least not from the low ground range.
No, you got to be a little bit closer to that one. Still turning for this hook. They are getting through Roche here. Coil is still at the ready. Amar, let's see what he can do. He's going to go on in. Hook misses versus the Drow Ranger, though. That is not good for Funnick as he eats a even bigger arrow courtesy of the Sharpshooter. They're in under the Roche pit now, and that's where Noob will focus his attention. So the pinball zone here for Amar. He's unable to escape for now. Oh, can they get the kill onto him? Roche falling low. Big old Coil into the loose orb. Down goes Roche. Hancha picks up the kill and the Aegis Finger of Death in the meantime. Reserved for Amar, but it's 3 heroes dead for the Spider Pigs. And Creepwave on the chase, looking for more.
Yeah, they want to find the Pango. They're not going to get the Lion, so they decide to push as a tier 1, so they go back to protection, so you can always do this. I guess you force the grip. Obviously, it's going to come back online once they take it. That was a very questionable play by Noob. Not by Noob, sorry, by Spider Pigs. I get why Noob had to go into the pit, obviously, right? Because he had the Rolling Thunder. Then you get one more person. But there was like 3-4 people in the pit at that point. There's Dreamcore still available. Yeah, right? There's 4 people. There's Dreamcore is still available. Yeah, Chrono's out, but Dreamcore at this point might even be better than Chrono because you have no damage in the Chrono. So Dreamcore allows the Drow to hit freely. Crystallis was never really bothered. Their positioning was not ideal here. Creepwave kind of outplayed them and got not just away with the Aegis, but also the most important part, I think, of the first Roshan, which is the gold. And they took the Roshan, actually. It wasn't an Aegis snatch. That's a huge deal.
They get the kill and the Aegis. Yeah, it's a big one. Plenty of damage on this puck as well, and they're actually going to try and gank this puck. We have a blink. Oh, no.
I'll take that.
Oh, no. We had a blink on Lion is what I was going to say, and, well, we all saw that blink. It was a little bit too late, though, and Hancha very easily able to escape death. Not that I think they would have been able to kill him twice, especially with that tier 1 tower in the bottom lane still available to reinforce.
Agreed. Also, Hancho went for a Kai and Sanj, which reduces the time of the stuns, right?
Yep.
Actually, a really smart choice against the line. I think this is a really good pickup. We now have Heaven's Halberd for Amar, truly honoring the tanky Void right now. This could be a kill on Noob if they find him. Drow's nearby enough. There's a smoke. Noob realizes. Good map awareness by Noob. Noob has been playing a pretty solid game on the Pango. Hasn't been caught a single time with his pants down here.
Oh, cool. Okay. Bit of a blind one there. Can we actually... Oh, my goodness. Is this Aven? Hancha is going to go on in. Can't quite get the kill, though, but good damage onto Funnick. As now Amar has a Chrono. Will throw it down. Finds it onto the tower, but where's the damage? He finds himself... Yeah, okay. There's a bash or two. Hook, though, is going to find Crystals, who has got the BKB active. Great Waning Rift, though, to cancel immediately the Dismember. LeBron is going to go ahead and find absolutely no one there with the Overgrowth, as Hancha can just go into the passive, or the active, sorry. Will Pleb now held down by the Coil. This fight absolutely falling apart there for the Spider Pigs.
Yes, in fact, they still have a bushwhack in a second. They need a tree. There we go. They find one, or they create one, rather. And with the help of Crystal's double damage, they're able to bring him down. Amar is insane. He's going for the line.
He's going to farm on the high ground.
Oh, never mind. Hancha cosplaying FN truly, and honestly, I mean, he got Hex, but it's okay because it's an Aegis. There's the Aegis God. Time dilation might just kill the Lion.
Yep.
Yes, it will.
Under attack.
Honestly, that Corona, Amar this whole game is inexplainable to me. That Corona was, it's like he knows that this is a good fight, and his team doesn't. I mean, he's just a bit ahead of them. Well, I think what his young brain at work.
What it's kind of doing is it's drawing Spider Pigs into bad fights. It's like, to me, this is like if an Enigma just completely whiffs a black hole, and then the team puts himself in a dumb position because, oh, there's no more black hole, and then Puck just wrecks them, right? Like, that's what happens there.
I'm not sure. I agree. Like, you're totally right. They keep thinking, oh, it's a bad fight, or oh, they messed up.
Yeah, oh, they messed up, let's fight them, but they're just not strong enough, though. Like, it's not really...
I get it, you know, you see a measly Void attacking at a Chrono, he goes three auto attacks, like, I'm done with my Chrono, guys, I did my job. Of course you're gonna think that's bad, a Chrono, right? But I guess not.
I guess not, no, and...
I really do think he's just playing like Timbersaw. Honestly, that's like the idea I'm seeing from him on, like a Tide or a Timbersaw, where the damage he's dealing or whatever, his utility is just surviving a bunch and having time dilation, rather than the Chrono. Chrono seems secondary to Amar. Which I'm impressed by. I've never seen an off-lane Void played this way.
I think actually to add on to that point, of course, completely joking. Maybe he's like, oh yeah, you know, you can't right-click when Chakram is out, and I can't right-click when my Chronosphere is out. Obviously, guys. So I'm not even gonna try. I mean, he literally threw like 3 auto attacks with that entire Chrono. Granted, he doesn't have any Agi items other than Power Tread, so you know, exactly. That's not helping him out either here. But
yeah. I mean, the Chrono also denies the Pango from being able to initiate.
That's
as well,
true.
Right? That's a big point.
That's a good point. That is a really good point. I don't... Oh, well, hold that thought. Okay, they're just going to murder a tree, some deforestation. They're going to actually look back now towards the Buck Finger of Death into the Hook Dismember. They've got the kill here. Tree finally is going to be able to be taken down. There's a great, though, but it doesn't catch... Oh, Noob, who... Actually, it does catch Noob as he eventually goes on into it. That frees up Chrysalis, though, to completely nuke through Lil Pleb. LeBron just bombed back, and now he's back to the fountain immediately. Good chrono. Great chrono, Amar.
Some people say I can't roll through a Chrono. Those people are just haters. That's what I don't know what happened there, but I guess once Crystal's activated BKB, you're useless outside of it anyway, so you might as well throw your teammates in the Chrono and say, but yeah, that was a really good Chrono by Amar. That's what we're missing.
Yeah. I mean,
all the
Chrysalis in
Chronos were
position.
good. It's just that Chrysalis was in position. Yeah.
Oh, couldn't get this number off in time, actually. Tuvash is too fast.
Oh.
Now Phonic is just dead.
Wait, time dilation. Phonic is dismembering to death.
Let me get my ass back.
I mean,
I think
Chrysalis
Creepwave are outplaying them by a lot, honestly.
Yeah. Yeah, they are. I mean, we need to fight now, though. We need to fight as soon as Rolling Thunder is up and Chrono still has like a minute cooldown. I think that's why Creepwave are backing up now, because they realize with Noob up and with Rolling Thunder up very shortly, they actually are a little bit weak. They don't get as good as fights if Amar's not here planting the good Chronos. Maybe the first two Chronos of the game were like warm-up Chronos. He's like, let me just get used to it. Yeah, this is the range. These are the heroes I want to hit. Okay, now we just need Drow right next to me. And that was the fight where it all came together here. As we can see, Lil Pleb could do absolutely nothing. I think Lil Pleb even... Yeah, he almost has BKB. He didn't have it in that fight. He's about to finish it up now, but BKB or not, he's still dead if the Chronos keep connecting on him like that.
I mean, Lil Pleb just has a really bad core-to-core matchup. He's being outfarmed by a Drow Ranger, which honestly shouldn't happen. That was a decent farming rate, but definitely not as fast as a Gyro, or it shouldn't be, right? Just shows domination of Creepwave. And Tala made a really good comment in the chat, talk about how Faceless Void reminds him a bit of how Shadow used to play their Faceless Void Links. And kind of right, you know, he went first item Lincoln, just tanked a bunch of, just tanked a lot. And casters were baffled, like, what is he getting Lincolns for? Is this spell? Is this spell? And the Shadow's like, nah, I just like item. I always go first item Lincolns on Void. I don't care what's blocking. So, because the stats were so good. And it's kind of similar, honestly. It's actually very similar to how the carry Void plays these days. He just becomes unkillable, he goes in the middle of the fight, uses time walk to heal, and it becomes a nuisance. Very interesting.
All right, this could be good. Amar, he doesn't have Chrono for 10 more seconds. I'm surprised Spider Pigs are still playing this a bit lax. I know we were waiting for BKB for Gyrocopter, but now any second Chronosphere is going to be up. They may not have it timed down to the dot like we do, but they know it's up here any second. And it is now. So, yeah, it's just how do you take the fight now? Now it actually becomes a little bit too difficult. Like, what, are we going to build Aeon Disc so we don't die to the off-laner's ultimate? I mean, that feels awful.
Yep, yeah.
Especially because he's not even the one killing you. He's just holding you down.
Aeon Disc against Drow is not very good.
Yeah.
Like, it just reapplies the Frost Arrows, right? After the Aeon Disc is over. It's no big deal. You don't even need Nullifier against that. She keeps hitting you. She is dead. So... I mean, Creepwave, they're gonna find Noob. This is a good chrono target. Or maybe not. Maybe just Force Cycle to the trick.
My goodness.
That was easy. Good waiting grip by Hansha.
And
incredible puck game by Hansha, by the way. He's been playing out of his mind.
Yep. Rank 8 mid laner, man. That's a lot of Dota.
Yeah, honestly, it shows. And I want to also talk about Phonic, because I feel like he's been pretty much not here in this game. And not I don't think the player's playing particularly badly, but he itemized in a way to deal with this Void Chrono, this combo and everything. He even went for the save pudge, and he's not really getting a chance to use it because he's just... That's not what the lineup on Creepwave was for, so Creepwave kind of bamboozled them into thinking, oh, we're using a Chrono lineup, we're going to play only when Chrono's up, etc., etc. That's not what they got whatsoever. So the pudge seems really, really useless here.
Yeah, no, Pudge just not having the impact he wants. No, absolutely. Not having the impact he's looking for here.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He has to fulfill too many roles as well. You know, he has to be the initiator, so he has to get good hooks offensively, but he also has to be the defensive hook. Is like, well, I'm being the save, I'm being the initiator, I'm doing so many things, and also the most underfarmed hero in the game. Because his position, he's honestly very, very poor.
Yeah, and those are not, of course, the titles that you want to be holding on Pudge, a hero who is... Well, you know, we all know this. I mean, even if you're not a professional Dota 2 player, you know that when there's a Pudge in your game, it's always a little bit of a sink or swim kind of scenario. And right now, well, he's much like he's like a stone sinking to the bottom of the ocean, except this stone is going to hook you and bring you down with him.
Yeah, that's what he's hoping for, right? I mean, he's like the... Who does that in the Divine Comedy? Someone like the...
I was going with the Godfather reference, personally.
Oh, that's a good one.
With the fishes,
I
you know?
apologize.
That's what they said after.
That's fair enough.
Anyway, well, we'll see what they can do. I mean, it's I don't know how Spider Pigs look to propose these fights. I would say normally with a Pangolier, with a Gyrocopter, with a Terrain Protector, let's fight around Roche, right? Big choke point, gives you a lot of abilities, it gives you a lot of opportunities to use your AoE ultis, your AoE damage. But how do we do that into Chronosphere? Especially when it's not like, we don't need Chrono to win these fights. They just make them a lot easier right now for Creep Wave. TP's bottom.
Yep.
Amar, he's got spider legs, that's a terrifying visual. He's got Chrono. Where will we use it?
And they do catch LeBron.
Yep.
It's just, oh, wait, never mind, the Chrono's used. Where's the Drow, though?
Oh, there's a save.
And this time, hey, the punch worked. However, they're just going to kill people around him, so it's not that big a deal. You don't have any more stuns for poor Omar. So he's going to die.
Okay,
I mean,
Roche is up.
Yeah, that was safe, but it was unimpressive, right? I guess he didn't use the gyro.
I think it's actually kind of a big deal here because the thing is we do Roche so fast. It's up. This is second Roche. Maybe if that happened like 20 seconds ago and your supports are already alive and you have a tier 1 tower, you can actually fight now for this Roche quite reasonably, I think, at that. Yes, this Drow BKB is still a very big problem, but that's what we have Pudge for, unironically, right? Yes, saving Chrono, but also for this. Maybe we can actually make something work here if they can get into the pit fast enough. Big if.
Maybe. We'll see. Drow is a really fast roll taker, as we talked about, but maybe. They do have Rolling Thunder here. Jim Cole is not up for another 14 seconds. But Amar, he's just going to try to disturb him.
I mean, I don't think
Crystal's leaving the pit.
Yeah, I don't think they care for him too much. There it is, the river running red with blood. As,
oh my god, hell, goodbye FPS.
But it looks fine in our PC anyway, thankfully. Okay.
It honestly looks like a Gazpacho on my PC. I don't know if that's just me.
All right.
Man, I'm so hungry.
Okay, so we have Dream Coil at the ready. Amar still with a minute left without Chronosphere, and unfortunately this is not something you can kind of fake. They're going to know you don't have the Chronosphere. Coil is going to be the only threat, so long as Spider Pigs don't fight last time like they did and all get caught inside the pit, I think we have the advantage here. It's a good jump, though. They're going to find LeBron to blow him up. Doesn't have buyback. No overgrowth any longer. Can we still take this fight, though? Is Noob getting nuked from the low ground? There's the hook. Does find Crystallis here. Hey, the Dismember, Lil Pleb, able to get in the damage here. There's absolutely no save, but the Force Staff will get Crystallis out of harm's way. They couldn't hit her with the magic damage thanks to the BKB that was active as we missed the Swashbuckle, and the Waning Rift is going to cancel the incoming Rolling Thunder. The Gust gets Funnick back up the high ground, and he will fall dead in the river at his own blood here to the redness, as there's a great gank, though, by Omar from behind. He's actually tied to the Centaur Conqueror, but eventually it's going to be 5 heroes dead nonetheless for Spider Pigs, despite what was a pretty promising start.
It was a really good idea for Spider Pigs, but here they missed one crucial factor, which is now it's a bit too late for you to just crash the Drow, and I feel like the Puck is the real threat here, honestly. He does so much more than Drow at this point in the game. He scales so nicely, kills Kai and Sanj and Dagon, so he has enough damage to kill all of you. I don't think Drow was that big a deal. Like, yeah, Drow was the main source of damage, sure, but you need to kill Puck first. And Lion having to concentrate on the Drow, that kind of spelled defeat for them. I think this game is over, if I'm honest with you. I don't know how you bring this back.
No, especially because now we have Chrono up, there's going to be a Coil up in 3 seconds, BKB is going to be recharged with Aegis and Cheese. Yeah, that was almost great. I mean, if Crystallis doesn't get BKB off when he's running away and then dies because we can get a Rocket Barrage off and whatever, right? We're just missing that little extra bit of damage on the Gyro. Then maybe we're in a bit of a better position because we kind of got bloodlusted for the Drow, and now Funnick is just completely, goodbye. Wow.
Noob wants to go in, though.
Oh, they're going to kill him.
Noob got caught. Yeah.
Oh,
no. Goodbye to Noob. That's 2 times. That's GG. I think it's 7 seconds on Noob.
That's going to have to be GG. I mean, they're just going to go bottom. They might even just go mid. The Creep Wave's actually pushing top as well. Creep Wave, what are they going to do? They're gonna kill a courier for free.
The sacrificial courier.
Yeah.
Please take this courier and leave us alone. It's a frog.
Oh, LeBron. Oh no, the trees are not your friends versus the squirrel.
Radiant's bottom tower is
Got
under
buyback
attack.
though. Just wasting time. Little pleb. But has at least the ultimate. He's got BKB. Has damage. He's just getting range to use it. Playing with a coil though. Chronosphere was used earlier for the kill onto Noob. They are buying time here. They're not going to be able to get the Megas with 0-2 standing top lane. They will get a kill though onto Omar as Funnick falling quite low. Hook. Oh, doesn't catch anyone though. Instead, he's going to find the sharpshooter projectile here stuck
Radiant's
in his
bottom
chest.
barracks are under attack.
Oh.
Radiant's bottom
Okay, move back in 10 seconds. What do we do here, Avo? What do we do? Oh, there's Axe.
I don't know. I mean, you kill the puck maybe?
Oh, the Gust
Nope,
is too
the
good.
Lions is helping him out a lot. They even have the 4-step as well. Amar tanking all the damage and more. Okay, it's not over yet. Spider Pigs still have a they still have a chance. That's hard to say. I think they can still win. Maybe. Right? It's only 27k down.
It's only
Just need a really good
27k
fight.
with a pudge. I mean, I'm sure none of us have ever been in this situation before.
A prize.
And actually, it's always the part just 27k down. But the part, yeah, it's so
Precious
tough.
bounty.
It's really, really difficult. Look, I would add excitement to this game, but I just don't see it.
I mean, this would have been quite the exciting game, I think, if Spider Pigs, I think, once again had a one core
Well,
to play
if I
them
move-
earlier around with early, and Noob is, I think, just dead. There's the save, though. Eat him. Eat him.
Good hope.
Yeah, there it is. Okay.
At least, can they catch up to Phonic though? They still have Dream Coil. Yep.
Oh,
And
nope.
Phonic releases him. Oh, it's only gonna be for Phonic. Okay, so he will die for this. Pushback misses too. Amar concentrates on Phonic instead. Oh, the sharpshooter, never mind. Noob will die, and Amar will deal with Phonic alone. With Lotus Sword, we couldn't dismember him, so it was a guaranteed win. Amar even has Ags now.
Yeah, he's got the slide whistle time walk.
That's not. No, that's not the. That's the shard.
Oh, that's the shard.
Ags.
You're right. He's got full Ags.
Yeah. Now they have time lock every time you jump. Actually, a really useful ability if you
Yeah.
play in this kind of void.
Yeah, no, it definitely
Radiant's
is.
top tower
Well, there goes
is
your
under
tier 2
attack.
tower. They're going to look for the Megas now. You're not going to have a pudge to defend for 20 more seconds. You're probably going to have to buy back
Radiant's
on
top
the face,
tower
or sorry,
is
on the
fallen.
new Pangolier. And I don't see what goes differently this time. I think Amar simply drops a chrono in between you and the Drow Ranger, and then she just puts you to death. We'll see though. Spider Pigs can try and come up with anything different, but for now, it looks like it's going to start off even worse, pardon me, with Omar being picked off in the trees.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tower.
Puck is diving.
Go for the melee Rex too.
Funnick, can
Puck
he get
is
this
done.
hook?
And he's had a really good game. He deserves it. There we go. One dive a game. Oh, Amar still trying to find LeBron in the trees. But the time walk is actually not that difficult. He uses spider legs
Radiant's top barracks
just to walk
has
through
fallen.
them. The racks are
Megas.
gone. You just need one more lane of racks, and they're gonna take the faster way to the base.
Okay, still have all
I
the
think you're still
ultimates
trying to
for
hit hooks, but at this point,
4v5.
I think the hook is gonna be bad for you.
LeBron.
Okay. That's the tree. Nobody's got a couple of stuns. Noob being useful, but Noob is lacking the damage. Low pleb is lacking the damage. Low pleb.
Oh,
Wow.
this is just dead.
Wow, low pleb. No chance. Yep, GG.
Yep, there it comes. The GG well played call, as that's going to be the diving ability for Amar, but it's going to be Creep Wave eliminating Spider Pigs. Creep Wave takedown, it's coming around. It takes down the Spider Pigs. We'll move on here to the Constellation Finals tomorrow, where they will have to play the loser of V Gaming versus Team Empire for the chance to qualify to the main event. Well played to them.
Yeah, I mean, really well played by Creep Wave, to be honest. Like, even though people are gonna harp on the punch pick, which I think is also fair, to be honest. I don't think that was the best game by Funnick either. Creep Wave just played two really, really good games. They kind of outdrafted their opponents in both games, though, from Jug to Pudge. The last pick was really underutilized and very underwhelming for Spider Pigs, but well done for Creep Wave. This game, I honestly don't think the Pudge pick was bad. I don't think they got outdrafted in theory. It's just that the way Amar played the Void was so different to what Spider Pigs was expecting, that Pudge became a dead pick. And I don't think Funnick adapted too well to that either. He could have gone for more mobility items as opposed to tanky items. He could have tried to farm more as well on his hero, especially in the early game where he's trying to go for too many hook plays, and he's not a 4, he's a 3, so you need to get some farm on the hero. I also find that he still went for the shard, which I love. The shard is great, but you needed an initiator this game. I just didn't have one. Blink Dagger would have at least have given you a reliable initiation on the puck, who had no Lincolns and who was never going to get hooked by you. But you might have been able to Blink Dismember him. Dismember has really low cast point.
Yeah.
Hook is so slow.
Hook is very slow, and it also leaves Pudge unable to do anything for not for a couple of seconds, but like for half a second.
He's just vulnerable to drown.
He is super vulnerable. Yeah, it's a rough pick. We'll bring it back to cameras here for the last time today before we do bid you adieu. But we still have one more day here of playoff actions. It's sad to see Spider Pigs go, but yeah, Creep Wave just getting the better of them in 2 straight drafts, right? Did make it a pretty fast 2-0 series, despite what Creepwave had to endure in their previous win versus It's Coming Realm.
Yeah, I mean, Creepwave makes Dota fun, though. They have creative outside the box drafts. I mean, last one wasn't really, but this one was, right? And with interesting ideas for the game, I feel like they also play outside the box, but with reason, right? They don't just do it to be creative. They do it for a purpose, which I love. So I like Creepwave. I think they should get a lot of credit for this. They played a really, really good series. That said, I don't think this was Spider Pigs at its best, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd agree with you. And it's a shame to see them go after they played a pretty strong series versus Team Unique. I think Team Unique as well. Unfortunately, not playing their best Dota here either. But, well, both these teams going to be eliminated. And that will bring us to our close for the day. I think it's about to hit midnight here in the Central European time zone. And that it means it's time for us to bid you guys adieu. We have one more day tomorrow, though, of course, because we still don't know which 2 teams are going to qualify. We're down to 3. We start off tomorrow, Alba, with Team Empire versus V Gaming. That begins at 5 p.m. CET. And following that series, we'll have the consolation final where Creepwave will be playing versus the loser of that series. Both best of 3 series, mind you, to see who is going to qualify to the main event. So that's going to be very exciting. We hope you guys join us for that. And, well, if time zones are confusing, because they are for me, just hit the channel with a follow so you're notified whenever we go live tomorrow for the coverage.
Or you can also go and check us out on our personal Twitters. We usually tweet when we're live, though we didn't do that today, but usually we do, at Mr. Alva Plus and at Seek and Strike Dota. Best way to just check it out is Casters Command, !Casters, and you'll see the links to our Twitters, respectively. Of course, if you enjoyed the cast, that's also the best way to follow us in future endeavors, as will be the casters for tomorrow anyway.
Yep. Yeah, so you got to deal with us tomorrow. And, well, I think we're going to have some pretty exciting games. I haven't gotten to see Team Empire here throughout their run, but V Gaming, I would say, definitely surprising me. 2-0 over PuckChamp, 2-1 over Team Unique. Eager to see what they can bring versus Empire. And I want to see Creepwave take on a more difficult opponent. Also another team who I don't think we've seen get too challenged in this series, unfortunately, is I think how it came down. So really, really looking forward to the games tomorrow, guys, and hopefully you are too. Hopefully you'll join us then. Avo, any other closing comments or thoughts before we go ahead and throw it to the end of day recap?
Don't be so salty. Some teams have bad games. It's okay. I think we saw 2 not the best performances. Spider Pigs are unique. Don't concentrate on these bad games. If you're having a bad day, the last thing you want to hear is someone making fun of you on the internet. Instead, try to be supportive of the players who probably feel this loss 10 times more than you did, even if you put money in the match. So, just be a bit more empathetic. It's rough to lose this way. I think more so for Unique, honestly, than for Spider Pigs, but still, keep this in mind whenever you are engaging online.
Absolutely. That's always remember the human factor, right? There's always another person at the other end of the screen. And, well, it's time for us to get out in front of these screens and rest up. And we'll send you guys over to watch some more Dota. Plenty of Dota action coming on between today and tomorrow. So hopefully you guys watch plenty of it and join us tomorrow when we resume our coverage here for the ESL 1 Fall 2021 Boot Camp Edition. Closed qualifiers powered by Intel. We'll see you guys then.
We'll rise up from the dust. Oh, here we go, go, go. Let us heal and grow. You won't be alone. We're unstoppable. Don't be afraid to show what we're going for. This is what we know. Here we come back to life. We're still breathing. Standing up, everybody's gonna see it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. Even if we fall, we will rise up and we follow the path that we believe in. No, we're not gonna stop until we reach it. Oh, all you need to know is that we're holding on. We rise up from the dust and claim our throne. hold it on, even